Among the Missouri Indian tribes, the two became more and more famous. Over time, they had almost reached the level that no one knew. According to their own special weapons and wild beast-like fierce and violent fighting style, the Indians who feared them gave them two names: Saber-toothed Tiger, Wolverine. When Chen Mo was trading with the Indians, he heard the two names, but he was speechless. He had planned to wait for them to grow up and then give them the two loud nicknames. Unexpectedly, these Indians took the lead. However, they won the battle through their own strength, which is worthy of their reputation. The official name of an Indian is not taken by himself or his parents, but by the tribal leader and his people together according to their adult performance in the battle. For an Indian, a name is a soldier's file and description, through which you can know the strength of the Indian. Obviously, the strength of Victor and James has been recognized and respected by all Indians. Tigers and wolves are powerful beasts and totems worshipped by Indians. Many powerful Indian soldiers can only use strong animals such as cattle and horses to name them. They can use tigers and wolves as their names. They are admired by all Indian tribes in the whole jungle, awe of the most powerful. Victor and James are also very satisfied with their new names. When they deal with Indians, they can't help but feel a little proud when they hear someone talking about their names. But they didn't know that in this life, because of the influence of Chen Mo, they had their own name more than 100 years earlier than the plot. During this period, Chen Mo took Victor and James with him to kill the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company as the main goal. When he met the Indian tribe in the middle, he made a fur trade by the way, so the route was very irregular. Sometimes, in order to chase the acquisition team who returned from the acquisition of fur, they would go back a lot. So the time passed nearly one time 3 months later. The three men ran from the depths of the jungle to a place near the periphery. On this day, Chen Mo and two young people just completed a trade with an Indian tribe that had not been to before, carrying 3 bundles of fur as high as a hill and walking into the forest. When he was completely out of the sight of all the Indian tribes, Chen Mo confirmed that no one was spying on him, so he asked the 2 children to put down their fur together and put their hands into the space. Victor and James have long wondered about Chen Mo's spatial abilities. If it wasn't for this magical ability, the 3 of them would have to carry trade materials on their backs, not to mention being tired and half dead on the road. If they only trade once, they would have to leave the forest, deal with fur and purchase materials. How could they have done dozens of transactions and acquired a large number of fur in 1 month? They don't need any supplement in handling of goods. Their endurance is very strong, and their acquisition efficiency is also very high. Like the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company, a team of 10 people can receive 10 bundles of fur after a hard journey, and they have to return Cheng. He has spent a lot of time on his way back and forth. They are so relaxed that they don't need to carry anything or go back and forth at all. They are more like hunting in the countryside, wandering in the forest, fighting happily when they meet the enemy, and opening up to buy fur when they meet the Indian tribe. Their efficiency is comparable to that of thousands of armed purchasers of American Fur Company. Chen Mo leads Vicot and James to an area they have never been to before. Although they are pursuing the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company and Indians to shuttle back and forth in the forest, they are not completely disoriented. In fact, all the places they pass, including the route, the surrounding terrain, the location of the Indian tribes found, and so on, are clearly printed in Chen Mo's mind. Making up a pair of incomplete, the incomplete part of the map is the place they haven't been to. So in the absence of armed acquisition teams and new Indian tribes around, Chen Mo will take Victor and James to these unexplored places to gradually complete this incomplete map. In fact, Chen Mo's exploration of the forest is not as troublesome as that of ordinary people. He needs a little careful exploration. Because his vision is blocked by trees, it takes not a short time to search an area of several kilometers around. But Chen Mo's super strong hearing can clearly sense the sound within the range of more than 10 kilometers. No matter the voice of human speech or the voice of walking and hunting, it can't escape his ears. Therefore, as long as Chen Mo walks in one direction, the situation within 10 kilometers on both sides will be in his heart, and he doesn't need to run to check it all by himself. The area around Chen Mo's current location has been explored almost before, but there is another area that was missed when he passed by several times before. It didn't enter Chen Mo's exploration range of more than 10 kilometers. Now it is close to the pass to see if there are any new Indian tribes that have been missed. Chen Mo stopped 10 minutes later. The area that had not been explored before is now completely in his induction, but no trace of human activity is found. Chen Mo is not disappointed. There are several Indian tribes in the neighborhood. The possibility of new tribes there is not very big. Chen Mo just confirms it but doesn't give much hope. It seems inconceivable to say that Chen Muxiang Hall is a peerless strong man, the master of Hydra in the Iron Man world, the ruler of the whole Europe in the Legend of the Night, and the boss of hundreds of billions of companies in the real world, ran into this wild forest to become a fur merchant and bought fur from Indians. But Chen Mo doesn't think so. On the contrary, he found it very interesting. I have to stay in this world for more than 100 years before the final key plot starts. Chen Mo didn't plan to hide in the castle like a vampire for a long time, which was too boring. To buy fur in the forest, Chen Mo wants to experience different life experiences, in addition to training Vicat and James with a large number of armed purchasers from American fur companies, strengthening their strength and obtaining funds for the next plan. In the 19th century, the fur trade on the American continent was very prosperous, which brought great wealth and far-reaching influence, and even supported the rise and expansion of the whole America in this period to some extent. Now that he has the chance to come to this era, Chen Mo would like to experience this very famous activity in history. In addition, these Indian tribes in Missouri Forest, which maintain the most primitive customs and features, have been very difficult to see in the future. Chen Mo also wants to take this opportunity to have a good experience of Indian customs and see what the original owners of the American continent are like. So for Chen Mo, the fur trade in the forest this time is more like taking students to the mountains to sketch, while enjoying the mountains and rivers, experiencing life, teaching students to improve their abilities, and making some money to supplement the teaching and research funds. The United States, which had just begun to rise in the 19th century, and the primitive and backward Indian tribes in the wild forest all gave Chen Mo different feelings. Instead of waiting for 100 years, he would rather be involved in the torrent of history and become a historical participant and witness. This is what many modern people yearn for but can't do. Only Chen Mo, who has the ability to shuttle between time and space, can do it. There's a chance. And even Chen Mo doesn't have many opportunities. After so many times of crossing, Chen Mo has a certain understanding of his own ability. The space he can cross is not unlimited. All the spaces in the past have a common feature, all of which are science fiction movie world. The background of sci-fi movies is mostly in the modern or future world, such as The Legend of the Night, The Captain of the United States, Wolverine, which involves ancient and modern sci-fi movies after all, is a minority, thanks to Chen Mo's shuttle ability, which always brings him to the earliest plot time, so that he can have a chance to experience some historical charm and experience more what ordinary people can't experience in a lifetime. So Chen Mo's mind is very peaceful. He walks in the forest with 2 small children. When he meets the armed personnel, he teaches 2 small battles as a teacher. When he finds the Indian tribe, he becomes a fur merchant. When he buys fur with 2 small children, it doesn't matter if he doesn't find it. He is just a mountain walker and a hiker. By the way, he exploits the map like playing games and jigsaw puzzles. There is a clear place to explore. Not only is Chen Mo enjoying it, but also Victor and James, who have awakened their wildness, are enjoying it. They can not only stay in the forest they like, but also fight frequently and feel the continuous improvement of their strength. They wish that they would go on like this forever. After exploring the area that was left out before, Chen Mo added another puzzle to the incomplete forest map. With the mood of playing the game and opening the map, Chen Mo planned to change direction and go to the next still black map. But just as he was about to leave, a very subtle voice drifted down the wind into Chen Mo's ear. Chen Mo can't help but stand up and listen attentively. In fact, the voice has gone beyond Chen Mo's sensing range. However, at this time, the forest is very quiet and there is little noise. Chen Mo still hears this extremely subtle voice under the cover of other voices. This is a sound of footsteps. Although the voice is very weak, Chen Mo still hears that the footsteps seem very disorderly, as if there are many people. Now that he has found traces of human beings, Chen Mo naturally wants to catch up and have a look. Immediately, Chen Mo led Victor and James to the direction of the voice. As the distance got closer, Chen Mo quickly got to know the situation of the other party. Chen Mo felt right before. There were more than 30 people in this group. Listening to the footsteps and occasional voices, it can be sure that they were the armed personnel of American Fur Company. But this is the first time Chen Mo has met such a large team. In the past, the armed acquisition teams were basically about 10 people. This big force has obvious problems. Chen Mo takes Victor and James all the way to less than 100 meters away from the team and observes the team from the side and front. All the people in this team are carrying fire guns, but they don't carry huge backpacks specially used to hold trading materials. It seems that they are fierce and murderous. They are obviously going for some targets, and they are not just buying fur. I just don't know whether their goal is to create a large number of casualties for them or other people. However, it can be seen that they have sent out 3 armed acquisition teams, with the appearance of invigorating the teachers and mobilizing the public. Their goal is definitely not simple. Chen Mo presses Victor and James, who are eager to see so many targets. When the team passes by, they quietly follow with them. Anyway, the prey in front of him can't run away, and Chen Mo doesn't rush to let them solve them. What he is more interested in is the goal and ultimate goal of the team. The 3 of them followed the group all the way to the forest. This is just 2 days. With the progress of the team, Chen Mo gradually saw some clues. The direction of the team is clearly the position of an Indian tribe, and this tribe is also one that Chen Mo is very impressed with. It is the Lakota tribe that once hunted and killed a giant bear and warmly entertained the 3 of Chen Mo. Finally, as Chen Mo expected, this armed group of more than 30 people trudged through the forest and finally reached the Lakota tribe. More than 30 people started to load when they were still a long way away from the tribe, and after they were ready to fight, they broke into the Lakota tribe directly. However, the elite and astute fighters of Lakota tribe discovered their arrival as early as they approached and quickly responded. More than 30 armed white people suddenly came to their tribe. Obviously, they were not good at what they came from, so the soldiers of the tribe quickly picked up their weapons and met them. When the armed group just entered the Lakota tribe, they blocked them in the periphery and started a confrontation with them with bows and spears. More than 50 Indian soldiers arrived one after another, armed with weapons, and looking at the enemies. Although the weapons in their hands are not as advanced as those of the other side, they are not afraid to retreat. The bows and spears in their hands are firmly aimed at the enemy in the opposite side. However, these fierce Indian soldiers didn't attract the attention of the other side. A middle-aged white man with beard walked out of the team without incident and looked at the Indian soldiers in the opposite side with disdainful eyes. He glanced contemptuously at the native Indian soldier with primitive and backward bows, arrows, spears, and other weapons in front of him. The bearded middle-aged white leader saw that the chief with the eagle crown had arrived, so he raised his head and shouted in a haughty voice. "This is the territory of our American Fur Company. We allow you to use fur to exchange valuable living materials. It's kind enough for you. How dare you savages resist?" After decades of dealing with Indians in the Missouri forest, the leader spoke fluent Indian language, but the content of his words was not friendly at all, but full of a high-ranking, aggressive attitude like almsgiving. "Now, I'll give you a last chance to take out 500 beaver skins as compensation for your refusal of our American Fur Company, and at least 200 beaver skins will be taken out every month for material transaction. The words of middle-aged white people made the soldiers of Lakota tribe all gnash their teeth, widen their eyes, and glare at middle-aged white people viciously. But the white leader turned a blind eye to the murderous eyes of the Indian soldiers, didn't even go to see the response of Chief Geronimo, and continued with his commanding posture. If you agree, then you can continue to live here, and if you choose to refuse, then after today, there will be no more existence of your tribe in Missouri forest. In the face of this naked threat, not to mention the presence of all the Indian soldiers were furious. Even the unresponsive Chief Geronimo, who had been with a straight face, could not help but flash a little anger in his eyes. A red gradually emerged in his eyes and gradually spread. Since the last trade with Chen Mo, the Chief Geronimo has been thinking about Chen Mo's new things since he bought a lot of useful new materials from the fur accumulated after his previous trade with American Fur Company. With the kerosene lamp, it really brings them a lot of convenience. Even in windy and rainy days, you don't have to worry about not being able to illuminate. You can get lost in the forest, or you can only sit in the tent as if you are blind, but you can't do anything. A kerosene lamp can illuminate a large area of space. It can clearly illuminate the road in the forest. In the tent, it can make the whole tent bright and incomparable. Moreover, there is no need to worry that it will be easy to ignite the tent like a bonfire and cause danger. And this kerosene lamp is also very durable. It can be used for several days when it is filled with kerosene at a time. Even if you go hunting at night, you don't have to worry about it being destroyed in the middle. A bottle of kerosene can be used for a long time. Only 5 beaver skins are needed, so they can use it at will, without being reluctant to use it like other expensive consumables purchased before. As a result, Chieftain Geronimo was more satisfied with Chen Mo. He felt that Chen Mo's price was fair, and he did not oppress and exploit them like American fur companies. At the same time, Chieftain Geronimo is also looking forward to Chen Mo's coming again, so that he can continue to trade with Chen Mo with the large amount of fur he has just accumulated. However, before Chen Mo arrived again, he waited for the acquisition team of American Fur Company. With Chen Mo, who is rich in materials, high in quality and low in price, and fair in price, Chieftain Geronimo is naturally reluctant to trade with vampires of American Fur Company. In the past, there was no choice. American Fur Company monopolized the fur trade in the whole Missouri area. Except for their purchasing team, no other fur merchants dared to venture into the vast forest to trade with them. So even if the price of fur is very low, they have to choose to trade with them in exchange for some useful materials. However, unlike other tribes, Lakota did not drink alcohol, so there was no need for consumables such as white wine. They just exchanged fur for blankets, utensils, knives, and other living materials. The hunters of Lakota tribe are also very powerful in the whole Missouri area, and there are not a few prey captured every day. Even if the American Fur Company presses the price of fur very low, they have already exchanged enough living materials for a long time, and their tribe doesn't like drinking and smoking like other tribes do. They have a continuous demand for consumables such as white wine and tobacco. In fact, the American Fur Company doesn't need the things they trade with anymore. In order to limit the strength of Indians and avoid their resistance, the American Fur Company will not trade with them change guns and other weapons. So the Lakota tribe doesn't need to deal with American fur companies. Before, it was just because of habits and waste utilization. After all, the fur they needed was limited. They usually used large fur such as buffalo hide to make clothes and tents. For them, small fur such as beaver skin and mink skin is very important. It's no use. There was no Chen Mo before, and they didn't use the fur. They simply changed some living materials. Now with Chen Mo and the useful and cheap new things he brought, they will not continue to trade with American fur companies. But even if they don't need it, these bullies won't allow them to stop trading fur. So, when the last time we came to buy fur, but was refused, and ultimately nothing, American Fur Company quickly organized a larger number of troops to come to warn and retaliate. They must let these Indian indigenous people know who has the final say in this territory. In the face of a warning from the middle-aged leader of American Fur Company, the eyes of Chief Geronimo were ablaze. If it's other tribes in this case, they may succumb in the face of more than 30 guns. But this is the Lakota tribe. The whole Missouri area is famous and powerful. Their fighters are also the bravest and most powerful fighters in dozens of surrounding tribes, even in the whole Missouri forest. Their faith and pride do not allow them to fear and surrender. If they choose to accept the conditions offered by the American Fur Company because of fear, they will live in humiliation forever and can't hold their heads up for the rest of their lives. It's better to fight to death than that. The warriors of Lakota tribe will only die in battle and will not yield. In the face of the ultimatum issued by the armed forces sent by the American Fur Company, Chief Geronimo took a spear from the people beside him, crossed the tribal fighters in confrontation with the enemy, and came to the front of the team. The chief of Indian tribe is not the coward hiding behind when fighting, but the most powerful warrior of the whole tribe. When fighting, they will also stand in front of the people and lead them to fight together. Though he didn't speak, Chief Geronimo's behavior has explained everything. Fight to the death. The soldiers of Lakota tribe hold their weapons one after another, and their eyes become more fierce and fierce. They are ready to attack like a wild animal. Armed with bows and arrows, soldiers have also pulled all bowstrings in their hands. The point of the arrow is aimed at the armed personnel of the American Fur Company opposite. Only when Chief Geronimo orders, they will shoot the bows and arrows into the enemy's body in front. Feeling the determination of fighting in the opposite Lakota tribe, the middle-aged leader flashed a trace of anger in his eyes and looked at the opposite people and said viciously, "Good. Since you are not willing to accept our good intentions, seize this last opportunity and still resolutely refuse to trade with our American Fur Company, then you will not have to hunt anymore. All to death." With the voice of the middle-aged leader with a face full of mustache falling, the armed men of American Fur Company aimed at the target one after another and put their fingers on the trigger, only waiting for the leader to shoot at a command. Faced with more than 30 black holes in the muzzle of muskets, more than 50 Indian soldiers of Lakota tribe did not have any fear on their faces, but they griped their bows and spears bravely and aimed at these robbers. The glory of the warrior and the duty of guarding the tribe do not allow them to retreat. They are also waiting for the command of the chief to attack. As long as the chief gives them a command, they will rush to the enemy recklessly. Even if they die, they will also put spears into the enemy's chest. In fact, before the last moment, Chieftain Geronimo did not want to really start the war. After all, the power of the firearm in the hands of the other side was huge, which would inevitably cause great casualties to the warriors of the Lakota tribe. However, seeing that the other side did not intend to let them go, Chief Geronimo no longer hesitated, even when he planned to order the attack. The middle-aged leader of the American Fur Company's armed team opposite also fired a firearm, ready to order a volley. The gunpowder smell at the scene was more and more strong. Seeing a battle or a massacre was about to be staged, a scream suddenly sounded in the armed forces of American Fur Company. Then, the troops began to get confused. After all, these people are not professional soldiers. After hearing the news behind them, the people in front of the team did not care about the Indians who were not in their eyes, and turned their heads to look behind them. There are only two thin but extremely vigorous figures just like beasts rushing into the crowd. They flash quickly in the crowd at the back of the team. Between the waving of their hands, a big blood is thrown into the air with a scream. Their attacks were as fast and deadly as beasts, but they killed people on the spot without too much pause. Their body shape is also extremely flexible. Even if some people want to shoot despite the danger of accidentally injuring their companions in panic, they can't lock their fast-moving figures at all. By shooting at random, they hurt many of their own people. Looking at this chaotic scene, the armed men in front of the team and the middle-aged leader couldn't help but stare at it, but soon, their amazement turned into panic. Two tiger and wolf-like figures rushed back and forth in the crowd. No one could stop them. The nearest team members fell down one by one and lost nearly half of them. Then they were horrified to find that the two death-like figures began to rush towards them. Facing the wild and fierce eyes like beasts, they could not help but feel their hearts cool, as if they were stared at by the most ferocious beasts, and their scalp was numb. Many people hurriedly raised their guns in their hands and pointed to the two figures rushing in. It's just that the opponent's speed is too fast, and it's not a straight line, but a random flash from left to right, attacking the enemies around him from time to time and using their bodies as a cover. They couldn't aim at it at all, but they watched the two beasts slaughtering their companion's figure, getting closer and closer to them. Gradually, someone couldn't bear the huge pressure and started shooting in the direction of the two. Without exception, all of these bullets failed to hit the target, but many of them hit their companions in the back. The middle-aged man at the head of the group also had a fine cold sweat on his forehead. If it goes on like this, all of them will die in the hands of these two wild animals. What to do? What to do? The fear of death shrouded him, making him unable to help but fight up 120,000 spirit, thinking of countermeasures anxiously in his mind. The speed of these two figures is too fast. It's slow and accurate to capture their positions. It's useless to aim and shoot like ordinary people. Even if we use volley fire, it's difficult to cover their range of activities with the scattered firepower of more than 10 people who haven't been affected for the moment. And the time is too late. Seeing these two figures getting closer and closer to them, they finally saw the true faces of these two figures. These two killed a large number of their hands in a short time, with speed, flexibility, and attack power comparable to that of tigers and wolves, and even more fierce terrorist presence. They are actually two teenagers and half-old children. The weapons used by the two men, the sharp claws like wild animals, were finally displayed in their eyes, which reminded them of the legend in the company recently that a large number of armed acquisition teams were missing in the forest. According to the analysis of the wounds found on several corpses, they were attacked by two powerful beasts like grizzly bears, which was the whole army. It's gone. But specifically, no one can give the answer. Before that, these two powerful beasts never appeared in the Missouri jungle. Now it seems that the attack on their armed acquisition team is not a fierce beast at all, but these two children with fierce claws. However, with the appearance of the two men clearly seen, the eyes of the middle-aged leader suddenly brightened, only to see that there were many wounds on the two men. Moreover, these wounds were obviously not gunshot wounds, rather like those cut by stabs. The middle-aged team leader quickly responded that it was bayonet. Seeing the two men getting closer and closer to them, he immediately shouted to the armed men who were in a panic around him. "Don't shoot. Use a bayonet. They can't dodge a close attack." The middle-aged team leader is right. Victor and James are not as fast and responsive as Chen Mo, but they are too fast and flexible so that the enemy can't aim and all the bullets are lost. Although after a lot of fighting and mastering the fighting skills taught by Chen Mo, the fighting ability of the two men is greatly increased, but in fact, their ability to avoid attacks is not very strong, especially in close combat. Their excellent speed and flexibility cannot guarantee that they can avoid all attacks. Especially when the fighting is very fierce, the two people who fall into the state of crazy fighting will give up defense and attack. That is to say, they have strong self-healing ability and can recover the injury quickly, otherwise they will die. At this time, the middle-aged leader found that the two men were not really unable to hit, and they were not particularly good at evading close-up cold weapon attacks, so he reminded the rest of them to change the way of fighting. Instead of trying to use the firearm to attack the two men in vain, they used bayonets instead. In this short period of time, the armed forces of more than 30 people have been slaughtered by Vicat and James. Their bodies are constantly moving in the crowd. One person's sharp claws are constantly passing through the enemy's neck and abdomen, cutting off the throat artery directly, or tearing his stomach open, leaving his internal organs, killing him with a tragic number. The other is like a swift assassin, With both hands, 6 bone stabs are like daggers. In the body movement, they are quickly stabbed and pulled out in the enemy's body, and continue to attack the next target. Under the highly efficient killing of the 2 men, the number of American Fur Company's armed forces rapidly decreased, and the rest was less than half of the original. At first, they all fell into fear and despair. Even the strongest weapon and firearm in their hands could not hurt them. They had no choice but to wait for death. They watched a large number of their companions being slaughtered like chickens and sheep by the 2 beasts. Soon, they would come to them. Many of them were on the verge of collapse. The middle-aged leader shouted out words in their ears with all his strength. Their brain was in a mess. They had lost the ability to judge and think. They could not help but raise the bayonet in their hands as he said, and stabbed the 2 people who rushed to the front with their strength. However, in this way, they really have a certain counter-attack power. At least, unlike before, they don't have a way to kill the 2 people who are totally in the crowd. But it didn't change their outcome. Facing the bayonet coming from the chest, Victor and James, who had already killed Red Eyes, didn't choose to avoid and retreat, but rushed up directly to the bayonet roaring. They just moved their bodies a little, avoiding the heart and head and other vital points, but let the bayonet pierce their bodies. Despite avoiding the heart and head, these injuries are enough to kill ordinary people. The team members who succeeded in stabbing them and the others who were still alive couldn't help but feel happy and finally killed them. These 2 devils are powerful devils, but after all, they are not invulnerable or hit by their bayonets. At last, they are saved. But the joy of escaping from life lasted for a moment, and was replaced by more intense panic and despair. The 2 people who were stabbed by bayonet, even if they didn't die directly, should also be seriously injured and fell to the ground, but they seemed to be completely okay. With the inertia of forward charging, they continue to rush forward with bayonet, approaching the 2 players who hurt them. The sharp claws and bone spurs in their hands are waved as fast as before, and only one move will kill the 2 players on the spot. Then they pulled out bayonets from their bodies and threw them to the ground as if nothing had happened. They turned their heads and looked coldly at the rest of them with their red eyes, and continued to attack them without stopping. After another series of screams, the rest of the armed men also stepped on the footsteps of their companions. This 30-plus armed and aggressive armed team of American Fur Company was killed by Vicot and James before the war started. The Lakota tribe witnessed the whole process. At the beginning, they didn't know what was going on, or the origin of these 2 sudden and fast powerful creatures, so they didn't act rashly or attack the armed team of American Fur Company. But when Vicot and James came close to the killing, Chief Geronimo finally recognized them. This is exactly what he has been looking forward to these days. Are the 2 little guys of Chen Mubin, a fur merchant who just had a pleasant deal with them and was left to be warmly entertained by them. After recognizing their identities, Chieftain Geronimo did not care to shock the amazing strength of the 2 little guys. Anyway, after the last pleasant transaction and the subsequent exchanges, they were friends, and they also came out in time to help their tribe in the face of strong enemies. Now they are faced with more than 30 armed enemies on their own, and they can't ignore them. So Chief Geronimo should raise his spear to order the attack. However, just when the spear in his hand was raised to the shoulder position, a large and powerful hand suddenly appeared on his arm holding the spear and grasped his arm. This hand, like iron casting, seems to contain infinite strength. It is grasped on his arm so that his hand cannot continue to lift in any case. Chief Geronimo, don't worry, just give them both. Just as Chieftain Geronimo's face changed, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him, which made him relax. Chieftain Geronimo turned to look around, only to see the tall and powerful Chen Mo did not know when he was around, holding his arm with one hand. Seeing him relax, Chen Mo released his hand gently. Chieftain Geronimo put down his arm and recalled the overwhelming power that had just been uploaded from his arm. He looked at Vicot and James, who were killing in the crowd, and then looked back at Chen Mo, who was indifferent. He couldn't help but remember that when he first met that day, He warned Chen Mo to leave the forest as soon as possible so as not to be attacked by the American Fur Company. The buyout team found that there would be life-threatening. At that time, Chen Mo said that they had met many times, and he just said it casually. Now, it seems that they have met more than that. Chen and Mo have indeed met the armed acquisition teams of American fur companies many times, and they should not only meet that simple, but also eliminate all those armed acquisition teams. Since a month ago, there has been a legend among the Indian tribes in the Missouri jungle that two human fierce beasts slaughtered the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company. Many people think it was the fierce beasts like grizzly bear, and some people think it was the spirits of ancestors who sent the fierce beasts to punish the people who oppressed and exploited the American Fur Company. These were originally rumors, but they were not confirmed. Until half a month ago, there was news from the tribe that they met these two fierce beasts in human form. They were actually 2-half-year-old children in their teens. They could grow sharp claws and sharp bone spurs out of the air. Their strength was incomparable and they were very human. Their identity was the follower of a fur merchant. When Chief Geronimo heard the news, he immediately thought of Chen Mo and his party. Since the American Fur Company monopolized the fur trade in Missouri, the foreign fur merchants who entered the forest were rare. There was no one but Chen Mo with 2 children. Now I have seen the strong fighting power of Vicot and James, as well as the irresistible power revealed by Chen Mo. Chief Geronimo knows that the rumors are true, and even weaken the strength of the two, and ignore the strength of Chen Mo. As the owner of the 2 fierce beasts, Chen Mo, a man full of mystery, is likely to be much stronger than the 2. Just from the strong power he showed when he just grabbed his arm, he should be far away from the 2 little guys who were killed in a frenzy. He really doesn't know how terrible he is. Under the complex eyes of Chieftain Geronimo, Victor and James soon ended their fight and came to Chen Mo's side with a horrible wound, blood-stained and expressionless face. Looking at Victor and James with a strong smell of bloody killing, not only Chieftain Geronimo's eyes are complicated, but also all the soldiers of Lakota tribe and the people behind them all look at them excitedly. Lakota warriors can be regarded as the most powerful and brave warriors among many Indian tribes in the whole Missouri jungle. They dare to fight the giant bear and kill it, instead of running away like most Indian tribes. However, their fearlessness does not mean that they are willing to die. It is clear to the hearts of these powerful soldiers that if Victor and James did not show up just now, once the battle broke out between them and the powerful armed forces sent by American Fur Company, although they have a large number of people, the chances of winning are very small. They have already felt the power of the fire gun after that. The primitive weapons in their hands alone could not compete with the powerful guns. And even if they are lucky enough to win the final victory, their tribe will definitely die. Now the armed men of American Fur Company have been killed by Victor and James, completely relieving their danger. It can be said that they have saved the whole tribe and made them feel grateful. The Indians worship the strong, so they are not afraid of the 2 because of their strong power and crazy killing. Instead, they are full of respect and worship for the 2. The distinctive claws and bone spurs on the 2 hands did not scare the people, but attracted many people's curious eyes. Some people, including Chief Geronimo, even showed a strange look on their faces, and there was a hot look in their eyes to Victor and James. The belief of Indian tribes is mainly the ancestral spirit and the natural spirit, and the worship of animal spirits has gradually derived the belief of totem worship. Although the beliefs of various tribes in Missouri forest are different, most of them take various powerful animal totems as their tribal worship beliefs. The totem of Lakota tribe is a beast with long claws. They think that Victor and James are their totem guardians to save them. After the battle, Chieftain Geronimo asked the tribe's soldiers to clean up the battlefield, while the 3 Chenmu were honored as the top guests and warmly welcomed by the whole Lakota tribe. When a group of Indian soldiers and people sang and danced around the campfire, Chief Geronimo found Chen Mo with a heavy face and expressed his worries. Although all the armed men who came here were killed by Victor and James, which temporarily solved the crisis of the collapse of Lakota tribe, it is not over, and the revenge of American Fur Company will not end like this. This armed group hasn't returned for a long time. They will surely guess that it must be an accident. The whole team is completely destroyed in the Lakota tribe. At that time, the American Fur Company will not give up. It will continue to send new and more powerful armed forces to report. At that time, they will only die. After listening to Chieftain Geronimo's story, Chenmo did not rush to speak, but looked deeply at Chieftain Geronimo, whose face was full of expectation. After a while, he said slowly in his worried eyes, "You want me to shelter the Lakota?" Under Chenmo's super-perception, Chieftain Geronimo's mind can't hide Chenmo at all. According to his body reaction, eyes and expression when he speaks, and the current situation, Chenmo can easily analyze his real purpose from Chieftain Geronimo's words. Seeing that Chenmo saw through his mind, Chieftain Geronimo stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "Yes, the warriors of our Lakota tribe will not yield to the enemy, but I don't want the tribe to be destroyed like this. Now, only you can help us save the Lakota tribe." The chieftain of Geronimo had already identified Victor and James as the saviors sent by the totem of the tribe, so they had powerful claws like beasts of totem. Now the Lakota tribe is in a desperate situation, and he placed his hope on the three Chenmers. Chenmo glanced at the cheering and bustling people in the Lakota tribe. They only knew that the powerful enemies had been killed and they escaped the fate of extinction. They all celebrated happily and relaxed. No one knew that a greater crisis would come to them except Chief Geronimo. Looking back at the sincere Chief Geronimo, Chenmo nodded softly. Looking at the sincere and expectant Chieftain Geronimo, Chenmo nodded softly. "Since you are attached to me, then I will accept you. From now on, you are my subordinates working for me, and your tribe will be protected by me." "Thank you, Chief. Call me boss." Chenmo's fur purchase and animal training plan changed after he accidentally rescued and subdued the Lakota tribe. As a native of Missouri jungle, Lakota tribe has lived in the forest for generations. They are very familiar with the whole vast jungle. Whereas the location of each Indian tribe, they are very clear. So Chenmo simply gave them the job of purchasing fur. The total population of Lakota tribe is more than 300. Although there are only over 50 elite soldiers, the remaining young, middle-aged, and even old people have excellent fighting power. Even women dare to fight with wild animals with spears. The accuracy of hunting prey with bows and arrows is not much worse than that of ordinary soldiers. So, after learning about the situation of Lakota tribe, Chenmo divided 50 elite soldiers and 50 young people into 10 groups and went to trade fur with Indian tribe. They are more familiar with the situation and rode in the forest than the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company, and they travel much faster in the forest. In addition, the strong physical strength and endurance of long-term hunting exercise, they can carry more materials and fur. Moreover, because Lakota tribe was originally located in the jungle of Missouri, not in the center, but also in the deep jungle, the distance to other tribes was far closer than the acquisition team of American Fur Company, and the time for a round trip was shortened many times. Therefore, the acquisition efficiency of these 10 teams made up of Indian Aborigines could be almost the same as that of the whole United States compared with the purchasing teams of thousands of fur companies. They can basically eat the fur trade of the whole Missouri region. However, once these personnel are dispatched, the defense of Lakota tribe will become extremely empty. Except for these 100 people, most of the rest of the tribe are women, children, and the elderly. Although these people also have a certain combat effectiveness, if they are really attacked by the large forces of American Fur Company, they are definitely not their opponents. But it's not a problem for Chenmo, who has enough guns to equip the Lakota tribe. Before that, they had killed more than a dozen armed men of American Fur Company, as many as 100 people. In addition to seizing a large number of trading materials and fur, they also collected more than 100 guns. However, these fire guns are old and backward flint guns. The shooting speed is very slow. The whole shooting process takes more than 30 seconds. Before that, the armed men of the American Fur Company of more than 30 people finished the preparation work of loading ammunition outside the tribe before entering the tribe. Therefore, Chenmo did not plan to equip Lakota tribe with these backward rifles. In Chenmo's space, there are actually hundreds of the most advanced Springfield M1842 front-loaded shotguns. The M1842 rifle is the first front-loaded shotgun equipped by the U.S. Army. Before that, the U.S. Army used the same flint gun as the armed personnel of American Fur Company. The cartridge used in M1842 is paper shell cartridge, which uses 8G black powder. The quality of round bullet is 31.3 G. Every 10 bullets are packed in a paper bag. When loading, first use the mouth to break the bottom end of the bullet. Pour the gunpowder at the bottom of the bullet into the barrel from the muzzle, and then load the bullet wrapped in paper case from the muzzle, and use the push rod to press it on the top of the gunpowder. After that, place the firing cap on the bottom fire socket, and then set the gun to be fired. Aiming and firing can be carried out. After practice, the operation process only needs 15-20s. Although it only shortens the firing time of more than 10 seconds, if it is matched with the armed personnel of American Fur Company equipped with flint guns, the time of more than 10 seconds is enough to give them an absolute advantage and make those armed personnel lose a lot. Chenmo, regardless of the Indians' eyes, took these rifles out of the space directly and distributed them to the people of Lakota tribe. Not only the 50 soldiers, but also the 50 young people who followed them to purchase, as well as the women and the middle-aged and old people left behind, all received a powerful rifle. In short, in addition to the children who are too young to use a firearm, even the children of James' age and the old people of 60 or 70 years old have received a firearm. Don't look down on these children and old people. As an Indian tribe living in the deep forest and making a living by hunting, the children of the tribe begin to learn and exercise all kinds of hunting skills and use bows and arrows from childhood. It's not too difficult to use the fire gun, which is easier to operate and aim, and those old people are more experienced soldiers. Although they are older, their physical strength are not as good as those of young people, but their shooting skills and experience are much more than them. They are more adept at using fire guns. Once they get familiar with the fire guns, they will soon master the use skills and be able to maintain the accuracy at a high level. Even if the American Fur Company sent another 50, or even 100, troops to guard the elderly, women and children with the most advanced firing-type guns, there would only be an end to the total destruction of the whole army. The American Fur Company, which has been bullying the primitive and backward Indian aborigines and foreign fur merchants with its fire weapons and number of people, has never thought of spending a lot of money to update weapons and equipment. How could they have never thought that it has been blocked by their firearms? The Indian tribes that can't even buy the most backward firewire guns will suddenly have a large number of more than they have in their hands advanced and powerful new rifles. Without the greatest advantage and dependence, American fur companies can no longer oppress and bully the Lakota tribe as recklessly as before. As long as they dare to come again, they will be greeted with a bang in the head. Chieftain Geronimo was shocked by Chenmo's method of turning into a pile of powerful fire guns. He knelt down on the spot with other tribal people who were also suppressed by this amazing scene. This is the power of God. The gods have come to light. Chenmo didn't intend to accept the Indian tribe to serve him. His main purpose of this visit is to experience 2 small businesses, followed by the acquisition of fur. Because there is time, Chenmo is not in a hurry at all. I plan to teach 2 children and let them practice in real time. I would buy fur in the middle and experience life. However, Chenmo changed his mind after he accidentally accepted the Lakota tribe. He intended to give the Indians all the work of fur purchase, including the exercise of Victor and James. Chen Mo plans to let these dispatched purchasing teams search for the armed men of American Fur Company while purchasing fur, master their whereabouts, and return them to the two people for elimination. With the ability of vigilance and concealment of Indian soldiers in the jungle, it's very easy to escape when they are found and follow them. In this way, there are 10 teams familiar with the terrain and conditions to help search for the traces of the enemy. Victor and James are equivalent to 10 pairs of eyes and ears. They are more likely to find the enemy, and their combat efficiency is also greatly improved. They don't need to spend a lot of time searching and catching up. They can exercise in the ordinary day, keep their energy up, and rush to fight after finding the enemy. In this way, their strength will definitely improve much faster than before. Since he accepted the Lakota tribe and took them for his own use, Chen Mo naturally wanted to ensure their loyalty. In the current situation, the simplest way is to pretend to be a magic wand. These Indians are still in the primitive tribal period. They have not been exposed to many external civilizations, and their beliefs are still in a very primitive state. It is easy to fool the Indians with a lot of equipment and capabilities beyond modern technology on Chen Mo's body. The simplest ability to use space to get things out of nothing can make these Indians astonished. Chen Mo also didn't admit his divine identity. He didn't care about the beliefs of these Indians. All he needed was their loyalty. Of course, Chen Mo would return more to them. With the most advanced firing rifles in the current era, the security of the Lakota tribe will be guaranteed. No matter the purchasing team going out or the left behind women and children, they will have enough self-protection power and no longer have to worry about the threat of American fur companies. For Chen Mo, who has magical abilities like gods and 2 powerful warriors like their totems and fierce beasts, in the hearts of all the people of Lakota tribe, he has risen to the height of gods. His loyalty has really increased as Chen Mo hoped, and there is no objection to his arrangement. And these advanced firing rifles have really improved the strength of their tribe. Before, let alone such an advanced new type of muskets. Even the old, dilapidated, primitive, and backward muskets were not sold by American Fur Company. It was by the great power of muskets that American Fur Company was able to suppress many Indian tribes in Missouri, constantly exploit and purchase precious fur at a low price. Now these guns, which they had tried their best and could not get in any way, turned into hundreds in Chen Mo's hands. The whole family, except for the children who could not hold them, regardless of men, women, children, old, weak women and children, all received their own guns. With these guns, the brave Lakota tribe is no longer afraid of any enemies. After a period of contact, familiar with the use of the firearm and having a certain combat effectiveness, 10 acquisition teams are ready to start fur acquisition. In front of the crowd, Chen Mo once again performed miracles and took out a large number of living materials from the space, such as felt, knives, containers, white wine, tobacco, kerosene lamps, matches, kerosene, and so on. Chen Mo is also too lazy to bother, and directly put out nearly 100 cubic meters of materials in the space. The people of Lakota tribe were once again shocked by this amazing scene. Last time, hundreds of muskets were in a large pile, but compared with this pile of materials, they were nothing. When they knelt again, Victor and James looked at the scene in front of them. They couldn't help but look down at their claws and look at each other speechlessly. It's also a special ability. How could our claws only have the fierce names of Wolverine and Saber-toothed Tiger? They are regarded as human and fierce animals, while the ability of Sir is directly regarded as a miracle and worshipped as a god. How can the gap between this man and man be so great? But they are also angry and grumbling. Although they don't fully understand Chen Mo's ability, they know that Chen Mo has stronger terrorist power than them, although he doesn't have the same sharp claw as them. For the strong, he is also their life-saving benefactor. Naturally, they have no other thoughts. Although they are not the same as these stupid Indians, he was regarded as a god, but he was also revered. His loyalty was much stronger than these Indians. Taking the opportunity to consolidate the loyalty of all the Lakota tribe members, Chen Mo ordered 10 acquisition teams to start. They were composed of 10 members, one team, 5 soldiers and 5 teenagers. Each of them carried a huge backpack full of trading materials behind their backs, with a firearm hanging on one shoulder. They were not many brave and good Indian soldiers. They did not completely release them, abandon the original weapon. Today's muskets are not automatic rifles after all. Even the most advanced firing type muskets still need more than 10 seconds to be fired. Therefore, in case of emergency, their original weapons can respond more quickly and attack. So in addition to the muskets, they also carry bows and arrows, as well as sharp daggers or machetes provided by Chen Mo. With these, whether they meet the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company or other Indian soldiers or powerful beasts in the forest, they can take their time to ensure absolute military advantage. The weight of these weapons and materials is enough to weigh hundreds of kilograms, which is very heavy for ordinary people. But for the Indian soldiers who hunt and fight in the forest all the year round, it is just a larger weight of prey. They can carry these things for a long journey, but also ensure enough physical strength and combat power. Even for those young players, it is also not enough to they are not inferior to other soldiers. Their hard life has honed their physique. Their strong body contains strong strength and infinite physical strength. They are far from the city people who need to ride all the time to maintain their dignity. The 10 teams, armed with materials, set out to purchase fur for Chen Mo, while the rest began to sort out a large number of materials Chen Mo took out of the space. Although it was taken away by hundreds of people in 10 teams, this pile of materials did not seem to have been reduced much, and it still stood in the middle of the Lakota tribe like a hill. The original tent of the tribe can't hold these mountain-like materials at all. Chief Geronimo simply led the people to cut down trees and cut down trees. It took 3 days to finally build a dozen large tents and put these hundreds of cubic meters of massive materials into them. For a long time, the departure of the soldiers guarding the tribe did not disturb the tribal people, not to mention the powerful gods and the ferocity of his men. The 2 humanoid beasts that can kill dozens of militants by themselves are still protecting them in the tribe. Just a large number of advanced fire guns given by Chen Mo are enough for them to guard the tribe. The targets of these acquisition teams have been planned for a long time. In addition to what Chen Mo has been to recently, the rest of the tribes have been allocated according to the distance and distance. Each team only needs to move in one direction without turning around. The efficiency is very high. The next day, a team came back first, with a larger volume of fur than the materials they were carrying when they left. When 10 big furry figures of more than 2 meters, nearly 3 meters high and more than 1 meter wide appeared on the outskirts of the tribe, the people in charge of the guard almost shot out, and his companions had begun to fill in bullets, ready to shoot. They have lived in the forest for so many years, and they know the great aggressiveness of grizzly bear. Moreover, their tribe just killed a huge grizzly bear and injured several people. How can they not be shocked by the sudden appearance of a group of them? Even those 2 powerful human fierce beasts are not the opponents of the 10 or so big grizzly bears nearly 3 meters high. But when they think of Chen Mo, who is in charge of the tribe, and the powerful firearm in his hand, they soon calm down, not as flustered as they were at the beginning. We're back. Just as they were ready to shout warning and call for the people to come to eliminate the giant bears, the giant bear, on the opposite side, suddenly spoke. Several people in charge of the guard looked carefully, and then found that at the bottom of the 10 huge furry figures, it was actually one of the acquisition teams that had just left yesterday. It turns out that it's not a grizzly bear at all, but a team member with too much fur on his back. The acquisition team was not far away from the Lakota tribe, and they were very close to each other, so they quickly completed the transaction and came back. As before, the trading materials prepared by Chen Mo are far more attractive than those provided by American Fur Company. They come to trade with Indian people at a fair price. Almost every tribe takes out all the accumulated fur to trade with them, so all the trading materials they bring are quickly traded and exchanged several times volume of fur. During this period, their large amount of materials naturally attracted a lot of coveted eyes. However, when they saw that the gun on the shoulder of 10 people was obviously brand new and advanced than that of American Fur Company, all coveted eyes disappeared and became a thick envy and jealousy. However, no one wanted to try the power of the gun with the lessons of American Fur Company power. All in all, this fur trade was exceptionally smooth. After a day off in the tribe, the team will pick up the backpack again and continue to other tribes for the next transaction. After the first acquisition team came back, the second one was not the whole acquisition team that completed the acquisition, but a young Lakota tribe youth, who was also one of the 10 acquisition teams. "Chief, we found a team of American Fur Companies." In the Indian tent specially prepared for him, Chen Mo got the news from Chief Geronimo. Before Chen Mo could speak, Victor and James could not wait to stand up and look at Chen Mo with burning eyes. Their faces were full of expectation. Chen Mo can't help being speechless. Victor is all. I don't know when James, a timid and gentle man, became belligerent. When he heard that he could take part in the battle, his eyes lit up. Is this the wild instinct aroused after he woke up his ability, or was it brought bad by himself? In any case, this is the main purpose of his sending out the acquisition team. Although the strength of the two men is much higher than when they first came, they still have a lot of room for progress. They need to fight a lot and keep improving in the battle. After this period of observation, Chen Mo has a bold guess that the improvement of Victor and James' own strength seems to have a lot to do with their self-healing ability. To be exact, the more serious the injuries they suffered in the battle, the greater their physical fitness will be after the battle is over and the injuries are recovered. It seems that self-healing ability not only heals their injuries, but also strengthens their strength. But it does make sense. It is also a truth that ordinary people exercise and improve their strength. In the process of exercise, muscle fibers will be damaged, and after rest and adequate nutrition supplement, these damaged muscle fibers will repair and regenerate, and become thicker and stronger than before, including bones. It's also a truth. People who practice martial arts often hit sandbags or stakes with their fists. The bones of the stressed parts will be slightly damaged, and after being repaired later, they will become thicker and harder than before. If you observe the fists of the martial arts practitioners, you will find that their phalanges and joints are significantly stronger and harder than the ordinary people. The ordinary people are likely to break the bricks when they hit them with fists, while the martial arts practitioners can easily break them without any damage. It is a process of destruction, regeneration, and enhancement. However, the process of destruction, regeneration, and enhancement of ordinary people, due to the limitation of their own regeneration ability, must be controlled within a certain range. Once the degree of destruction is not well controlled, beyond the limit of their own regeneration repair, it will cause harm to the body, which is often referred to as training injury. Therefore, ordinary people through exercise, the body-enhanced speed is very slow. Moreover, this process of destruction, regeneration, and enhancement is only manifested in skin, muscle, bone, and other aspects. Once the internal organs, nerves, and other parts are injured, it will be difficult to recover to the original state. Not only will not enhance, but also weaken. But Victor and James are different. They have special abilities which are far more powerful than ordinary people. Victor and James have a powerful self-healing ability. Not only can their skin, muscles, and bones regenerate perfectly after destruction, but also they can be strengthened without leaving any scars. Moreover, their self-healing ability plays a role in all tissues and organs of the whole body, including the heart and brain. The heart is the power of human blood circulation. When the heart is damaged and stops beating and loses the ability to pump blood, the blood in the human body will stop flowing, and all cells in the body will lose the energy and oxygen supplied by the fresh blood and soon die. The brain needs the most oxygen. When the heart stops beating, the brain cells die the fastest. When the heart stops beating for 10-20 seconds, there will be consciousness disorder, syncope, convulsion, and coma. Brain cells will die in about 60 seconds. When the heart stops beating for 6 minutes, all brain cells will die. Within 10 minutes, muscles, viscera, and other organs and cells of the body will gradually die, and the whole body will completely lose vitality. Since Victor and James have not been in the strongest state of self-healing ability for a short time, the speed of body cell repair is slow, and it will take more than 10 minutes for the injury to be completely repaired. It is impossible to repair the damaged heart and restore the energy and oxygen supply of fresh blood before the body cell is completely dead. Therefore, before the heart repair is completed, people will be dead. The repair was interrupted and could not survive. If the self-healing ability of the two people is enhanced, the repair is fast enough to recover the injury before the cell death. Even if the heart is completely damaged or even dug out, the self-healing ability can also recreate a new heart before the brain death to maintain the whole body's cell energy and oxygen supply, and will not die as a result. When the repair speed is fast enough to complete in a few seconds, even the brain will not feel dizzy due to lack of oxygen, let alone coma. But if the brain is directly damaged, it's another matter. There is no doubt that the brain of ordinary people will die if it is damaged, but the cells of Victor and James have the ability of self-healing, including brain cells, so their brain can still be automatically repaired after being damaged. However, the heartbeat is controlled by brain cells. If the brain is damaged, the heart will stop beating instantly. With the current repair ability of the two people, the repair cannot be completed before the whole body cell dies. So brain and heart are still vital to Victor and James. If they are damaged, they will still be dead. In addition, the brain is damaged, or the brain cells are restored after death. Although the brain can be restored, the memory cannot be restored. In the movie, Wolverine is shot into the brain by an Alderman alloy bullet. Although it didn't really die by virtue of its powerful self-healing ability, it resurrected after repairing the brain by its self-healing ability, but all the previous memories have disappeared. Nevertheless, two people who have this kind of strong self-healing ability can also be regarded as immortal. According to Chen Mo's observation of the two people's physical conditions during this period and his understanding of their own bodies, he found that these people with special abilities, after their physical fitness is strong enough, their ability to endure hunger and hypoxia will also be enhanced. After the heart stops beating, they can survive for a longer time than ordinary people, which also reserves enough repair for the body in time. Even if the body is devastated, the heart stops beating, the breath stops, and it seems to be completely dead, but the body cells are still alive and continue to repair the body and can still survive. That is to say, with the improvement of Victor and James' self-healing ability and physical fitness, the speed of body repair is faster and faster, and the time that cells can survive after cardiac arrest is longer and longer. At that time, it will become more and more difficult to kill them. If the ability of the two people is improved infinitely, they can even reach a legendary limit state if the self-healing ability is strong enough and the body cells are strong enough. Even if there is only one cell left, it can still repair and regenerate again. Of course, this kind of situation is only the possibility of limit, which is difficult to reach in fact. These are all future events. Now, Victor and James are not the two fierce beasts in the future, the real saber-toothed tiger and Wolverine. They are just two juveniles with certain self-healing ability, but they will still die when attacked to the heart and brain. Their ability still has a lot of room for improvement. Chen has long found that by virtue of their ability of self-healing, Victor and James' physical quality has been improved by constantly fighting and experiencing destruction, regeneration, and enhancement. They don't need to control the limit of destruction when they practice martial arts or exercise, so as to avoid injury and damage to the body, permanent damage. As long as the heart and brain are not damaged, the more serious the injury they suffer in the battle, the greater the improvement of their physical quality, and their self-healing ability is also increasing with the improvement of their physical quality. Between the self-healing ability and the physical quality, a perfect relationship of mutual promotion and common improvement is formed. As long as the two people keep fighting, they are constantly injured. Self-healing, physical fitness, and self-healing ability will continue to improve. This is just in line with their belligerent nature. It can be seen that they have the instinct to become stronger and stronger by fighting. In the movie, after they left Hollet Manor, they took part in the American Civil War, the First World War, the Second World War, and the Vietnam War successively. It can be seen that their belligerent nature runs through all the time and has been promoting them to participate in the war and improve themselves. In fact, after so many years of fighting, the two men did have a very strong strength and self-healing ability. Even if they were continuously strafed by rifles, they would not die. The wounds could be quickly healed in a few seconds. Even if they were stabbed in the heart, they could continue to fight. The brain could be stuttered by bullets and resurrected again. What Chen Mo is going to do now is to advance this reinforcement, consciously provide them with more fighting opportunities, let them hone their fighting skills in the battle, and constantly strengthen their physical quality and self-healing ability. This time, the fur purchasing team of Lakota tribe found the traces of the armed men of American Fur Company, which means that Victor and James have another chance to fight. They are naturally excited, but this time Chen Mo did not go with them. After nearly a month's fighting, the strength of the two men has improved a lot. The fighting skills Chen Mo gave them have also been mastered skillfully. Before, more than 30 armed men from American fur companies were able to kill them all outside the Lakota tribe. It's not a problem to deal with the armed acquisition team with only about 10 people, and Chen Mo has always been with them to some extent. It also limits their growth. Before, they were unable to deal with a large number of armed enemies due to their lack of strength. Later, they were able to deal with it by themselves. Chen Mo basically stopped fighting and continued to take them as radars to search for targets. Now, with the help of Lakota tribe, they are able to purchase fur and find targets. The strength of Victor and James themselves is complete. There is no problem. Chen Mo is relieved to let them go. In the following days, the acquisition team of Lakota tribe left the tribe with materials and brought back more precious fur. With the help of these acquisition teams and reconnaissance teams, Victor and James went out again and again to exterminate the armed acquisition team of American Fur Company. During this period, the American Fur Company that was sent to Lakota's armed group and disappeared collectively was found to have once again gathered a larger number of people, enough to have more than 60 people come to investigate. But it was found early by Lakota's acquisition team and sent people back to report. This time, because of the large number of people, just in case, Chen Mo went with Victor and James after they set out so that they could get out in time when they were in danger. However, Chen Mo has run for nothing. In this period of continuous fighting, the strength of Victor and James has improved rapidly, not only in strength and self-healing ability, but also in agility, response, and flexibility. With the help of the terrain in the forest, it is difficult for the enemy's bullets to hit them. Under Chen Mo's instruction, the two men also intend to knowledge protects the heart and head, so this time, although the wound is more serious and the body is full of wounds, Chen Mo does not really encounter danger, and Chen Mo has no chance to fight. Chen Mo is very pleased with the growth of the two and is completely relieved of them. The next day, Chen Mo returned to New York with a space full of nearly 1,000 cubic meters of fur, but left Victor and James to continue their training in the forest until the armed men of American Fur Company were completely eliminated. Chen Mo, who was in charge of fur trade with Indians, was entrusted to Chieftain Geronimo, who led the Indians of Lakota tribe to continue fur purchase. Before that, Chen Mo took out a lot of trading materials from the space, enough for them to trade for quite a long time. Chen Mo left the Lakota tribe alone with nearly 1,000 cubic meters of precious fur in the space. He was too lazy to take a carriage again and took out the steel war clothes directly. At the limit speed of 6 times the speed of sound, he only spent 10 minutes to return to New York. Instead of returning to the hotel where he used to live, Chen flew directly to a large warehouse in the north of New York City, the future midtown location of Manhattan. At this time, the development area of New York is only limited to the lower Manhattan area in the future at the southernmost end of Manhattan Island. Even this area has a large area in the north that has not been constructed, which is slightly desolate. The future middle and upper city area bought by Chen Mo is now just a field. This large warehouse was chosen by Chen Mo before he left. He ordered people to start construction, which had already been completed. After Chen Mo bought the northern part of Manhattan, it directly turned into a large-scale farm, employing farmers to carry out large-scale planting, and it is not usually crowded. The area where the warehouse is located has been left alone, surrounded by many tall trees, which can't be seen from the outside. After releasing all the fur from the space and moving it to the warehouse, Chen came back to New York City and stayed in the luxury hotel. Chen Mo has brought back these valuable fur. The next step is to sell them and realize them. The business team formed by Chen Mo with a high salary some time ago will come into use. "Boss, you are back." Tom, the head of the business team called by Chen Mo, met Chen Mo in the hotel. Although I wonder why their super rich boss would rather stay in a hotel than buy a real estate, but these things are not what he should ask as a subordinate. He didn't mention them, just respectfully greeted Chen Mo and reported his work in this period. Before that, they have been helping Chen Mo to acquire land, including the land in Manhattan, which is the result of this team. During the period when Chen Mo and the two children left, they have been acquiring land in the undeveloped area next to the current New York City, and they have gained a lot. In a period of time with the development of New York City, the value of these land will soar, but now they have a new mission. "I asked you to build a warehouse in central Manhattan," Chen Mo said slowly, looking at Tom with serious and rigorous face. "That's right, boss. The warehouse was built half a month ago. It's empty as you ordered. No one is allowed to approach it." Tom thought of Chen Mo's strange explanation and nodded to confirm it. Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded and was very satisfied with the efficiency of the team. "Land acquisition can be put first. I put some fur in that warehouse and you will deal with it." Chen Mo's voice was flat. Tom didn't know where Chen Mo had gone and what he had done during this period. In fact, he felt that Chen Mo had made a fuss when he asked them to stop their land acquisition and deal with their fur. With the strength of their team, it's not complicated to deal with a little fur. There's no need to stop the work in hand and finish it specially. But they are Chen Mo's private business team. Chen Mo's words are orders. They only need to execute. Even if Chen Mo asked them to sell all their land at a low price, they had to do the same. However, if that happens, they will still make some persuasion. Now they just need to follow Chen Mo's instructions. So Tom promised to go back to the large warehouse in the middle of Manhattan. Anyway, the work assigned by the boss should be done well. After all, Chen Mo's salary for them is not low. However, when he opened the warehouse door and looked at the mountain of precious fur in front of him, the shock and surprise in his heart was extremely strong. At the same time, Tom couldn't help but feel relieved. No wonder the boss asked them to stop the land acquisition and try their best to sell fur. He thought the boss was making a fuss, but he didn't expect the boss to quietly get so many precious fur. If all the fur in this full warehouse were cleaned up, it would be a huge wealth. But where do these fur come from? In the United States, there is only one source of such a large amount of fur. That is, the Indians, who think that Chen Mo disappeared for more than a month, and these fur are likely to be acquired by Chen Mo from the Indians through some channels. Tom's analysis is correct, but he didn't expect that these fur were almost snatched by Chen Mo from John Jacob Astor, the richest man in the United States. Chen Mo not only robbed his business, but also killed a lot of the armed forces in his hands. Tom didn't know this. After the initial shock, he quickly recovered and began to perform his own work. He brought Chen Mo back from the Missouri jungle and sold the huge amount of fur stored in the warehouse at the highest possible price. It's not hard for a top-level team of industry elites, but the amount of fur is so huge that it can't be finished in a moment. At this time, not only the European mainland has a strong demand for fur, but also the United States is very keen on these beautiful fur. So Chen Mo's private business team, after analyzing the prices and transportation costs of the two channels in Europe and the United States, decided to sell to the European and domestic markets at the same time, and soon established in the following time two stable sales channels not only ensure high enough sales price and revenue, but also enable funds to be recovered quickly. With the operation of the team, the fur in the warehouse is gradually sold, and a large amount of money is exchanged. Nearly 1,000 cubic meters of precious fur is extremely valuable, which is several times higher than the value of the gold that Chen Mo brought to the world. Although only a small part of it has been sold now, in fact, the amount of money he got is a very large number. Chen Mo's enclosure plan is launched again. This time, his goal is Brooklyn. Brooklyn is also a farm owned by Benson family, the owner of Brooklyn Gas Company. In later generations, the land was divided into small pieces and sold after many years, and houses were built to form the later community. Now, like the northern Manhattan area that Chen Mo bought before, it's just a tidy farmland. Benson was very happy when he learned that the rich Chinese who had just bought Midtown and northern Manhattan had taken a fancy to their farm. He has owned this huge farm for many years, but the profit brought to him is not much, far behind the high income of his Brooklyn Gas Company. Recently, he is planning to increase investment and expand the business of the gas company. He originally wanted to take the farm as a mortgage loan to the bank, but it will take a lot of time to check the procedures, and the money that can be lent will not be too much. After all, the land is not worth much in this year. Now that the Chinese rich man is interested in his farm, Benson is happy to sell the chicken ribs in his heart. However, he had intended to bully Chen Mo, a wealthy Chinese from abroad, who didn't know the market situation and killed him severely. How could he expect that the acquisition team sent by the other side was extremely professional? He made a clear investigation of the land value and income of his farm. Even the news that he contacted the bank and intended to borrow money was found out by them. When they saw that the other side had done their homework, they were in a hurry. Benson, who cashed in money to expand the company, gave up other ideas and signed the contract reluctantly. At a slightly lower price than the market price, he sold Brooklyn with an area of more than 250 square kilometers to Chen Mo. However, when the real money and silver are in the bag, Benson is still very excited. With this money, his gas company's expansion funds will be available, even more than his original plan, and his expansion plan can be expanded more. This time, Brooklyn Gas Company is sure to usher in a huge leap. In the future, its own gas company will be the largest gas company in the United States. In his excitement, Benson's ambition grew even more, and he couldn't help calling Tom and others who were going to leave. Wait. Tom and others can't help but stop and look back at Benson, who is red. "Mr. Benson, is there anything else?" asked Tom politely, who was in charge of the team. "I have another piece of land in Queens. Although it's not as large as this one, it's also over 100 square kilometers. If you want, you can sell it to me." Benson's eyes were shining with gold. He looked at Tom expectantly. Since he planned to develop the gas company in power, the rest of the farm would be useless. He just sold it together to add another fire to the rise and development of his gas company. Tom didn't nod directly when he heard the words, but replied politely, "I need to go back and ask my boss." In the end, the Queen's land fell into the hands of Chen Mo, and the price was cheaper than that of Brooklyn. After all, Benson was in a hurry to sell the land. He was obviously in a hurry to get rid of it. Tom did not hesitate to push down the price. He had planned to get out of the farm and found that Benson of his gas company didn't pay attention to the difference. He signed a contract more simply than last time. After buying Brooklyn, south of Manhattan and across the river from downtown New York, Chen left the luxury hotel in downtown New York and moved to the huge estate built by Benson family in Brooklyn Farm. Chen Mo, who is used to the manor, doesn't like the business atmosphere in the center of New York. And now it's the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines are widely used in industry, and gas companies and other factories burn a lot of coal, so the air quality in New York City is actually poor, far less fresh than the Brooklyn air surrounded by the sea in the south. Here in Brooklyn, I bought an extra piece of land in Queens, and the fur in Missouri came here one after another. It wasn't Victor and James who were in charge of the transportation, but the Indian soldiers of Lakota tribe. Wearing bird feathers, long black hair, Indian-style leather clothes and pants, Indian soldiers with fierce faces escorted a dozen wagons loaded with goods from Missouri to New York. It took Chen Mo only 10 minutes to fly in a steel battle suit, but they walked for nearly 10 days. On the way, no one thought of them, but faced with Indian soldiers with better weapons and better fighting consciousness than the army, they successfully arrived at New York after killing several groups of armed groups that were despised by the Indians. When they first entered New York, this special team also caused a stir. Fortunately, they went directly to the middle part of Manhattan belonging to Chen Mo. Only the people in Chen Mo Farm saw it. Otherwise, it was estimated that even the police would be alarmed. After all, the presence of a fully armed Indian in the city would cause quite a stir. In this way, the news of the Indian team spread quickly to New York, and John Jacob Astor finally knew who was doing the right thing with him. But now he is also gradually unable to see Chen Mo. At first, the Chinese rich man was ridiculed by them in a large number of enclosure in the remote northern suburb of New York City. But with Brooklyn being taken by him, he has become the largest landlord around New York City. Although it is only some suburban land, it has also aroused many people's murmurs. However, no matter what they think, they can't guess Chen Mo's intention. These lands can't be developed for decades. What's the point of buying them at this time? Instead of changing the money into these remote lands that haven't got much profit for a long time, it's better to invest the money in the real estate and financial fields of the city. As long as the operation is good, it can be multiplied several times quickly, but no one scolds him for being an idiot. Anyway, these assets are real. Even if he doesn't do anything, doesn't carry out any business operation, and just keeps these lands, his assets have surpassed most people in New York. When someone who is almost or even less than you does something you don't understand, people will laugh at him. When someone who is much better than you does the same thing, no one will laugh. However, compared with Chen Mo's intention of buying these remote lands, John Jacob Astor was more curious about how he subdued the rebellious Indian tribes. Even if he had operated in Missouri for so many years, he only monopolized the trade with the Indians so that they could only trade with him, be oppressed and exploited by him, but wanted to collect it is impossible for them to obey and command them to do things for themselves. He didn't even dare to exchange firearms and other weapons with these Indians. He was afraid that they would resist him and threaten his rule in Missouri. But Chen Mo, a seemingly conservative and short-sighted Chinese rich man who only knew how to hoard land blindly, was able to accept them and take these arrogant Indians for his own use, breaking his monopoly in Missouri, which made John Jacob Astor look at Chen Mo with a high eye. It seems that this Chinese rich man is not as simple as they think, but he will not give up like this. How about accepting the Indian tribes? These savage and backward Indians are just talking beasts. They are not even citizens of the United States. They are not protected by law. Even if they are all killed, there is no problem. If it wasn't for these wild people who are good at hunting to provide him with precious fur, he would have used his powerful armed forces to kill all these wild people who are not obedient. Compared with the armed men of American Fur Company who have advanced firearms, the Indians who still use bows and spears as weapons, although they have higher fighting quality and are more fearless of death, are in an absolute disadvantage in firepower. They are not the opponents of these armed men at all. Even if these native Indians who were accepted by Chen Mo had guns, how could they go out of the forest? John Jacob Astor had some ways to deal with them. What he cared more about was Chen Mo. Before, he didn't know who was fighting for control of Missouri, so he had been passive. Now that he knew that Chen Mo was fighting against him, John Jacob Astor didn't worry. If Chen Mo has been hiding behind the scenes, carefully hiding himself, not so loudly let the Indians transport fur to his land, John Jacob Astor is also very difficult to find him, and there is no way to take him. It's a pity that the rich Chinese don't know whether they are arrogant or really have no brains. They expose themselves so easily. It's easy to find the main thing. The armed men in the Missouri forest are not Chen Mo's men or the opponents of the native Indians who have guns. They can't help themselves. They can only let them develop. At most, they can only shrink their strength and increase the number of people in each acquisition team. But in New York, the base camp he has run for decades, it's not easy to deal with Chen Mo, an outsider without any foundation. In recent years, he has left Missouri's business to his subordinates, but he has been staying in New York, developing in real estate, finance, mining, industry, and other fields. It seems that he has long forgotten his barbarism and ferocity, pretending to be a civilized businessman. For the time being, he does not intend to use Chen Mo's strength, but intends to use his best business means to deal with Chen Mo, the outsider, is also a good way to show that he is the richest man in the United States. After a lot of investigation, Chen Mo's actions after coming to New York were basically clear to him. When he learned that Chen Mo hired top talents in various industries with high salary and set up a private team to manage business affairs for him, John Jacob Astor sneered. The local Bao from Huaxia has some brains. They know how to hire professionals to serve themselves. Raised his right hand, put the big Cuban cigar between his fingers into his mouth and took a sip. John Jacob Astor slowly spewed out a puff of smoke and said scornfully, "But this is America, America where money is the most important. Fight me, you're a little tender." John Jacob Astor found out that there was a fatal flaw in Chen Mo's body, which was the private business team. All of Chen Mo's business activities, whether buying land or selling fur, are through this team. Once this team turns around, Chen Mo will become nothing in an instant. John Jacob Astor thought he had caught Chen Mo's fatal weakness and was very proud of it. He immediately sent his powerful staff to bribe Chen Mo's private business team. He didn't know why Chen Mo was so careless. He left all his business to a group of people who didn't know how to manage it. Didn't he think the employees who signed the contract would never betray him? It's ridiculous, but it's good news for him. John Jacob Astor secretly ridiculed Chen Mo's overestimation of American professional ethics. After so many years in the United States, he did not know how many cheats and betrayals he saw. In his opinion, the so-called professional ethics is just that the price offered is not enough. As the richest man in the United States, John Jacob Astor, who has huge assets, has enough confidence to offer a satisfactory price. Moreover, he will not suffer any loss. No matter how big their appetite is, they have no status, contacts, or influence. Finally, most of Chen Mo's huge wealth will go into his pocket, making his position as the richest man in the United States more stable. Not only can he retaliate against Chen Mo and wipe out the Chinese rich who violated his interests and posed a huge threat to his position as the richest man in the United States, but also make a big profit by the way, the absolute value of the business. John Jacob Astor is confident to wait for his private business team to take over Chen Mo's property, but in the end, his staff brings him an incredible news. He secretly contacted several members of Chen Mo's team and tried to bribe them, but all of them were rejected without exception. No matter how high the price he offered, all of them were unmoved and refused to violate their professional ethics. How can John Jacob Astor be such a fool? Even if someone cannot act for the benefit, adhere to professional ethics and be loyal to the employer, it is a minority. How can the whole team be such a loyal and principled person? John Jacob Astor, who refused to give up easily, ordered his staff to try all the members of Chen Mo's business team, bullying and luring. If the price could be higher, he would not believe that these people were all brain dead. Even if these people are really loyal, John Jacob Astor still believes that as long as the price is up, there will be no one who can't be bought. In his view, these people are not too strong in principle, but too big an appetite. Then keep raising the price and feed them. However, the final result is the same. Chen Mo's team is really like a stone. If they don't enter into the oil and salt, they can offer attractive conditions, but they still can't persuade anyone to betray Chen Mo. Each team is stinky and hard, and they are not moved by the interests at all. At the same time, John Jacob Astor was deeply envious of Chen Mo. How could such a loyal, principled, and professional person all run into his hands? Such loyal and reliable subordinates are few in his hands, and he is not sure whether they will betray him when others give enough price. So he never easily believes these subordinates and is always on guard against being betrayed. This often made him feel very tired, but he had to do so. So John Jacob Astor was very jealous that Chen Mo had just recruited such a rare group of reliable employees. In fact, if he hadn't sent someone to test, these people wouldn't be able to gain his importance and trust even under his hands. After all, he's not Chen Mo, the super perception that can see the smallest changes in people's bodies and can't distinguish their true ideas. Naturally, he can't select the qualified candidates from many applicants, let alone the qualified ones dare to reuse them as safely as Chen Mo. Therefore, Chen Mo's way of managing assets in the form of shaking hands and shopkeepers is simply impossible for others to copy. The way to buy Chen Mo's private business team and copy Chen Mo's background at one stroke is not feasible. John Jacob Astor is jealous and angry, but he is unwilling to do so. Soon, another idea is born. After buying Brooklyn, Chen Mo still has a lot of money in his hand. With the new fur being transported in large quantities and being sold and cashed by the business team quickly, Chen Mo has more and more money in his hand, so Chen Mo continues to circle around New York. In the future, besides Manhattan and Brooklyn, there will be Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. Chen Mo has a lot of money in his hands, and these areas are still fields, villages, and farms like Brooklyn. The price is not high. Chen Mo simply launched the acquisition of 3 areas at the same time. In his luxurious villa in the center of Manhattan, John Jacobs Astor got the news from the housekeeper. When his heart moved, he looked up and asked the housekeeper, "What do you think the Chinese want to do?" When the steward heard John Jacob Astor's question, he bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Master, it's said that these Chinese people are very keen to buy land. In China, all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries, no matter the princes and princes or the officials and businessmen, all own a large area of land. Moreover, people of different identities and titles have strict restrictions on the area of land they can own. The larger the area of land they own, the identity of this person will be represented the higher the status is. If the area of land owned exceeds the limit of one's own status, it will be arrogated and the head will be killed." When John Jacob Astor heard this, he had some thoughts in his mind but listened to the housekeeper. But in America, there are no restrictions on land transactions. As long as we have money, we can buy land at will. We can buy as much as we want. At this point, the housekeeper could not help but smile sarcastically. The local bun from China must be rich but dare not buy land in China. After arriving in our country without the restrictions of those rules, the heart of this enclosure will be out of control. It wants to buy a large area of land and lead an addiction of princes and nobles. When John Jacob Astor heard this, he nodded and agreed with the housekeeper. All of a sudden, John Jacob Astor's eyes brightened and his heart began to work. "Don't you like to hoard land? Then I'll help you." Chen Mo's team's acquisition of the 3 regions started quickly, but due to the limited number of team members, they carried out one by one, starting with the Bronx district in northern Manhattan. However, shortly after the acquisition, there was a problem. They found that many landowners who had just talked about the land and had not yet given a reply suddenly sold the land to others. Some land that they had not yet had time to contact and negotiate was also snapped up at a high price. It seems that a large number of competitors are competing with them for the land in these areas. In response to this emergency, Tom, the head of Chen Mo's private business team, immediately reported to Chen Mo, "Boss, just at the beginning of our acquisition of the Bronx, a lot of competitors suddenly appeared. They were numerous and moved faster than us. They raised the price of the land a lot as soon as they started. Now it's very difficult for us to complete the acquisition at normal price. Tom, the head of Chen Mo's private business team, came to the office of Chen Mo's manor, reported the latest situation to Chen Mo, and asked Chen Mo's opinion, whether to raise the price to continue the acquisition, compete with them, or simply give up the acquisition. As far as the current situation is concerned, even if they turn to acquire the land in Queens and Staten Island, the other party is likely to continue to follow. Chen Mo didn't have any accidents when he got their reports. Although the people behind the scenes deliberately hid their identities and sent a large number of agents to create a false image of many businessmen blindly following the trend of buying because of Chen Mo's previous wanton purchase, Chen Mo knew that they were all standing behind the same person, now the richest man in the United States, John Jacob Astor. When Chen Mo first decided to take John Jacob Astor, he had expected to be revenged by him. Chen Mo did not hide the meaning of Indians, which showed that Chen Mo did not pay attention to the richest man in the United States. Chen Mo is not in a hurry to acquire these lands. These areas are still far away from real development. There is no big difference between the acquisition now and the acquisition decades later. There is no big change in price and other aspects. He just wants to get to the right place in one step and finish this little thing at once. At this time, the other party suddenly inserted a hand horizontally, obviously seeing Chen Mo's persistence to the enclosure and wanted to pit Chen Mo. "Boss, the price of these land has exceeded its actual value, and there is no need to purchase now. Purchase plan, do you want to continue?" Tom, the head of the business team, asked Chen Mo. They just put forward suggestions. Whether to continue the acquisition or not depends on Chen Mo's order. Continue to purchase, he raised the price and we also raised it. We should take out a necessary posture, no matter how much money. I'm going to decide on this land. John Jacob Astor thinks he's secretly pitching Chen Mo, but he doesn't know that Chen Mo has been waiting for him. Now that he has started, Chen Mo will go on directly. Then, under the instruction of Chen Mo, the acquisition team immediately and appropriately raised the acquisition price according to the current situation, and finally seized some land. But the other party's response was also very fast, and immediately raised the acquisition price again. In this way, the price of these originally very cheap land has increased by nearly half under the competition of both sides. If we continue like this, it will soon double. In fact, John Jacob Astor didn't raise the price blindly. He was also trying at first. First, he raised the price and snapped up some land from Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo immediately followed the price increase. Then, John Jacob Astor gradually controlled the price increase. At this time, if Chen Mo gave up the purchase, he would have no more than scheming I bought some suburban land which was very cheap at a higher price. But if Chen Mo continues to buy at a high price, it means that Chen Mo really has a strong attachment to these lands as he expected, or even the potential is inevitable. In this way, he can safely carry out the next plan. John Jacob Astor's purpose is not just to raise the price, but to earn a lot of money from Chen Mo and get all the profits from the fur trade that Chen Mo stole from him back. When the price of land in the most competitive area of the Bronx, which borders the northern part of Manhattan, rose to 1.5 times as high as before, some people began to sell out. Many land that had been bought at a low price before began to be sold at a high price, which seemed to be a lot of speculation. This is actually John Jacob Astor's last attempt to see how determined Chen Mo is to buy the land. He can also rest assured that he will arrange the later. As he expected, if someone sold it, Chen Mo would buy it all without hesitation, regardless of the price. At that time, John Jacob Astor was completely relieved and began to launch all the forces in his hands to buy the land in Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. As John Jacob Astor controls the scope of the competition, only the southernmost part of the Bronx and the northern part of Manhattan have the highest land price rise, while the land prices of other places have only slightly increased, and the land prices of Queens and Staten Island have not changed much. These lands were quickly eaten by John Jacob Astor with his contacts and influence in New York for many years. Then, John Jacob Astor directly doubled the price and began to sell them to the outside world, happily waiting for Chen Mo to take a bite of them. If Chen is really an ordinary rich man from China, it is possible for him to pay a high price to buy the land in the hands of John Jacob Astor for his inner attachment to the land, and to get the vast land. Although the price of these lands has more than doubled, compared with China, which has a much denser population and is dominated by farming, they still account for the price of cabbage. Unfortunately, although Chen Mo also came from China, he was not a Chinese in this period. When John Jacob Astor ate all the land in these areas, Chen Mo stopped buying the land directly. When they began to sell the land to the outside and waited for Chen Mo to take over at a high price, they found that Chen Mo suddenly stopped. Master, in the luxurious villa of John Jacob Astor, a study with luxurious and elegant decoration, and full of cultural and artistic atmosphere, the housekeeper knocked on the door and came in with a low head cry. When John Jacob Astor saw the housekeeper's appearance, he thought that he was coming to report the good news of the land sale. He was in a good mood. He leaned back on the back of the broad chair and smoked the cigar in his hand, which made him open his mouth slowly. "How is it?" The housekeeper didn't answer the question directly after he asked. He still stood there with his head down. After a long time, he said haltingly, They stopped buying. Those lands all in our hands can't be sold." "What?" John Jacob Astor's eyes widened. His hands shook uncontrollably like Parkinson's. The cigar between his fingers fell on the desk and burned a dark burn mark on the surface of the precious yew-wood desk. At this time, however, he was not able to pay attention to these things. After the initial shock and consternation, John Jacob Astor finally reflected that he had been calculated. At first, he knew that he was the one who manipulated the land price, and he guessed his purpose. So he just took the plan and bought the land together with him at a high price, cooperated with his acting, and let himself think that he was bound to get the land, lured him to finally implement the plan, mobilized all the forces, and bought all the remaining land in the 3 regions first. In the end, all of these lands fell into his hands. Except for Chen Mo, no other person could come out to take over the offer and put out such a huge amount of money to buy suburban land. With this money, they would rather invest in real estate or stocks in New York City, which is much higher than the income from buying these remote lands. John Jacob Astor thought that he had found out Chen Mo's idea, mobilized almost all the working capital under his name, invested in the land acquisition, and was full of confidence to give Chen Mo a hand, and took the opportunity to make a lot of money. Unexpectedly, he finally got Chen Mo's way and trapped all the funds. At that time, John Jacob Astor was completely angry. He didn't care about the hat of the richest man and civilized businessman in the United States. He completely tore the disguise of civilization and revealed his ferocious side when he was a fur merchant at first. In fact, in recent years, he has only pretended to be a man. In private, he still uses cruel means to kill many people who have blocked his way. This time, I just despised Chen Mo, the rich man from China, and tried to play Chen Mo with the idea of civilization. However, since the commercial means on the surface can't play Chen Mo, he made the old idea again. Call Rex. John Jacob Astor finally calmed down after a big blast at the housekeeper in the study, and said to the housekeeper with his head down. The next night, more than a dozen white men with 2 guns in their waists and fierce faces galloped towards Chen Mo's Brooklyn estate on high horses. The whole Brooklyn area has been bought by Chen Mo, and it is still operated as a farm as it used to be. Because of its huge area, although many farmers are employed here, it is still difficult to see people at ordinary times. At this time, in the middle of the night, in addition to the flat and vast farmlands under the moonlight, no one can see. Just as they were galloping towards the only lighted manor in the dark, a huge sound like a falling shell suddenly sounded overhead. People can't help but change their faces. They don't have time to think about how cannons would fall in the middle of the night here, and they didn't hear the sound of shelling at all. They hurriedly urged their horses to run around to avoid the cannonball falling from the sky. But the next moment, with a huge weight falling to the ground in front of the ring, people could not help but quickly rein in the reins, trying to stop the horse's momentum. Finally, he stopped the horse, and the confused people could not help but look at the front with frightened faces. Only one piece of dark armor, which almost melted into the night, appeared in front of them in the moonlight. This armor looks like a medieval knight's full-length armor, but its appearance is more thick and handsome, with clear edges and corners. It is not as bulky as ordinary armor, but it has a sense of flexibility. This set of armor that did not know where it came from stood on the road like this. The white light in the eyes seemed to stare at them with murderous eyes, which made them feel a palpitation. As the gunner under John Jacob Astor, they don't know how many competitors and enemies they have solved for him. It's hard to count the people who died in their hands, but they have never met the situation today. It's like the steel armor falling from the sky like a shell. What is it? Chen Mo, dressed in iron and steel battle clothes, is the one who appears to suppress all these murderous killers. He had thought that John Jacob Astor would come up with some other means to deal with him, but he had no idea that he was so poor. After being trapped by Chen Mo, he sent the assassin in a rage. Chen Mo, who used to play with him, didn't want to drag on. He didn't use steel for a while. He just put on his suit and went for a ride, so Chen Mo didn't wait for them to come to the manor to kill them. Instead, he put on his steel war suit and went out to meet them. After landing from the sky to stop these killers, Chen Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense. Two pieces of armor on the shoulders of both sides of the war clothes suddenly bounced off, and two miniature bomb nests rose from the inside. There were 60 miniature automatic tracking missiles arranged in a dense and orderly way. In fact, the energy weapon is the best weapon to destroy the corpse. But Chen Mo always used the energy weapon before. Instead, the iron and steel battle suit was completely reduced to a flying tool, and the weapon above was never used. Chen Mo decided to try the power of the weapon on the iron and steel battle suit. In the eyes of all the people who were puzzled, more than a dozen bullet-sized micro-automatic tracking missiles shot out of the bomb nest at a high speed, crossed an arc, and flew to a dozen killers whose faces changed dramatically in an instant. The speed of the micro-automatic tracking missile is what they can avoid. The color of horror on their faces has not yet fully emerged, let alone they make any response. In the eyes of the public, a dozen missiles almost hit the target at the same time, shooting them down, lying on the ground quickly lost their vitality. A dozen horses lost their master's control and walked around aimlessly. Some of them simply went to the fields and ate crops. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, but he put away the spring nest with his shoulders and didn't kill all the horses together. Anyway, he also has pasture here, so we can raise them together. After eating my crops, it's my horse. These horses are specially used for these killers. In order to prevent being found, they are not branded with the owner's brand. Besides, if John Jacobs Astor can come to him alive to ask for help. Regardless of the horses who all bowed their heads and began to harm the crops, Chen Mo stepped forward and waved the bodies into the space. Chen Mo couldn't help exclaiming that it's better to use energy weapons to kill people and kill corpses. When time goes by, he thinks about fighting and ignores the actual use. It seems that when he goes back, he needs to upgrade his battle clothes and add energy weapons. This is a postscript, not for the time being. The micro-tracking missile, equipped on the steel battle suit, is not a common bullet. The wound and the damaged tissue inside the body are burned directly by the slight explosion flame of the micro-missile. The appearance is no different from that of the shot, but there is not a drop of blood flowing from the wound. Chen Mo collected the bodies of a group of killers, and then directly controlled the steel battle clothes to rise up in the air, and quickly ascended into the air, toward the north of New York City. Sitting in his luxurious and elegant study, John Jacob Astor gently stroked the ugly black mark on the glossy yew desk burned by cigars. His eyes were wandering, and he did not know what he was thinking. I thought Chen Mo was just a local bun from China. I didn't know anything, but I only knew how to circle the land blindly. I don't know who says fur trade makes money, so I dare to run to Missouri forest to rob my own business. He was supposed to be killed by his company's armed men, but he didn't know whether it was because of his skin color or other reasons. He was so lucky that he accepted an Indian for his use and boldly provided a large number of fire guns to these Indians. The Indians who had fire guns, even the outlaws under him, were not rivals. They stole most of the fur business from him. They also caused huge casualties to his men by virtue of these fierce Indians. In this way, John Jacob Astor didn't take the foreign rich seriously. He wanted to deal with him by means of civilization with a playful attitude, but he failed repeatedly, and finally forced him to use force just like those fierce opponents. This makes John Jacob Astor, who has always despised Chen, uncomfortable. How could John Jacob Astor be reconciled to the fact that he was oppressed by a stupid and savage outsider in his mind? However, after tonight, there will be no such person in the world. No matter how fierce he is, he can't escape from the palm of his hand at last. All the people who are right with him are doomed. However, John Jacob Astor was very concerned about Chen Mo, the opponent who made him suffer a lot of losses. To be exact, he was very bitter about Chen Mo's failure. He hated Chen Mo for a long time and could not sleep at all without hearing the news that he was killed. With his fingers caressing the dents on the table, John Jacob Astor calculated the time in his mind. Now, Rex and others should have started. Hateful Chinese businessman. In the Missouri jungle, I have no way to take the Indians who are equipped with fire guns. Your private business team is also loyal to you. I was put together by you to buy the land. But this time, in the face of the real and powerful force in my hands, it depends on how you escape this robbery. Tonight, you will surely die. Just as John Jacob Astor imagined the tragic ending of Chen Mo's being beaten into a sieve by the gunman he sent out, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but evoking a grim sneer. A dull buzzing sound suddenly sounded above his head. Accompanied by the sound, the whole room seemed to shake, and the sound of falling bricks and stones also followed, as if this solid the villa was smashed by something, and John Jacob Astor's hand on his desk felt the strong vibration very clearly. What's the matter? What can cause so much damage and so much vibration? Before John Jacob Astor could react, another same dull hum and the sound of broken bricks followed. This time, the vibration from the table was more intense, which made his hands numb, and the sound seemed to be right in front of him. John Jacob Astor couldn't care about his numb hands and his aching ears. Just in the open space in front of his desk, a large number of bricks and stones fell from above, banging on the smooth oak floor, and a cloud of smoke and dust came down from the ceiling with bricks and stones, floating towards the whole study a smell of cement, and dust soon came to my nose. But John Jacob Astor didn't care to take out the handkerchief in his suit and vest pocket as usual and cover his mouth and nose gracefully. He just sat there, head up, eyes wide, shocked at the big hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling above, and the dark and cold steel armor slowly falling down in the hole. It's similar to the medieval knight's full body armor, but it's heavier and more aggressive. There's an unspeakable mechanical beauty of black armor. There's a bright white flame at the end of the limbs, and there's a bright cold white light at the position of the chest and eyes, as if it's completely free from the influence of gravity. I don't know how to slowly from the upper ceiling it landed steadily in the hole and finally landed on the floor in front of John Jacob Astor with a crisp sound of steel contacting the floor. Sitting in the broad seat, John Jacob Astor was as frightened as seeing an alien. He looked at the nearly 2-meter-high armor in front of him. He only felt his brain was in chaos. In his dream, he could not understand what was going on. I must be too tired to sleep. It's a dream. This must be a dream. But when John Jacob Astor took a bite of his tongue, he didn't wake up as he thought, but only felt a sharp pain. The scene in front of him was incredible, and the incredible picture didn't change at all. You what monster are you? Although Chen Mo was in the steel war suit, he still sensed the little action of John Jacob Astor, knowing that he thought he was dreaming just now. With a scornful smile in his heart, Chen Mo controls Jarvis and opens his battle suit. Hum ka, a sound of machine running and armor opening and closing was heard. Under John Jacobs Astor's astonishing gaze, the dark and cold steel battle suit was like Transformer deformation. The front armor quickly spread to both sides, revealing the tall and powerful figure inside. Chen Mo, dressed in a fine suit, walked out of the open armor slowly and arranged some pleated sleeves at will. Chen Mo went to the chair in front of the desk and sat down at will. He looked up at John Jacob Astor, who was full of horror on the opposite face. He said slowly with a smile on his mouth, but his voice was extremely cold. "I'm here to thank you for buying me so much land and sending me more than 10 good horses tonight." John Jacob Astor was stunned at the words, but looking at Chen Mo's skin color and facial features, which were obviously different from those of white people, he quickly came up with a name in his mind. "It's you." John Jacobs Astor never thought that the stupid and backward Chinese businessman in his eyes would have such a ghostly ability. He was shocked by the magical steel armor that can change and fly, and the ability to easily break the solid house. "Who are you?" John Jacobs Astor's voice was shaking. Chen Mo at this time and his impression that the Chinese businessman was totally different. Was he a man or a ghost or an angel sent by God to punish him? Ignoring the problems of John Jacob Astor and his thoughts, Chen Mo released a dozen gunmen who had just been killed by him from the space and threw them on the floor of his study. A dozen corpses were piled into a hill on the ground, which made John Jacob Astor scared. How could these bodies appear out of thin air? Is he really an angel, or the emissary of hell? "I've sent the people who came to help you with the horses. Now it's time to take you with them." Chen Mo's cold words rang in John Jacob Astor's ear. At the same time, John Jacob Astor saw a familiar face from the pile of corpses on the ground. His angry eyes were full of ferocity. At this time, it was a face full of horror. It was not his #1 killer, Rex. That night, John Jacobs Astor, the richest man in the United States, exploded and set fire to his luxury villa in New York City. The whole villa was in ruins in the explosion. The fire was burning fiercely. After the fire brigade arrived, they tried hard for a long time to put it out. Fortunately, John Jacobs Astor's mansion was relatively open, and there was no wind that night, which did not cause more damage. It had been several hours before dawn, and the fire was getting smaller. The luxurious villa of John Jacobs Astor was completely burnt down, and even the body turned to fly ash. All this was caused by a heavy high-explosive shell in the leg armor of the steel battle suit released by Chen Mo in John Jacobs Astor's study. After the collapse of John Jacob Astor, his property was quickly auctioned off. The large piece of land he had bought at a high price before was fully paid by Chen Mo at a much lower price than the original price. After all, those lands are so remote that no one is interested in them except Chen Mo. What's more, Chen Mo and John Jacobs Astor's fight for control of the fur trade in Missouri has spread rapidly with the emergence of Indian soldiers who arrived in Manhattan. After suffering losses in Missouri, John Jacobs Astor has been against Chen Mo and intervened in his acquisition of the land. But just after he bought all the remaining land near New York City, his villa exploded and caught fire, and it was obvious that it was man-made to see the powerful explosion that almost flattened the villa and the horrible fire that lasted for hours. Anyone with a mind can guess that Chen Mo must have something to do with it. However, there is no monitoring in this era, all of which can only be said to be speculation. There is no evidence to prove that Chen Mo is related to this incident, just as John Jacob Astor used to deal with those competitors. In the United States today, laws are far less powerful than those of later generations. Killing and darkness are staged every day. Wealth and power are the foundation of this country. For Chen Mo, John Jacob Astor is just a little adjustment in the long time he will spend in the world. He goes out for a ride in a steel war suit, tries out weapons, and kills them by the way. Chen Mo soon leaves them behind and continues his arrangement. When the 4 districts of Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island have not been officially assigned to New York City. When they merged with Manhattan and became the 5th District of New York, Chen Mo had bought all the land in New York City, except the lower Manhattan. decades in advance. Even the New York City, which is now in the south of the lower Manhattan, the urban area, and the remaining land in the northern part of the lower urban area that is about to be developed and constructed, are also purchased by Chen Mo successively. At this time, Chen Mo has become the real master of New York in the future. This will be his base camp for more than 100 years. However, Chen Mo's enclosure didn't stop. New York was just the beginning. After winning nearly the whole of New York, Chen Mo started his really crazy enclosure. Since the beginning of the 19th century, through the purchase of land from European colonies and foreign wars, the United States has successively acquired large areas of territory in the West, including Oklahoma and Texas in the Southwest, Montana, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington in the Northwest. Different from the fertile soil and suitable climate in the East, it is suitable for the development of agricultural cultivation and the establishment of farms. These lands in the West are relatively poor and not suitable for the cultivation of grains, but they are conducive to the growth of herbage. Moreover, the land in the West is flat and vast, and the land is very suitable for the development of animal husbandry. After finishing the preliminary layout of the New York area, Chen Mo aimed to the west. Chen Mo, who initially completed the layout of New York, began to focus on the undeveloped western part of the United States. He bought a lot of land in these areas, set up a large-scale ranch, and recruited a large number of cowboys to work for him. However, at the same time, fur trade was not left behind by Chen Mapao. After the collapse of John Jacob Astor, the American Fur Company disappeared quickly. The Lakota tribe completely controlled the fur trade in Missouri and walked out of the forest, gradually spreading the fur trade to the whole Missouri River and even the Mississippi River basin. At the same time, with the strength of Victor and James far beyond the ordinary people and the continuous propaganda of Lakota tribe, Chen Mo's identity has gradually been mythologized. Many Indian tribes in Missouri have gradually accepted this statement under the influence of these legends, and more people who have witnessed Victor and James's magical ability. Chen Mo, who has the same skin color as them, is a mysterious and powerful being. In addition, Lakota tribe has now obtained a large number of advanced fire guns from Chen Mo and has a strong strength to crush all tribes. These tribes are gradually accepted by Lakota tribe and included in Chen Mo's command. There are more and more Indian soldiers under Chen Mo, and Missouri has become Chen Mo's territory. Even those lands around New York belonging to Chen Mo can often see the fierce Indian soldiers. But at the same time, Victor and James also gradually lost the chance to fight. Although they began to expand to the periphery after they had completely controlled Missouri, the tribes in the plain area outside the forest were not as dense as those in the forest, and they often did not see people for a long time. What they met were all Indian tribes living in the plain area, and they seldom met fur merchants. These Indian tribes are the main targets of their trade and the targets of their collection. Naturally, they will not attack easily. The sporadic fur merchants they meet occasionally at most are teams of more than 10 people. Many of them are still father and son, uncle and nephew partners. They are not as fierce and brutal as the armed men of American Fur Company. Victor and James have not killed them. Divide the objects and kill them when you see them. So gradually, the two of them had no chance to start. But it's not a problem for Chen Mo. Isn't it easy to fight? Without American Fur Company, isn't there any other fur company? At least at this stage, it's best to take advantage of these unscrupulous monopoly fur companies. On the one hand, they not only oppressed and exploited the Indians who traded fur with them in the controlled area, but also brutally slaughtered other fur traders who invaded their territory. It can be said that all hands were covered with blood. No matter Chen Mo or Victor or James, they had no psychological pressure to practice with them. On the other hand, while eliminating the armed personnel of these fur companies, they can also seize the fur resources occupied by them and bring sufficient funds to Chen Mo's enclosure action and a series of subsequent plans. So after completely occupying the fur trade in Missouri, Chen Mo recalled Victor and James and sent them to Kansas, where there is a bigger forest than Missouri. the Rockies. And their goal this time is Jim Bridd's Rocky Mountain Fur Company. This is a fur company stronger than the American Fur Company under John Jacobs' store. It has more than 2,000 armed personnel who are living in the Rocky Mountains covered with grizzly bears, brown bears, mountain lions, and other fierce animals all the year round. These armed personnel are more fierce and more powerful than the American Fur Company's personnel, but they are more powerful for Victor, and James is the best. The strength of the two people is constantly improving the need for more powerful opponents to hone their combat effectiveness. The fur trade in Missouri and the expansion of the Mississippi River Basin were all in the hands of Chief Geronimo of the Lakota tribe. Lakota tribe is no longer the weak tribe that may be destroyed in the face of more than 30 armed men. It integrates the Lakota tribe in the whole Missouri jungle. It is also the most powerful one among all Indian tribes in the United States. Moreover, unlike other tribes that are blocked, oppressed, and exploited, they are supported by Chen Mo, who is in the military. It was even more advanced than many Indian tribes under the support of Western colonization. After all, those colonists only need them as guns in their hands to contain the power of the United States. They will not give them too advanced equipment at all. Most of them are old and obsolete flint guns, or even fire rope guns that are eliminated by their own countries. They are not at the same level as the most advanced firing guns currently equipped by the Lakota tribe. The Lakota tribe's expansion of the Mississippi River Basin was very smooth. No matter the fur trade or the clothing work for these backward Indian tribes on the plain were all in an orderly way. Victor and James entered the Rockies to continue to hone themselves. They were accompanied by more than 100 burly, fully armed Indian soldiers, but their main task was fur trade, while searching for the traces of Victor and James. Without Chen Mo's super perception, it's not easy to find a goal in the wooded Rockies by Victor and James alone, so they are still in charge of fur purchase as they were in the Missouri jungle. It is also convenient for them to communicate with the Indians in the Rockies. Soon, they can find out the distribution and route of Indian tribe in the Rockies. Then they can make fur purchase for Victor and James at the same time look for traces of the armed men of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. Victor and James took Indian fighters into the Rockies, while Chen Mo and his team continued to march to Montana, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington in the northwest, and to enclosure the newly developed lands. The more westward you go, the more desolate the scene around you, the less traces of human activity. These areas have not been in the hands of the United States for a long time and have not yet been developed. Compared with the booming industrial, agricultural, commercial, and economic areas in the Middle East, the West is completely desolate. At this time, the western part of the United States was completely desolate. Now, the people who come to these places are those who are extremely poor, have lost their land, or can't live in the central and eastern regions. They are either alone or lead their families, drive their carriages, and take their only possessions. Attracted by the preferential policies launched by the U.S. government to attract immigrants and develop the West, they have traveled thousands of miles to this wilderness land. And those rich businessmen and capitalists at this time do not see these desolate lands at all. Comparatively speaking, they prefer the high-speed development of the Middle East with the Industrial Revolution, where there is gold everywhere. As long as they have enough funds, even if they put money into the stock market or start a factory, they can earn a lot of money. These desolate lands, their land has no attraction at all. However, it's not that no one is interested in the future development of these areas and comes here ahead of time to invest. However, the desolate and backward environment like the wilderness still drives away most of the people. After all, not every rich person can live in such a bad environment. There are no hospitals, no shops, no bars, except for vast land and bad rings. There is nothing here. They are used to the comfortable and convenient life in the prosperous city, so it is difficult for them to adapt to the primitive and hard life here. In the end, there are few speculators left. Even those who stay are not sure when they will leave. These speculators who came to the West with the poor are actually small businessmen. They have limited funds and have little development in big cities. In the West, they just hire some poor farmers who come to the West and build small farms. In essence, they are not much different from these poor people. The real powerful people are all comfortable sitting in their own offices, commanding their subordinates to take care of their own industries. Who would go to such a wild place to find guilt? Chen Mo can be regarded as a real powerful capitalist, but he did not sit in his office to direct the teamwork, but personally led the team to the Northwest. However, Chen Mo's arrival is quite different from that of the poor people or speculators who drive the old carriages and families. Hundreds of fierce Indian soldiers on horseback, with guns on their backs, roaring and galloping, escorted a long convoy full of supplies to march towards this vast land. The vast wilderness, natural stone arches, huge canyons, charming gullies, rapid waterfalls, dark green Colorado River, rough and desolate red land, has weathered into grotesque rock cliffs. The carriage drives on the vast land in the west. The scenery changes along the way. It's magnificent, beautiful, and desolate. In the distance, it occasionally passes the vigorous figure of the cowboy riding the steed. The sound of Dada's horse hoof and the yellow dust raised by the running of the cattle are flying in this vast and desolate land. It seems to be in an American large area, with a strong taste of the West. Hearing the fresh and incomparable smell of cow dung from the wind, Chen Mo did not see any change on his face. He took back his sight out of the window, but quietly slowed down his breathing frequency in the dark. This cowboy is really bad. It seems necessary to improve their treatment properly. Chen Mo, who has a lot of money, came all the way to buy a huge and incomparable vast land, and built huge pastures that can't be seen at all. Chen Mo shocked the poor people who came to explore the western wilderness, and then, when Chen Mo offered very generous conditions to recruit cowboys, countless people rushed to sign up. Compared with the hard work and grazing in the wilderness, Chen Mo, the rich rancher, offered much more attractive treatment. However, it's strange that all applicants have to go through the interview of the rich man in person before they can officially join his ranch and become his employees. In fact, Chen Mo is just sitting on the side of the interview site, and several interviewers are responsible for interviewing the candidates. But the whole interview time is not long. Everyone only has a few minutes. The interview process is also very simple, just casually asked a few questions. But in the end, less than half of the people can pass. Chen Mo still has certain requirements for his staff's character and loyalty, especially for the first group of people. Although these cowboys don't need to be as loyal as his private business team, no one can join them. The questions he asks seem simple, but Chen Mo can tell if he didn't lie. Lies don't leave Chen Mo alone. What's the role? He can directly torture people through these simple questions and know the most real ideas in their hearts. Of course, these are the first core members selected by Chen Mo himself. The area of these pastures is very vast. Now they are just in the beginning. With the construction of pastures and the increase of the number of cattle, sheep, and horses, more and more people will be recruited in the future. The number of these people will be in the unit of 10,000. This is not what Chen Mo can explore, but after the development of the backyard is more prosperous and huge, everything is on the right track. At that time, Chen Mo doesn't need every employee to be extremely loyal. As long as the character and loyalty of this part of the most core personnel are guaranteed, it's enough. With Chen Mo's route all the way to the west, a lot of money has been thrown out. Chen Mo has also built a series of huge super ranches on this land which is still in the wild state, becoming the largest landowner and rancher in the West, even in the United States. Indians, whites, blacks, all became his employees. After the completion of this series of major actions, the time also entered April 1846, which was not long before the outbreak of the U.S.-Mexico War. At this time, although the United States acquired a large area of land in the West by purchasing land from European colonies such as Britain and France, its land area is far from the scale of later generations. California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Wyoming will all belong to Mexico at this time. Since the independence of Mexico from the Spanish colonists in 1821, various political forces in the country have been fighting with each other. Coups or rebellions have been taking place, and the political situation has been turbulent for a long time. Since 1821, everything in Mexico has been in a mess. In more than 20 years, there have been more than 40 governments, almost all of which are the result of military coups. In the more than 20 years from 1824 to 1846, there were about 250 military coups in Mexico, and 31 presidents were replaced. In the 5 years from 1841 to 1846, more than a dozen presidents were replaced, on average every 4 months. The level of chaos within Mexico can be seen. In this series of coups, the most famous military dictator is Antonio López de Santa Anna, the actual controller of Mexico today. In the more than 20 years after the founding of the Federal Republic, he successfully achieved his purpose of controlling the government of the Republic several times by using all kinds of cunning and conspiracy means, either by supporting puppets or by himself. Between 1833 and 1846, he became president or actual dictator of Mexico 4 times. These military dictators, including Antonio López de Santa Anna, did not want to stabilize the situation and develop the economy after they came to power. Instead, they used their power to plunder people's wealth wantonly and made them miserable. In this turbulent situation, the Mexican government is unable to exercise effective jurisdiction and control over the northern border provinces. In Northern California, the Mexican government has not even set up an orderly government. There is almost no traffic line between Mexico City and Monterrey. Although Mexico has achieved independence, but because the land system has not changed fundamentally, the backward feudal real estate system still occupies the dominant position. In addition, the political situation is turbulent. The arbitrary search of autocratic rulers and the destruction of war. The agricultural development of Mexico lags behind for a long time, and the development of industry and mining industry is extremely limited. On the whole, Mexico's economy has developed very slowly since independence. As a neighbor of the United States, in the same period, the economy is showing a vigorous development trend. The Middle East and the northern region are carrying out the Industrial Revolution vigorously, and the gap between the economic strength of the two countries is widening. The United States, with its increasingly strong national power, covets the resources and land of Mexico and begins to constantly infiltrate and provoke the northern provinces of Mexico. However, Mexico, with its weak national power, is doomed to its tragic failure in the contest between aggression and anti-aggression. Chenmo didn't plan to stop the American invasion war against Mexico. The United States coveted the northern territory of Mexico not for a day or two. A weak and confused country has vast land and rich resources, but he didn't know how to use and protect it. It's like a rabbit sent to a hungry wolf. It's sooner or later to be eaten. After all, Mexico is not Chenmo's country. He can't fight for others. This is the general trend and the necessity of history. In terms of economic layout, Chenmo didn't want to intervene more or even change the outcome of the war, which would have an unpredictable impact on the future. In fact, Chenmo not only has no intention of organizing the war, but also looks forward to the coming of the war. When Chenmo set up lots of large-scale ranches in the West, Victor and James also slaughtered in the Rockies. With the cooperation of Indian soldiers, they soon slaughtered most of the armed men of the Rockies Fur Company under Jim Bridd and seized the control of the fur trade in the Rockies. After all, the armed personnel of Fur Company are private armed. Both in number and strength are very limited. With the rapid improvement of the strength of the two, these opponents cannot pose a great threat to them, and usually can end the battle without damage. They need stronger opponents to help them continue to improve, and the military is clearly the best option. Of course, the strength of their opponents is stronger, which means that they are facing greater risks. However, after this period of battle, their strength has been greatly improved, Not only their physical fitness has been far beyond the ordinary people, but also their self-healing ability has been greatly improved. In the beginning, it took more than 10 minutes for the two men's more serious injuries to fully heal. Now, the time has been shortened to less than 3 minutes. That is to say, even if they are hit by a bullet in the heart or brain, they will not die but will revive again in 3 minutes. Of course, if accidentally hit by a bullet in the brain, although the two can still survive, the original memory will be lost. However, the improvement of the physical quality of the two people is accompanied by the repair of the injury, so the strength of the whole body, including the bones, is much stronger than that of ordinary people. As long as it is not to hit the eyes and other weak parts, and with the power of the firearm at this stage, the bullet directly hit the two people's skulls, it is not necessarily able to shoot their skulls through. So Chen Mo also assured them to step on the battlefield and continue to hone themselves in a more harsh environment. In the movie, Victor and James set foot on the battlefield for the first time during the Civil War, 16 years ago. At that time, they were in their 20s, growing from two skinny teenagers who left home to two large men. The belligerent instinct formed naturally after the awakening of their abilities because they need to improve their strength through fighting, is naturally eager for fighting. However, in the movie, they did not participate in the US-Mexico War because they were just two young people who had left their homes and were homeless. They did not have Chen Mo's care and training, nor so many armed personnel to help him. They are honing themselves, and their strength should be improved very slowly. Even the two may have been hiding their identities, not daring to reveal their special abilities, let alone fighting to the full. So in Chen Mo's memory, the strength they showed when they took part in the Civil War is not even stronger than they are now, let alone in this period of time. In the movie, they are not even out of Canada at this time. But now, with the deliberate cultivation and teaching of Chen Mo, not only their strength has been greatly improved, but also their bodies have changed a lot. In less than a year, both of them grew a large part of their height rapidly, and their bodies were no longer thin as before. They all became big and strong, and their original young faces became firm and steady under the tempering of this battle. At first glance, they look like they are 16 or 17 years old. They are quite different from the time when they first met Chen Mo. If we want them to join the US-Mexico War, naturally we need to join the army first. Chen Mo has been prepared for this. At this time, the biggest hero in the US-Mexico War led his troops to go deep into Mexico and fight with the Mexican army in turn, killing countless enemies. General Zachary Taylor. At this time, under the order of US President James Knox Polk, he was leading the troops to garrison a stronghold in the disputed area of the US and Mexico, while expanding the troops waiting for the next order. In history, General Zachary Taylor's troops have always been at the forefront of fighting with the Mexican army, and even once attacked the hinterland of Mexico. With a force of more than 4,000 people, they met the forces of more than 20,000 people in Mexico. After 2 days of fighting, they finally won the victory. If you want to fight as much as possible, it's the best choice to follow Zachary Taylor. South of Fort Jessup, outside a U.S. military stronghold in the disputed area between the U.S. and Mexico, there are many soldiers and civilians gathering. 2 old wooden tables, which were not known where they came from, were placed under a big tree at the end of the clearing. In addition to a dozen soldiers maintaining order, 2 soldiers were sitting in front of the temporarily placed table, asking the young people in 2 lines opposite the table. This is a temporary recruitment point. At this time, the United States was not as strict as the conscription regulations of later generations, and it was normal to recruit soldiers temporarily in wartime, which was the same in all countries of the world at this time. Among these people in line, there are 2 young people who look only 16 or 17 years old, but they are very attractive. Although they are only in a quiet line, they are full of a unique atmosphere. Their eyes are bright and sharp. When they look at other people's eyes, they are full of wild and aggressive. They give people a sense of tiger and wolf. However, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Instead, They stood in the last line of a team honestly after their arrival, which made many candidates who had occupied others' positions by relying on their strong and big body look down upon them. It turned out that they were just two soft eggs with fierce appearance. It is estimated that they are two young hunters who often wander in the mountains and forests. They are wild, but they are not brave. Although there were soldiers nearby to keep order, no one came out to stop the strong from jumping in line. In the army, powerful soldiers are sought after. As long as they do not affect the progress of conscription, strong and tough people rob the positions of other weak people. No one will pay attention to them. You can't defend your own position and blame who can. On the contrary, those who rob other people's positions will be looked up at by other soldiers. Seeing that the two people at the back of the line didn't respond to the different looks of the people, many people took back their eyes uninteresting. They wanted to see a play, but now they can't. These two fierce but very quiet teenagers are Victor and James, who are going to participate in the US-Mexico War. They can feel the sight of the people. But even if they are strong and fierce, they are just ordinary civilians, let alone compared with the two. Even compared with the armed men of Fur Company who were slaughtered by the two, there are many differences between them, so the two don't care about the weak. Chenmo told them about the impending outbreak of the US-Mexico War and the secret of their strength growth, so their goal is very clear. They joined the army, fought heartily in the upcoming US-Mexico War, and honed their strength. This is a real war, not a skirmish with Fur Company before. They can let go, give full play to their full strength, fight as much as they like, and constantly improve their strength while enjoying the full fighting process. So at this time, they are more eager for the coming war. Some weak people who may die in the later battle at any time are not seen by them at all. As one of the civilians in front was admitted or eliminated, and new arrivals continued to join the team, the two lines moved forward slowly, but the number never decreased, while the sun in the sky was gradually poisoned. At this time, the weather is clear and cloudless. The earth is getting hotter under the strong sunlight. Although it's only April, the power of sunlight is no less than that of summer. People in coats have been standing in the sun for a long time, feeling some hot and dry. People in line were sweating on their forehead because of the sun. Many people unbuttoned their clothes one after another and pulled their clothes to exhale from time to time. However, under the shade of the tree, the soldiers in charge of registration and the candidates in the front row are relatively cool and don't feel hot. The soldiers in charge of maintaining order all around also found a shady place to hide from the hot spring sun. At this time, Victor and James just moved to the shade. In fact, they don't mind the sun. Their physical fitness beyond ordinary people makes their thermoregulation ability far beyond ordinary people. A little sunshine just makes them feel warm. Just as everyone was slowly moving forward in line, two tall white men appeared in the distance, striding towards the temporary recruitment point, apparently also to enlist. They soon came to this open space, but they did not stand in the line at the end of the line, but they swept the two long lines in the I row, and the people who saw the sweat on their heads. At last, their eyes were fixed on the two lines under the shade of trees, although they were strong but obviously shorter than others. Victor and James' childish faces were reflected in their eyes, which made them feel scorned. These two little guys are very strong. Dressed in a gray coat that was brand new to the others on the scene, the strong man gestured to Victor and James under the shade of the tree, turned his head to his companion and said with a smile. There was a strong sense of irony in his tone. Obviously he took them as the target. Only two calves. Immediately they looked at each other with a smile, and then walked directly to the front of the team. The people in line and the soldiers guarding under the shade of the trees noticed that the two men who were marching towards the front of the line were all interested. This time, they didn't know who was going to be unlucky and who was robbed of the position. Whether the people who were robbed of the position would come back to the back of the line as they had before, what about it? As the crowd watched, the two men stopped by Victor and James, who were fourth and fifth in the line. At the back of the table, the soldiers in charge of the registration naturally saw the two people who came forward, but no one said anything to stop them. Instead, they all looked at the two people with great interest, waiting to see a play. The two men looked at each other. The man in the gray coat raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his strong arms directly, and pushed hard towards Victor and James, who were standing in front of him. While pushing, the strong man said sarcastically, "Little guy, the battlefield is not where you children can go. Go home and drink milk." Ha ha! Hearing this, all of them could not help but smile a little bit of schadenfreude, and many of them laughed loudly with their split mouths. According to the idea of the two strong men and the people around them, although the two little guys are strong in stature, they are not too tall, and they are not very old. Even if they have energy, they are better than the general thin and weak people. For the tall white big men who are just in their prime, they will be severely pushed to the ground. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectation. Two young men who are shorter than the strong man and whose whole body is smaller than that of him. After the strong man's strong arms are pushed up, they just shake their bodies slightly and stand there steadily, without moving a bit, let alone being pushed down to the ground as hard as people think. Originally, they were laughing with their mouths open, and the people who were mercilessly laughing at them opened their mouths and froze in place. The laughter in their mouths was stiffly held in their throats, and their faces were red with choking. Not to mention that all the people in the room were confused, and the strong man who reached out to push them was even more stunned. He usually bullied the weak with his big body and strong power. Even the people who were stronger and taller than the two little guys in front of him would at least stagger out of the room without saying that he fell to the ground a few steps. Absolutely can't be like two people, so just a light and gentle shake, standing in place safely. Victor and James looked down at the man, pushing his eyes on the palms of their shoulders, and both looked over their heads at the man, with a dangerous light in their eyes. In fact, as early as when the two strong men stared at them, Victor and James had already noticed that when the strong men pushed them, the two men were ready. Although they don't look as strong as a man, but in fact their strength still lies above this man. When they are ready, it's impossible to push them. Victor and James joined the army to fight against the Mexican army, so they didn't regard the people around them as enemies. Of course, if they were comrades, they didn't have the qualification. Originally, they were too lazy to take care of these people. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, they would not bully the weak. With the strength of these people, they did not even have the qualification to be their opponents. But they will not be bullied. Even James, who was originally weak in character, had already been strong and mature after the great changes in his family and a series of battles in the back. The timidity and fragility of the past had disappeared from his still young face, but he was full of fierce sharpness like Victor. Don't rob other people's position, just disdain, but now someone deceives to come. Two people won't choose to give up. Under the bright and fierce eyes of Victor and James, the strong man felt that he had been provoked and insulted. The confident hand didn't push the two teenage calves. Instead, the two young men looked at him with this kind of eyes. His face immediately turned red, and he didn't take back his hands, so he started to work again. The two pushed hard. But this time, like the last time, there was no result. This time, he focused his attention and pressed his hands on their shoulders, which clearly felt like pushing on a hard tree trunk. Their muscles were so strong, but the strong man still refused to believe in evil. He looked carefully at the faces of the two men and confirmed that he had not read them wrong before. It was really just two teenagers of 16-17 years old. At this age, no matter how strong they were, they would not believe to push them. And the suspicious eyes of the people around him and his companions also made him ashamed and angry. He immediately clenched his teeth, and with his milk strength pushed them up to them. It's not that he didn't want to fist the two men, but at last he still kept his head under the shame and anger. He started to push others away and took the place. Fortunately, the soldiers beside him didn't pay any attention, but once he did, it was different. They dared to fight the weak, but they didn't dare to provoke the soldiers with fire guns and bayonets. But this time, Victor and James didn't let him go. Victor gently winked at James, and James, who was just about to give a lesson, stopped and gave Victor the chance. Victor raised his mouth and smiled at James, then turned his head and looked at the man who was blushing, pushing hard on his shoulder with his right hand, and opened his mouth and smiled. With his grim smile, two sharp tiger teeth appeared on both sides of his mouth, making his smile still ferocious. Victor smiled and held out his right hand. Before the strong man could respond, he stuck it directly on his throat. The strong man, who was still pushing them in vain, only felt his neck tighten and tightly grasped his neck with a strong force. Then he felt a light under his feet, and the whole man was lifted directly off the ground. The strong man, holding his neck in the air by Victor's one hand, only felt that his neck seemed to be tightly clamped by a pair of iron pliers. He couldn't breathe, and his hands caught the hand holding his neck involuntarily, trying to break it apart, but it didn't help at all. The feeling of suffocation became more and more intense. The strong man's face began to turn purple, and his feet from the ground could not help kicking back and forth. The strength of the legs is much stronger than that of the arms. It's really hard to pedal on people in a panic, but Victor seems to feel no pain at all. He has been kicked several feet by a strong man, but he still stands there as if nothing happened and continues to hold him up in the air by the neck. The people around could not help but be shocked by this scene. No one thought that the tall and strong white man would be uniformed by the young man who was obviously several laps smaller than him, and he would directly hold his neck and lift it into the air. Looking at the arrogant man just now in Victor's hands as a fish out of the water, everyone was shocked. Let alone lift a man so tall and powerful with one hand, even a slightly older child with one hand. It was a little hard for most people. How powerful is this boy who looks only 16 or 17? After the shock, the strong man's companion quickly responded. Seeing his companion's face full of pain, he couldn't help being angry. At this time, he ignored the soldiers beside him and directly shouted and punched Victor. Victor was looking up at the man in the middle of the sky, sneering. He didn't look at his companion. He saw that the blow was going to hit him in the head. James, who was standing beside him, didn't mean to do anything. Instead, he held his arm and stood in the same place, just like watching a play. Just as the powerful blow was about to hit Victor in the head, Victor suddenly turned to look at the man who attacked him, smiling and revealing two sharp tiger teeth at the corner of his mouth. The smile made the strong man feel cold in his heart. At the next moment, a palm smaller than his big hand suddenly appeared in front of his fist, with 5 fingers open and clasped on his fist. Then, a huge force came from this palm, which made his fist unable to move forward anymore. Moreover, these 5 fingers, like those made of steel, are still gradually tightening. His fist is aching, as if it will be crushed in the next moment. Just as he was biting his teeth and trying to keep himself quiet, a loud voice suddenly came from far away. "All right, young man, that guy is going to be strangled by you." As the sound sounded, Victor glanced up and looked purple, his eyes turned up, and even the strong man who began to weaken his struggle smiled scornfully. Then he pushed his hands forward and opened them at the same time. The strong man, with his fist clenched in his claws, was pushed back and lurched out directly by the huge force, while the white man with his neck held in the air was thrown directly on the former, and the 2 men fell into a ball and tumbled to the ground. Then they couldn't care to get up. One was covering his neck and panting desperately. The other was holding up his right hand, which was red and swollen. Half an angel couldn't work hard. On both sides of their necks and fists, there were also 5 incisions cut by Victor's sharp nails. Although the wounds were not deep, they also shed some bright red blood. Although Victor's nails can stretch freely even when they are the shortest, the sharp tip of the nails still sticks out a few millimeters from the tip of the fingers. It's only normal to return them. If you don't use them deliberately, you will inevitably scratch each other. At this time, Victor is totally different from Victor in the movie. If it was Victor in the movie, these 2 white men would have been killed by him at this time. It would not be a simple lesson at all. This is also Chen Mo, who took them in early after they left home, taught them personally, and provided them with a large number of fighter clubs. At the same time, he has been teaching them the truth of being human. They are not lost in the strong animality generated in their hearts after their ability awakening, and regard human life as grass mustard. In particular, Victor, whose ability has been awakened since he was born, has a stronger sense of animality and desire for battle than James. In the movie, he becomes a murderous beast without any instruction. Now, with Chen Mo's intervention, Victor is not controlled by the animal nature in his heart. Although he is still belligerent, he will not be killed as ferociously as in the movie, regardless of the reason, regardless of the weak, no principle, no bottom line, and eventually become a tool of killing in the hands of others. In Victor's view, these two strong men who take the initiative to provoke are just two clowns. Teach them a lesson and let them kill. Master Chen Mo will beat him. Thinking of Chen Mo's superhuman speed that they couldn't catch at all, and the powerful force that they couldn't resist at all, Victor's fierce eyes couldn't help but fluctuate. It was like a fierce tiger saw the whip raised by the trainer. He was afraid of his liver for a while. He was afraid that he didn't control his strength. He threw them to death with his hands too heavy. He hurriedly lowered them. The head looked at the two fallen people with concern. At this time, the two people's eyes to Victor no longer have the initial contempt, but instead are full of fear. From Victor, they personally feel the strong force that cannot be countered, and they dare not look down on the two people anymore, dare not to provoke anymore, feel the concern emerging from Victor's eyes, and even seem to have the meaning of helping the two people. They only feel that a panic-stricken, hurriedly helped to get up from the ground and ran back to the back of the line. Seeing the two men running so fast that nothing happened, Victor's heart finally dropped. He clapped the clothes with some dust on his body and then turned to the man who had spoken before. I saw an old man in his 60s who was short and fat, coming slowly towards the temporary recruitment point on the back of an old horse. He chewed a straw in his mouth, crossed his front saddle and put it on the horse's back. His clothes were also untidy, and he didn't trim his side. However, it was such an old man that a group of soldiers in the temporary conscription office changed their faces when they saw him. No matter the soldiers who were registered at the back of the table or who were hiding in the shade of the tree, they all stood up straight and saluted him. General Taylor, that's right. This wild, slovenly old man, who even has no uniform, is the commander of this army, Brigadier General Zachary Taylor. There is no demeanor and temperament of the general in his body. If the soldiers around him salute him one after another, no one at the scene would believe that this vulgar and untidy old man is their supreme commander, a famous veteran in the American Army, and a General Zachary Taylor who can fight well. General Zachary Taylor nodded with satisfaction at Victor and James, who looked sharp and resolute in front of him, though they were young. "Good boy, tell me your name." Victor took a look at Zachary Taylor and replied in a dignified way. "Victor Logan." Zachary Taylor nodded and looked at James next to him. "And you?" James' smelt speech eyes twinkled for a while, finally said own original name. "James Hollett." Just 5 days after Victor and James successfully joined Zachary Taylor's army, Zachary Taylor left the original stronghold with a mixed army of 3,000 new and old soldiers, pushed a large distance towards the deep and Mexican disputed area, close to Mexico, and began to build the Fort Texas fortress. On April 25, a 1,600-member Mexican army captured a 63-member reconnaissance team under Zachary Taylor near Fort Texas. No one survived the siege, but Victor and James are not in this team, so they are not involved in this conflict. The hostility between Victor and James is the beginning of the U.S.-Mexico War. Since then, the situation in the disputed areas between the United States and Mexico has become tense. The two sides have begun to carry out large-scale troop mobilization, redeployment, construction of a large number of fortifications in the disputed areas, and there are more and more frictions between the two sides' armies. In this disputed area, the gunpowder smell of both sides is more and more heavy, and a war is brewing. It may erupt. Victor and James feel the growing atmosphere of war around them. They are excited and can finally fight as much as they want. I just don't know how long to wait. But soon they had the chance to fight formally. A few days later, Mexican troops besieged a U.S. stronghold. When Zachary Taylor heard the news, he immediately led the rescue department. On May 8, when the two sides shelled and the infantry held still, Victor and James didn't get the chance to fight, so they had to continue to endure. When all the soldiers around them were scared to find a place to hide, for fear that the shells would fall on their heads, Victor and James just found a place to sit there and let the shells fall beside them. But on their faces there was no fear, but I looked at the battlefield full of excitement. I wish I could directly face the fire and rush to the enemy's front. However, Chenmo has already explained that he must obey the orders of his superiors during his time in the army. Otherwise, being arrested for violating the orders will seriously affect their later battles. As for the gunfire in the sky, they didn't pay attention to it. Although the power of the shell is indeed much stronger than that of the firearm, don't forget what era it was. In 1846 and the middle of the 18th century, the firearm used by the troops of European and American countries is generally the front-loaded and smooth-bore flint gun, and the bullets are only a little more convenient than that of the fire-rope gun era. So they should use the gunpowder pot at their own discretion, the added gunpowder, instead of directly wrapping the quantitative gunpowder and lead shot with paper. Can be used by biting the paper package with teeth and pouring it into the gun bore. Although it is more convenient than before, there is no essential difference. Even the most advanced guns that have not been popularized in the Army have only improved the firing mode and fired faster, but there is still no rifling in the barrel. There is always a gap between the bullet and the barrel wall. The power of gunpowder explosion is wasted a lot, and the power of the bullet is very limited. The same is true of the artillery. Both the U.S. and Mexico use the muskets. There is no rifling in the guns. The shells are only 5 kilograms of iron balls. The power of explosive explosion is also wasted. The power of the shells is far from comparable to that of the later artillery. Although the shells fired can cause great damage to ordinary people, turning the soldiers hit into flesh and blood, the vague body and broken arm can't destroy the body of Victor and James, whose bones and muscles are much harder and stronger than those of ordinary people. At most, they just split the internal organs. But the self-healing ability of Victor and James at this time is much better than before. Even if they are hit by these shells, there will be no danger to their lives, and even their combat effectiveness will not be greatly reduced. In the movie, James was shot in the chest by cannonball during the Civil War, but he was just hit by the power of cannonball and flew out, which was nothing. In the end, the shelling, which lasted all day, ended in the evening with the victory of Taylor's troops, which caused heavy losses to the Mexican army. The next day, Victor and James finally got the chance to fight. More than 2,000 infantry, under the command of Zachary Taylor, stormed into the positions of the Mexican army. Victor and James finally had a long-awaited battle. Rush! Kill them! Kill! The two men, armed with rifles, rushed towards the enemy with a roar. The Mexican army immediately opened fire and attacked. The bullets flew across the air. A running soldier was hit by bullets and fell to the ground without any sound. However, more soldiers continued to rush forward. Victor and James were the first to rush into the enemy's position. The soldiers of the Mexican army gave up shooting and came up to them with bayonet rifles. Victor raised his rifle and smashed the butt of the gun on the neck of a Mexican soldier who came in face of him. With great force, he smashed the neck of the other soldier directly. The red flesh and blood were torn and rolled up. The whole neck became bloody and fleshy in an instant, and the cervical vertebra was also directly smashed under the heavy blow. The whole head was twisted to one side. With the neck spraying and flying splashed with blood, the soldier fell to the ground and lost his life. Victor didn't even look at the fallen body. He kept roaring at his feet and rushed to the next target. Victor and James, who rushed into the local positions, were like a tiger in a flock. Every time they attacked, one enemy was killed directly by them. However, this was a battlefield after all, and there were enemies everywhere. Even if they were strong enough, they could not be as unhurt as the armed collectors of fur companies before. The United States and Mexico launched a fierce white-edged battle in this position. As the battle went on, a soldier was killed, and the ground was gradually covered with dead bodies of different shapes, and Victor and James had more and more wounds. Although Victor and James have more and more wounds, their condition has not declined at all. Instead, they have become braver and braver. More and more Mexican soldiers died in the hands of the two men. Even the rifles in the hands of the two men quickly broke with the bones of the enemy under the repeated attack of the high-intensity battle and the huge force of the two men. The two men simply threw away their rifles and killed the enemy with their bare hands. However, Chen Mo specifically explained that they did not extend their sharp claws and bone spurs, but directly used their fingers and fists to attack. Chen Mo's fighting skills to the two are based on tiger claw and boxing. Even without sharp claws and bone spurs, they can still play a great power. The sharp claws at the fingertips and bone spurs at the crack of the fist just increase their power. When Victor, James, and others were fighting with the Mexican army in front of them, which made the position in front of Mexico fall into a melee, Zachary Taylor took a team to cover the left wing of the Mexican army. The Mexican army, which had already fallen into confusion, was in a hurry to deal with it, but it was difficult to resist the fierce attack from both the front and the flank, and finally broke away. The American stronghold, which had been besieged by Mexican troops for several days, was finally rescued, but Brown, the garrison commander of the stronghold, had died in the previous battle. In order to commemorate the dead general, Zachary Taylor renamed the stronghold Bromberg. This battle was the first victory of the U.S. military since the U.S.-Mexico conflict. It not only raised the morale of the U.S. Army and the country, but also boosted the reputation of Zachary Taylor. He soon received the appointment of the U.S. President and was promoted to Major General. A few days later, on May 13, 1846, the United States formally declared war on Mexico. Zachary Taylor did not rush to take military action. Instead, he continued to expand the force for several weeks, and only after sufficient preparations were made could he lead the army to continue to advance into the disputed area. Along the way, they fought many fierce battles with the Mexican army they met. It seems that Zachary Taylor, a big and rough man, has always been commanding. He led the army to eliminate a large number of Mexican troops, took off many Mexican strongholds, and finally crossed the disputed areas of the United States and Mexico, all the way to Mexico. On the other hand, Victor and James can be said to have a good time. They can fight against hundreds of enemies. In addition to not being able to easily expose sharp claws and bone spurs, they can give full play to their own strength. The fighting skills taught by Chen Mo have been constantly improved and mastered in this high-intensity fierce battle. Moreover, in the battle of hundreds of people, both of them will inevitably suffer injuries every time. After each battle, both of them will clearly feel their own improvement, which is incomparable to the armed civilians of the fur company in the Missouri forest and the Rockies. On the battlefield, guns were fired, bullets were flying around, and the smell of gunsmoke filled the whole battlefield. Angry roars and shouts of killing filled every soldier's ears. No matter they were cowardly or cowardly before, when they came to the battlefield, every soldier would be infected by the atmosphere of this kind of war. No one cared about life and death. Everyone on the battlefield was red-eyed and on fire gun, roaring at the enemy in front of the deadly attack. Everyone's in a frenzy. Even if the enemy in front of us is bigger, stronger, and fiercer than ourselves, at this moment, no one is timid, afraid, or cowering. There is only one word in everyone's mind: kill. Even the fierce existence of Victor and James can't make the enemy soldiers retreat. Even if they are surrounded by the bodies of the Mexican soldiers, there will still be soldiers rushing up to attack them. However, the strength of the two is far beyond the ordinary people. It's hard to avoid being attacked by these Mexican soldiers in the face of the enemies rushing up from front to back the soldiers hit. Every time they fight, their arms, thighs, abdomen, chest, back will be covered with wounds. Some of them are shot by bullets, but most of them are stabbed by enemy soldiers with bayonets. However, whenever these soldiers stabbed two people, their faces brightened, and they thought they had killed the fierce enemies like wild animals. They would break their illusions with a powerful fist at the next moment, and take their lives in their unbelievable, astonishing eyes. The two men are strong and brave in battle. They rush to the front of each battle and kill countless enemies. Although they are ragged and bloodstained every time, they are still safe. So Zachary Taylor, who paid attention to the two men, appreciates them. Although Victor and James are young, they are all the best soldiers he has seen for many years in terms of strength, courage, and perseverance. They can't help but love their talents. They are willing to transfer them to serve as guards, but they don't appreciate each other and insist on fighting at the front line. If they don't agree with each other, they are likely to become deserters and run to fight with the enemy with guns on their own. Zachary Taylor has no choice but to give up his original idea and let them charge at the front line to kill the enemy. Zachary Taylor really appreciated the two's blood and bravery, but he was deeply troubled by their rebelliousness. Fortunately, although they were in a mess after each battle, their clothes were almost stabbed to cut into cloth strips, they always came back miraculously unhurt, which made Zachary Taylor marvel at their strong strength and good luck against the weather, but they don't worry about their safety. Zachary Taylor is a devout Anglican. He believes that God must be protecting these two young people and getting closer to them. After that, Victor and James still stormed forward every time. Under the leadership of Zachary Taylor, they went all the way from the disputed area of the United States and Mexico to the border area of Mexico, and the intensity of the battle was getting stronger and stronger. However, they seemed to be like a vulgar and ordinary old farmer. But in fact, they were calm, strategic vision and battlefield command ability were very strong under the command of fierce Zachary Taylor. They won the battle again and again. So Zachary Taylor rode on the back of his old horse named Old Whitney and led them to the Mexican border area. With the victory of battles, even directly to the Mexican territory, Zachary Taylor's reputation in the country has become more and more famous. At the end of June, when Zachary Taylor was leading his troops to fight in the border area of Mexico, he received a new appointment from the president and was promoted to Major General. In July, Zachary Taylor was honored by Congress for his outstanding performance in the war, but none of this has affected Zachary Taylor's operations. He is still leading his troops to Mexico. Victor and James also have no sense of Zachary Taylor's promotion. They still regard him as an old leader who leads them to fight. As for awe and worship, Chen may be the only one in the world who has this qualification. Although Zachary Taylor won with them in a row, they didn't think that old Taylor was so powerful. In their hearts, if Chen Mo led them, they would definitely be 100 times better than this untidy old man. Although they have some blind admiration for Chen Mo, they are also right. If Chen Mo leads the team, it is not enough to be 100 times stronger. But at least they can find out the exact situation of the enemy in advance more than 10 kilometers away, make preparations in advance, and deal with it calmly. Moreover, Chen Mo often led the special forces to attack and encircle the enemy's rear in the world of Captain America. Chen Mo's combat experience, developed brain, agile thinking, and superhuman learning ability also enable him to have a strong ability in tactics and command. However, Chen Mo is not interested in these wars. He doesn't need to improve his own strength by fighting like Victor and James. He can't improve his fighting skills and strength by fighting with ordinary soldiers. Only his opponents of the same level or stronger can inspire his potential and improve his strength. So he did not participate in the Mexican-American War with Victor and James, but stayed in the West temporarily, while steadily developing his many pastures, while continuing to accumulate funds and waiting for new opportunities. Chen Mo's ranch has become the best place for the pioneers to go to the West, with stable work and rich salary. The most important thing is that there is no risk, which is much better than their own farming or grazing. If they do it by themselves, they will not be able to bear the loss in case of natural and man-made disasters, crop reduction, livestock illness, being killed by wild animals, or being stolen by cattle thieves. It's different under Chen Mo. Now who knows that all the large pastures in the whole western region are owned by the same rich, mysterious tycoon? It is said that the wealth he holds has already surpassed the richest man in the United States. The amount of money is almost impossible to measure. He not only owns a large number of pastures in the western region, but also owns a large area of farms in the eastern region. Besides this huge farming and animal husbandry empire, there are many more profitable industries. Even if there is any natural or man-made disaster, it cannot shake his foundation at all. So the work in the ranch can be said to be extremely stable, very secure, and can become the cowboy of Chenmo Ranch. But many people broke the good thing of head race. With the development of ranch, more and more livestock are raised, and more cowboys are needed. A large number of pioneers have continuously joined Chenmo's ranch. In the whole western part of China, more than half of the 100,000 people work under Chenmo's hands, and Chenmo's ranch is distributed in several states and covers a vast area. Moreover, the number is increasing with the increase of immigrants coming to the west and the continuous development of the pasture in Chenmo's hands. While developing his own ranch, Chenmo also paid close attention to the war in the South at any time. At the end of September, Zachary Taylor led the attack on the important city of Monterrey in northern Mexico. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the general of the Mexican garrison gave in and asked Zachary Taylor to cease fire for 8 weeks and allow the Mexican army to withdraw. In view of the heavy casualties of his American troops, Zachary Taylor's supply line has been pulled for a long time with the continuous advance into Mexico, and it is very easy for him to be cut off and become a lonely army. Zachary Taylor believes that the conditions proposed by the other side are the best possible result for both sides at that time. So in the end, Zachary Taylor agreed to a truce. 2 months later, the Monterrey garrison was completely withdrawn. Zachary Taylor led his troops into Monterrey, occupying the important northern Mexican town. Although Zachary Taylor's operation avoided a large number of deaths and injuries of American soldiers, and finally succeeded in capturing Monterrey, his operation still attracted many people's dissatisfaction. Victor and James, who are eager to fight, don't have to say that the 2 little guys haven't blinded old Taylor in the past 2 months. Zachary Taylor is also deeply helpless to these 2 extremely belligerent boys, and he always stares back angrily. In addition to Victor and James, 2 extremely belligerent and discontented beasts, Zachary Taylor's action also caused a lot of criticism in Washington. President Polk was very dissatisfied with his style of self-assertion, but in view of his successive victories since the U.S.-Mexican War, which made him increasingly famous in the United States, he had already become a war hero in the eyes of the people, and was likely to become the future presidential candidate of the Whig Party. Therefore, President Polk did not blame him more about this incident, but in the next November he stayed in northern Mexico, sent General Winfield Scott to attack Mexico City by sea, and ordered 4/5 of Zachary Taylor's trained elite troops and war supplies to be transferred to General Scott. The news was soon heard by the Mexican side. Zachary Taylor, who had been killed all the way from the disputed areas of the United States and Mexico to Mexico, has long been a thorn in the eye of Mexico. He has been sent to encircle and suppress him for many times, but in the end he failed. Every time he fought, the Mexican army suffered heavy casualties. Even among the surviving soldiers, there was a rumor that Zachary Taylor's troops and soldiers it's all demons, and they can't be killed by their bullets and bayonets. Moreover, with the fighting against Zachary Taylor's troops, there are more and more rumors. Many soldiers believe that they are going to fight against Zachary Taylor's troops. They are all timid before fighting, and their morale is greatly damaged, not to mention their opponents. Zachary Taylor did not know that his 2 little beasts had become mascots of his own troops, with their own deterrent effect. When fighting with the Mexican army, Zachary Taylor found that many Mexican soldiers were demoralized, and even there were many deserters in every battle. I didn't know that Victor and James had been passed on as the devil Zachary Taylor by the Mexican soldiers. I thought they were shocked by their previous achievements, and I was proud of them. But soon, he couldn't be happy. They were encircled by the Mexican army. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, President and Commander-in-Chief of Mexico, was informed that most of Zachary Taylor's soldiers and materials had been removed and his forces weakened. He immediately led all his forces to attack Zachary Taylor with a view to killing his troops. Victor and James, on the other hand, were opposite to Zachary Taylor. They were all excited when they heard the news of the enemy's attack. In the past 2 months, they had not fought a single battle and were waiting for the Mexican troops to leave on the outskirts of Monterrey. Other soldiers enjoyed the rare time of stability, while Victor and James felt rusty all over, watching the evacuation, and fewer Mexican soldiers felt as if they were scratching with their claws. The battle during this period has greatly improved the strength of the two men. They are immersed in the pleasure of rapid improvement of their strength, but they are interrupted by Zachary Taylor. It's no wonder that the two men don't give face to the commander of the Major General Old Taylor, but stare at him with white eyes whenever they meet. At this time, Zachary Taylor and his troops are stationed in Buena Vista, in northern Mexico. Knowing the attack of the Mexican army, Zachary Taylor immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare for the battle, and immediately began to strengthen the fortification. After Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna arrived in Buena Vista, he didn't rush to attack. The rumor that Zachary Taylor had devil soldiers under his command still had a certain impact on him, so he didn't act rashly, but first sent a small group of troops to test Zachary Taylor's troops. But none of his successive troops came back alive. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna could not help being more cautious. Obviously, he had far more soldiers than Zachary Taylor, but he did not launch a total of them. He had been repeatedly testing. However, Zachary Taylor knew that his forces were far less than the enemy's, and he would lose a lot if he started directly. He didn't rush to launch a counterattack. Instead, he asked Victor and James to lead the team to deal with the exploratory attack of Mexico, and at the same time, he took the time to continue to build and strengthen the fortifications, adjust the defense plan, and try to increase the assurance of winning. After a long period of trial, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna's unease not only did not abate, but became more and more intense. Although most of the exploratory attacks ended in the total annihilation of the Mexican army, many soldiers survived and fled back to the Mexican barracks in such a long time. From their words, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna heard the same description: devil, powerful, fearless, can't kill. However, even if confirmed the unease in his heart, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna had to choose to continue. Up to now, no matter the other party is really a devil or for any other reason, this battle can't be dragged on any longer. Finally, on February 22, 1847, the Mexican army launched an all-round attack and the two sides launched a decisive battle, which culminated in the U.S.-Mexico War. At this time, the Mexican army supported 20,000 troops, while Zachary Taylor's troops were only 4,700, and the battle lasted for 2 full days. Mexico's military has many potential, occupying an absolute advantage in military strength, while Zachary Taylor's side, relying on perfect fortifications and defensive advantages, has resisted the fierce attack of the Mexican army. After 2 days of fighting, both sides were exhausted. In the end, the morale was low, and it continued to be low under Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna's oil-feeding tactics. Finally, the Mexican army took the lead in not holding on, and more deserters were escaping, and the balance of victory began to tilt. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna saw that the defeat had been decided, and he was unable to return to the sky. He had to give up fighting and retreat quickly after dark, which made Zachary Taylor win the final victory of the battle. In this battle, 746 Americans were killed and more than 2,000 were lost by the Mexican army, of which hundreds died in the hands of Victor and James. When the fighting ended and the Mexican army retreated, their clothes had already become rags, full of bullet holes and damages. Rao is both physically superior and resilient. After 2 days of fierce fighting, they are also tired and out of breath. They are soaked in sweat. Unlike other soldiers who also attack alternately, soldiers who are too tired can rest in their positions for a while, recover their physical strength, and don't need to think about sleeping. However, Victor and James did not stop fighting from the beginning to the end. That is to say, they have a special physique. Their strong self-healing ability brings about super recovery speed and infinite physical strength. Otherwise, they would have been exhausted in this fierce battle if they were not killed by bullets. However, it's worth it to be so tired. Only these 2 days of fighting, the strength of the two men can be improved to match the fighting in the previous months, which shows the intensity of the fight. The two men's eyes towards Zachary Taylor are not as angry as before, but a little more gentle. Mr. Chen Mo is right. You don't have to be afraid of not fighting with this kid. This fight is just too exciting. Feeling the change in the eyes of Victor and James when they looked at him, Zachary Taylor felt helpless. These two crazy little guys. With this decisive victory, Zachary Taylor became the greatest hero in the U.S.-Mexico War. In recognition of his achievements, Congress awarded him a gold medal. In this regard, the U.S.-Mexico War has come to an end. General Winfield Scott led his troops to attack Mexico City by sea and successfully broke through the city wall, attacked Mexico City, and controlled the whole city for military control. Then, under the pressure of the U.S. military, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, the Mexican president defeated and fled by Zachary Taylor, was removed from office. On November 11, 1847, Anjou was elected interim president of Mexico, and the two sides were ready for peace talks. So far, the U.S.-Mexico War is over. The military operations of both sides have been completely stopped, waiting for peace talks, and the rest is between the politicians. On November 26, 1847, Zachary Taylor led his team to leave Mexico and return to the United States. After being transferred more than half of the troops before, leading to the emptiness of the troops, and fighting for many days with the main Mexican army waiting for the opportunity to destroy them, Zachary Taylor witnessed the death of too many of his soldiers. He was tired of the war, lost his enthusiasm for the army he loved, and even lost his heart. When he returned to the United States, Zachary Taylor immediately asked Washington to remove his military post and leave the army. President Polk was very dissatisfied with his previous performance of being good at fighting. His request was soon approved. Zachary Taylor, the biggest hero of the U.S.-Mexico War, just after the war, took off his military uniform and set out to return to his hometown in Kentucky. But he wasn't on his way alone. He had two strong and evil teenagers riding with him. It was Vicot and James. The U.S.-Mexico War has basically ended, and the original troops do not need to be kept. These soldiers who are temporarily recruited can go home after receiving the severance pay. As a matter of fact, the two had performed well in the battle before, and Zachary Taylor had the heart of loving talents. Originally, he intended to let the two of them stay in the army. Based on their previous contributions, he would reward them for their contributions in a period of time, and there was no problem in directly upgrading to a second lieutenant. However, they were ungrateful and immediately offered to leave. The war is over. What are you doing in the army? Training. It's not as fast to train with Chen Mo as anyone else. No matter how fast he is shooting or fighting, the instructors in the army have nothing to compare with Chen Mo, let alone Chen Mo. Even if they don't know how much better they are, staying in the army is a waste of time. Zachary Taylor has long lost his temper with these two rebellious and stubborn little guys. He is a general who can't respect 3 points when he sees them, and his soldiers can't even fear them. Only these two little guys completely regard themselves as the old neighbors with them hunting. If they don't find their prey, which leads to less fighting, they are not willing to fight directly and look at their faces. However, when the two little guys were fighting, they obeyed the orders. They said that they would never know how to move forward and back. If they shouted to kill, they would not stop until they killed all the enemies. Every time they rushed ahead, they killed countless enemies. They were the sharpest two sharp knives in his hand. Zachary Taylor was too late to enjoy them. How could they really be angry because they were eager to fight? On the contrary, after a long time, Zachary Taylor gradually got used to their temper, not only didn't feel offended, but also thought they were teenagers in true temperament. He had more affection for the younger generation for them, and more affection for Victor and James. When Zachary Taylor saw that they didn't really want to stay in the army, he agreed to the request of the two men's retirement, and it was just the right way for the three men to go home, so they went on the road together. Now that he has been relieved from his military post, Zachary Taylor no longer regards himself as a general or a commander of the two. Instead, he really regards himself as the old man next door who hunts with two little guys. He takes good care of the two people along the way, and from time to time imparts some of his many years of life experience and truth. Of course, Victor and James didn't regard him as a general, and Zachary Taylor was also a warm, open, frank, and approachable person. At this time, he became more amiable and felt the sincerity of Zachary Taylor. Both Victor and James slowly accepted the lovely old man, and they didn't treat him like him. It used to be so high and cold. Zachary Taylor naturally also felt the change of their attitude towards him, and was even more pleased. These two wild animals finally identified with him. You should know that he had led them for 2 years as a force commander in the army before, but they didn't really recognize him. Zachary Taylor, who was very relieved, took full care of and taught them. As an old general who has been in the army for more than 40 years and experienced hundreds of battles, Zachary Taylor has rich experience in life. He lived in the manor at the foot of Canadian Rockies since his childhood and didn't have much contact with the society. Later, he came to the United States with Chen Mo and spent most of his time fighting with the armed men of Fur Company in the forest. His social experience was almost zero. He followed Zachary along the way. Carry Taylor. They really learned a lot. Your home is in New York. How could you run so far to Texas to join the army? After a better relationship with the two kids, Zachary Taylor asked a question. We need to know that the soldiers he recruited temporarily are mostly local people. Only Victor and James are outsiders, and they are still thousands of miles away in New York, so there are only 3 of them on the way. Zachary Taylor had doubts for a long time, but at the beginning, he would not answer him with his understanding of the two. Now, he believes that the two should tell him. Sure enough, Victor and James took a look at each other, thinking that Chen Mo didn't tell them to keep it secret and that there was nothing to hide about it. Victor said, "We like to fight. The master sent us." Zachary Taylor was curious. "Master?" "Yes, the 2 of us are the servants of the master," Victor and James said with their heads raised proudly, as if it were something to be proud of. Zachary Taylor was obviously full of reverence when they mentioned the master, and was full of curiosity about the mysterious master. The rebelliousness of Victor and James is a profound experience for him. What kind of person can they admire so much? And how can your master know that there will be a war soon, and just sent you to me? Zachary Taylor was very impressed by Victor and James. He clearly remembered that shortly after they joined his army, they received an order from Washington to march into the disputed areas of the United States and Mexico, and soon saw a battle, followed by the official outbreak of the war between the United States and Mexico. The timing of their arrival was too opportune, and they liked to fight. Their master just chose the army led by him who fought the most in the whole American-Mexican War. If it's all a coincidence, that's a coincidence, isn't it? Victor and James heard Zachary Taylor's question, but they didn't have doubts like him, but they were full of admiration and pride. Since the moment when Chen Mo appeared in front of them on the night of their escape, Chen Mo's image in their mind has always been omnipotent, as if he could predict things and nothing could escape his eyes. James took a look at the short and confused old Taylor on his horse and thought that Chen Mo was calm at any time, as if he knew everything. He couldn't help turning his white eyes towards Zachary Taylor and said in a haughty voice, "Our master is very good." Zachary Taylor naturally felt the disdain of James in his tone and asked angrily at James, "You son of a bitch, I'd like to know what your master does. Is it more powerful than the general?" Zachary Taylor didn't want to lose face in front of the two little guys, which made him look like a general. But he seemed to forget that he had just resigned from the military and was no longer a general. They didn't tangle with him. After all, he was a real general and a hero of the U.S.-Mexico War. He had a high reputation in the minds of the army and the people. But even so, in the minds of Victor and James, he is still far less powerful than Chen Mo. "Old Taylor, you can't even beat us, and you want to compete with our master." "You," Victor spoke without any mercy. Zachary Taylor, angry, raised his head and tried to beat the guy to death. But as Victor said, he was not the opponent of the two little guys at all, so he had to clap his hands on the broad horseback of the old horse, Old Whitney, in his crotch. Soon, though, Zachary Taylor came up with what Victor meant. "You mean your master is better than you two?" When Zachary Taylor said this, he was full of disbelief. The strength of Victor and James had made him feel inhuman. Even there were rumors that two people were invulnerable and could not be killed in the army. It can be seen that the two were powerful. After more than 40 years in the army, Zachary Taylor read countless people, but never saw the existence of force stronger than two people, even compared with them, not even the weaker ones. Zachary Taylor would not have believed that human power could have been so powerful if he had not seen it. Zachary Taylor has always believed that the two must be given a gift from God so that they can have a far greater power and a stronger good luck than normal people. They have experienced 100 battles without injury. Now it's hard for Zachary Taylor to accept that they even say someone is more powerful than them. Victor and James have enough strength. What kind of existence is stronger than them? The legendary demigod. But it's like Greek mythology, isn't it? They believe in God. Take back the thought of throwing away. Zachary Taylor can't help looking at the two men. Seeing Victor and James nodding at the same time, Zachary Taylor, who has a certain understanding of the two people, knows that they don't care to lie. He has to accept the fact that someone is more powerful than these two wild beasts. What does he do? Zachary Taylor, with a straight face, asked the two men gravely. His curiosity about the master in the two populations had never been stronger. "Our master is a farmer." James's answer is still full of pride. It seems that as long as Chen Mo is a robber, he will say it with pride. "Farmer? I'm a farmer too." Listening to James saying that the mysterious master is a farmer, Zachary Taylor breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but keep up with the competition. "Or you can come to Kentucky with me. My cotton plantation is very big." Seems easy to say, in fact. Zachary Taylor really hopes that Victor and James can go back with him. He likes the two people who are straightforward, but he also knew that it was almost impossible to talk about the master with the two. "How big is your plantation?" asked James. Sure enough, they ignored his previous sentence directly. It seemed that they didn't even think about it, which made him feel lost for a while. But when James asked, he replied proudly, "It's not very big. It's more than 3,000 acres. At that time, the cotton plantation was not small. After all, there was no professional agricultural machinery for large-scale farm operation at that time. All of them depended on manpower. In order to cultivate the cotton plantation, Zachary Taylor purchased hundreds of black slaves and was also a relatively large planter in Kentucky. And in New York, there shouldn't be such a big plantation. Zachary Taylor was full of confidence in his plantation, thinking that he had finally compared the mysterious and powerful master in some way. Who knows that Victor and James looked at each other for a long time without speaking. When Zachary Taylor saw that the two didn't talk, he thought that their highly respected master had been compared by himself. They were embarrassed to say that, so he proudly urged, "Why don't you talk? How big is your master's farm?" James listened to his questioning, turned around and looked at it. He estimated it in his mind, and then he spoke slowly. "It's not very big. It's more than 10,000 times of yours." Zachary Taylor's eyes widened when he heard the words. He looked at James with serious face. He looked back at Victor, who was gloating with two sharp tiger teeth. His heart was in a mess. "I'm afraid you're not teasing me." In January 1848, the United States and Mexico formally began peace talks. On February 2, the two sides signed a peace agreement. Mexico ceded Texas, New Mexico, California, and other areas to the United States. The ceded territory covers more than half of Mexico's total territory, more than 1.9 million square kilometers. The war lasted for 2 years, ended with the victory of the United States. California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Wyoming all became the territory of the United States. A new wave of Western development was launched again. Chen Mo, of course, did not lag behind, or it can be said that Chen Mo was leading many pioneers to develop the West. Huge pastures, farms, and mines have been built on the newly acquired land in the West. Chen Mo's forces began to expand on a large scale in the West again. In fact, James's 10,000 times of Zachary Taylor is still a conservative estimate, maybe less than 100,000 times, but there are still tens of thousands of times. The whole Western region, where everything is relatively good, is basically occupied by Chen Mo in addition to the massive expansion in the southwest of Mexico. 100,000 times is only a matter of time. Today's northern capitalists focus on the high-end fields such as industry, real estate, and finance, while the slave owners of the southern plantations keep their own plantations and slaves. Chen Mo takes advantage of this gap to eat all the land in the West and grows rapidly into the largest rancher and landowner in the United States in just 2 years. A large number of people originally living here and immigrants from other places swarmed in after finding that joining Chen Mo's hands was much better than digging for food in the soil. In this period, the people who came to the West were the hard-working poor. As long as they had food and clothing, and their own and their families' lives were guaranteed, they would cherish this job very much. Whether it was cowboys, farmers, or miners, they all worked diligently and dutifully, and Chen Mo was not stingy to give them the generous rewards they deserved. Chen Mo's enclosure is not only for enclosure, but also for a deeper purpose. These wild areas in the west of the United States are vast but sparsely populated. They are undeveloped and desolate areas. Although they belong to the territory of the United States, they are not joined in as federal states, but simply divided into several areas. Each of these areas has the size of several other states, but the population is not the same as that of the Middle East. The city has a large population. Although these areas in the West are desolate and backward now, there will be more than a dozen independent states in the future. However, there are strict requirements from region to state. At the time of the establishment of these areas, the United States government issued a written federal decree setting out the conditions for the establishment of states in these areas. Initially, they divided these areas into several independent special zones, which were first managed by a governor and 3 administrative officials appointed by the Confederation Parliament. As the population of the area increased, 3 to 5 quasi-states could be set aside. When the population of any quasi-state increases to 60,000, it can apply to join the Federation and enjoy equal rights with the existing states. Chen Mo's ranch occupies most of the high-quality land in the barren and sparsely populated land in the West. It is the largest population gathering place. With the development of ranch, more and more people are recruited. In the future, when these areas truly become federal states, most of the citizens will be Chen Mo's employees. Chen Mo will become the real controller behind these states, and the vote of the governor and even the president will be in his hands. At that time, the whole western part of the United States will become Chen Mo's territory, under the control of Chen Mo behind the scenes. Chen Mo will become the most important lord among the major forces of the United States. The United States itself is a country controlled by capitalists. As a big capitalist, Chen Mo, who controls huge wealth and a large number of votes that can influence the presidential election, will be the target of all parties. Behind every party there is a large number of capitalist support. These parties represent these capitalists, interests, presidential election, party disputes, in fact the struggle of capitalists. However, Chen Mo's large-scale enclosure in the West and even throughout the United States is not only to control the vote. The peak period of fur trade will soon pass. Chen Mo can't only point to the pasture and land in his hands, but also just these can't support his power of influencing the political situation. After all, with the continuous development of the West, his ranch can't always occupy the domination of the West, and the number of employees in the ranch is limited. With more and more people coming to the West, especially other businessmen and capitalists, more factories, enterprises, and employment opportunities will be brought. Although Chen Mo has occupied the best land in the West, he can't be one. It is also detrimental to the development of the Western region that individuals enjoy the Western region alone and do not let others in. So what Chen Mo has to do is to strengthen his own strength and always firmly occupy the dominant position. Even if more businessmen and capitalists come, he will not be able to shake his dominant position in the West. To achieve this, it is not enough to rely on pasture alone. If we mark all the land that Chen Mo bought in the United States on the map, and then compare it with an American oil resource distribution map of the future world, we can easily find that Chen Mo's vast land has covered more than 80% of the oil-producing areas in the United States. The rest are just small oil fields with small reserves. That is to say, in the land he bought, the vast majority of American oil resources are buried. However, at this time, the oil has not begun to be widely used. The oil production and distillation processes are primitive and backward, and there are no modern oil wells and refineries. Moreover, the fuel engine that consumes the most oil in the future has not been invented. The steam engine that is used as the mechanical power output in the industry is still the coal-fired one. Without an internal combustion engine, cars have not yet been manufactured. So in fact, in this era, the main use of oil is to use kerosene extracted by local methods for lighting. Chen Mo didn't plan to speed up the historical process and let the oil industry and automobile industry appear ahead of time, so his purchase of oil-producing areas was just a precaution, and he bought them together while building pasture in the enclosure. In addition to the black gold oil, Chen Mo did not forget the real gold. Chen Mo, the American gold rush, has heard of it for a long time. It's just in time. How can Chen Mo let it go? San Francisco, Los Angeles, and other places in California have a lot of gold reserves. When the U.S. obtained California and other places from Mexico and sent out governors and administrative officials, Chen Mo expanded his enclosure operations in the past. Who knows that under the newly built vast pastures, there are a huge number of gold treasures buried. In fact, Chen Mo has been thinking about a piece of land, Alaska. This enclave is located in the northwest of Canada, across the sea from the mainland of the United States, not adjacent to each other. It can be said to be a huge treasure. Today, this vast land is still a colony of Tsarist Russia. In history, after the Crimean War broke out in 1853, Russia was afraid that the Alaskan colony would be taken away by Britain, so some people proposed to sell Alaska to the United States. Finally, in April 1867, the two sides clinched a deal with $7.2 million. As the largest state in the future, Alaska is rich in forest and animal resources, rich in mineral resources, gold, silver, coal, and other mineral reserves. Moreover, under the ground in Alaska, there are extremely rich oil and gas reserves. However, when the land was just bought, no one knew the great value buried under it. Because it was located in the northernmost part of the American continent, with a bitter cold climate, it was not valued by anyone. Chen Mo could easily take it down. As for going directly to Russia, it is not realistic at all. The reason why Russia sold Alaska to the United States is not just that it felt that the land was useless and that it was easy to find someone to sell it. At that time, the power center of Tsarist Russia was far away from Eastern Europe, so it was difficult to effectively manage the Alaskan region. The expanding United States was very interested in this region. If Alaska was sold to the United States, it could better develop the relations and trade with the United States. Most importantly, Alaska is right next to the British colony of Canada. In the Crimean War of 1853, Tsar Russia just suffered a great loss in the hands of the British and French allied forces, and finally lost a lot of territory. Alexander II, the new king, was very afraid of the British and French allied forces. The Russian Tsar thought that if he fought with Britain again, he would not be able to defend Alaska. Alaska is very close to Siberia. If the British take this as a springboard to invade Russia, the consequences will be unimaginable. So they need a powerful force that can fight against the powerful Britain to help them keep the Eastern Barrier. The United States is a force that can be used to contain Britain. The United States was originally a British colony, but it achieved armed independence under the strong British rule. The U.S. Army and Navy were able to compete with Britain, and many of the achievements were not expected by many European countries. As far as Alaska itself is concerned, the Russian Tsar at that time also thought it was useless. Alaska is too far away from Russia and has no income. It's a burden of losing money. It's better to sell it to the United States to make some money. It can also use the United States to stop the British threat to Russia. So there is also a national strategic consideration for Russia to sell Alaska to the United States. Chen Mo's desire to buy Alaska directly from Russia is completely impossible and unnecessary. He did not plan to establish a state in this world. In order to prevent the historical trend from being affected, Chen Mo did not plan to change these major events involving national territory, war, and other aspects. When the United States bought Alaska from Russia, he would do the same again. Zachary Taylor worked hard on the battlefield to lay down a huge new territory for the United States. Chen Mo moved his fingers and easily pocketed the land. What he paid was only money in numbers. Zachary Taylor didn't know that his victory had been stolen by Chen Mo, and he soon entered Kentucky with his mouth mixed with Victor and James. These three people don't know how to respect the old, and one doesn't know how to love the young. Yes, Victor and James, although they seem to be 18 or 19 years old, are only 14 or 15 years old. They are not adults at all, so they are naturally called young. The two sides have been arguing with Chen Mo all the way. Zachary Taylor is not willing to be compared and despised by the two little guys. Victor and James are more determined to defend their own master, which is just like the brain powder. Chen Mo is omnipotent in their hearts. Zachary Taylor boasted about other aspects of himself, knowing that he couldn't match Chen Mo's financial resources. He thought that as a general, he was naturally more heroic than a rich man, but he learned that Chen Mo was tall, strong, handsome, and dignified. Zachary Taylor looked down at his small, chubby figure and the farmer-like face in his mind, regretting his overconfidence and not mentioning it at all. By contrast, according to Victor and James, their master is more like a general than he is. Zachary Taylor, who suffered financial and physical defeat, couldn't help but challenge the mysterious master again several days later. However, with the previous lessons, this time Zachary Taylor did not speak out rashly, but intended to give them a chance to test first, and then give them a fatal blow. Zachary Taylor asked casually, as if nothing had happened, looking at Victor, who was riding on his side. "Victor, how old is your master?" Victor didn't pay attention to what he said. He tilted his head and thought about Chen Mo's young face. He didn't return. "In his 20s. Zachary Taylor almost stared at the words. He thought that the farmer who could own more than 10,000 times of his huge land must be at least 40 or 50 years old. Combined with the two, he said that he was even stronger than the two of them. How could he be 34 or 40 years old, 20 years old? What a joke, however, he also knew that they would not lie at all. That is to say, the master of the two people, a rich man with tens of millions of acres of land, was a young man in his 20s. When I was in my 20s, I was an ordinary soldier of the Kentucky militia. Zachary Taylor has been riding on his old horse for a long time without any words. He finally accepted this fact. However, he is proud again. A young man in his 20s, no matter how fierce he is, must have a lot less than himself. After all, he has not lived in vain for more than 60 years. Zachary Taylor immediately stopped covering up his purpose and declared war directly on the two children. "Then he must not have been to as many places as I have." Zachary Taylor, with his big head held high and proud, seemed to say another great thing. Victor and James look at each other when they hear it. They can't help but smile at the same time. If you want to fight, fight. In order to maintain the honor of the master, any provocation must be ended. Victor turned his eyes sharply to Zachary Taylor, which made old Taylor's heart sink, inexplicably having a bad feeling. I saw Victor looking at him with a cold smile on his lips and asked in a deep voice, "I don't know if you're talking about domestic or foreign countries." Zachary Taylor was stunned, at home or abroad. He has never been out of Mexico except this war. When, of course, the country. Victor's smile began to enlarge. At home, our Lord has been around because his ranch is all over the country and every state has his land. Zachary Taylor hears the words, "Damn it, forget that he owns so much land, it will not be in a state careless." The wily Zachary Taylor changed his tune. "I'm wrong. Is it a foreign country, Mexico, or I led you there?" Victor heard that the smile on the corner of his mouth was even greater, and two sharp tiger teeth were exposed. "In foreign countries, that's more. Our master came from China, lived in Canada for a while, and finally came to the United States." "China?" Zachary Taylor didn't know that before. "Yes, our master is Chinese." James, who was riding on a black horse, explained. "It's Chinese. Zachary Taylor has heard about that mysterious country. It is said that it is guarded by a powerful beast named River Crab. Novelists are very secretive about it, so Zachary Taylor doesn't know much about it." But Zachary Taylor didn't concede. There are many places he has been to, but he is young and has limited experience. He let you two go on a long journey alone. There are many things to pay attention to when going out. Let me teach you. Zachary Taylor's voice just dropped, only to find that Victor and James suddenly held the reins together. James even reached out and grabbed his reins, stopping his old Whitney. "What's the matter?" Zachary Taylor looked at the two men for some reason. "Did they say that they couldn't help me? They were so angry that they wanted to do something to me. There's an ambush ahead." James's words dispelled his blind thoughts, but they made him a little confused. He couldn't help turning around and looking at the road ahead. This is a straight dirt road. There are many big trees growing on both sides of the road, but they are not dense. If someone hides in it, it is easy to find them. He looked at them carefully for a long time, but found that all the roads ahead were normal, no different from what they had gone before, and no place suitable for ambush. He looked at them with pride. "I'll tell you what, you young people just have too little experience and always like to make a fuss. There's obviously no place to ambush here. Don't worry to follow me," Zachary Taylor said, intending to push the horse forward, but James firmly grasped the reins. He could not move at all. When he turned to look at James helplessly, the remaining light in the corner of his eyes found a fire blooming not far away. Almost at the same time, a huge gunshot accompanied by the fire came into his ear. Musket. Just when Zachary Taylor thought he was finished this time, a strong figure quickly flashed in front of him from his side and blocked in front of the shot. "No!" Zachary Taylor cried out in a hurry, but it was too late. Hearing the sound of a bullet into the flesh, the figure that came from him fell on his horse. Zachary Taylor looked down and saw that it was James who was talking to him just now and told him there was an ambush in front of him and pulled his reins. But before he could see the look of sorrow and chagrin on his face, he was shocked to find that James, who had thrown himself into his saddle, sat up quickly as if he was not tall, but he was very strong and broad, and completely blocked him behind. It's too late to think about why he's so nimble when he's shot. Zachary Taylor doesn't want James to stop him. Just because he's shot and survived doesn't mean he'll be okay again. But when he reached out and tried to push James down and block him with his own body, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake each other. Just as James jumped from his horse to Zachary Taylor's horseback and stopped one shot at old Taylor in time with his body, Victor on the other horse moved. At the time of the shooting, he had clearly found the location of the shooter. The suddenly lit flame of the gun came from the dense canopy of a big tree more than 10 meters ahead. Vic's hands pressed hard on the saddle, and his whole body jumped up from the horse's back and fell over the horse's head towards the ground ahead. But I don't know if I didn't grasp the balance in a hurry just now. Seeing his falling posture, it wasn't a standing posture, but the whole body was leaning forward, almost in a horizontal state. After falling in this posture, he couldn't stand at all but would fall straight to the ground. Moreover, Victor did not intend to support his body with his hands down as ordinary people do, but with his hands extended forward. If you put your eyes on his hands at this time, you will find that his 10 fingernails are rapidly growing, protruding slightly from the original fingertips, rapidly extending to more than 2 centimeters, sharp and slightly inward bending, like the claws of wild animals. Seeing that he was getting closer to the ground, he was about to fall to the ground. Just when his body was only half a meter away from the ground, Victor's outstretched hands quickly swung down, stably propped on the ground, and prevented his body from falling. At the same time, his arms continued to work downward, pushing his body to accelerate forward, and the body only half a meter away from the ground was also in his arms with the help of the power of the. He went up again and left the ground with his hands. However, there were 10 deep claw marks on the original flat ground, but the upward thrust of his arms was only applied to his upper body, and Victor's lower body continued to fall towards the ground. At the same time that his arms were exerting force just now, his originally backward and flat legs were also retracted towards the front. His upper body just left the ground under the force of his arms, and his feet also fell down quickly, touching the ground. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Victor's strong legs began to exert force. The huge force directly stepped out of 2 shallow pits under his feet. Under the influence of this huge force, Victor's whole body accelerated to leap forward at a more rapid speed than before, and the height of the body's flight increased rapidly, and soon reached a height of more than 2 meters. Under the 2 forces of his arms and legs, Victor soared in the mid-air like a short-distance glider, jumping forward at a speed far faster than that of ordinary people. This leap directly leaped nearly 5 meters. At the time when he exhausted his strength and landed again, Victor used his old skill again. Like before, he landed on the ground one by one, pushing his body to jump to the mid-air again, and the speed was faster than before. In this way, Victor did not run like ordinary people but sprang forward on all fours like a wild animal. But this strange way of running is his amazing speed, almost in a blink of an eye. After several leaps, Victor has rushed to the place where they were just 10 meters away, under the big tree that just fired a gun. At the place about 2 meters away from the tree, Victor took the lead in landing again. Victor didn't stop at all. He put his hands on the ground harder than before. The upper part of his body took advantage of his strength to rise rapidly. The whole man quickly changed from a horizontal posture to a state of leaning 45 degrees forward. Then, Victor's feet fell to the ground, the muscles developed in his legs contracted violently, and his bent legs sprang open in an instant. The huge force pushed Victor to accelerate like a rocket and shoot towards the front and top. The height of this leap was nearly 3 meters. When the rising trend began to weaken, Victor's hands were already on the thick trunk of the tree. 10 sharp claws were deeply stabbed into the bark, helping him to firmly hold his hands. Without waiting for the ascending body to stop completely, Victor's hands on the tree trunk exert force again, pulling the body up again as if pulling the body upward. Victor is like a quick cat. He climbs up a 10-meter tall tree in a few leaps, and his figure disappears into the dense canopy. Soon a scream came from the crown, followed by a sound of falling objects hitting the branches and leaves and a dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. At this time there was another loud shot. Zachary Taylor's face changed, but he didn't have time to make any response, so he heard another shot into the flesh. "James!" Zachary Taylor's face changed a lot. He cried out excitedly. He put his hands on James's shoulders and tried to pull him away from his body, but he found that it was still useless. He couldn't pull James at all. Then he was surprised to find that James, who was shot again, turned around and showed him a warm smile. "If nothing happened, I can't relate the smile to the person who got shot twice. Are you okay? Get out of the way and hide." Regardless of what happened, Zachary Taylor hurriedly urged James, only to find that James smiled at him and then turned back again to look ahead. Zachary Taylor saw it, looked behind James, and looked in the direction he was looking. I saw Victor's vigorous figure sprang out of the crown of a big tree, gliding in the air like a flying cheetah. In a second, he crossed 4 or 5 meters and got into the crown of another tree. With the same screams and falling sounds as before, Zachary Taylor finally saw that a man with a firearm had fallen from the crown. After this time, there was no more gunfire, but Victor and James listened attentively for a long time. After confirming that there were no other enemies, the alert was lifted. Victor jumped down from the tree, and James jumped back to his horse from Zachary Taylor's horseback. Without James' block, the picture ahead is reflected in Zachary Taylor's eyes, but he just glanced at the 2 dead bodies planted on the ground under the 2 trees 10 meters in front of him. Zachary Taylor quickly turned his head and asked James, who was immediately back to him, "Boy, are you okay?" James felt Zachary Taylor's worry, smiled at him quietly, looked down at his shirt with 2 holes punched by the bullet, stretched out his hands directly and grasped it on the lapel, pulled hard, and the strong cloth was directly torn under his great strength, revealing the strong muscles hidden under the clothes, which were filled with explosive force like steel casting. "Don't you forget, I'm a devil warrior who can't get in with a knife and a gun." James said it was easy and casual, just like joking, but Zachary Taylor stared in shock at James's chest after he ripped off his clothes. Just now, James had 2 holes in his clothes. That is to say, those 2 bullets did hit him, but now on his chest, the hole in his clothes was intact without any sign of injury. "Here, how could it be?" Zachary Taylor's face is unbelievable. He can be sure that the 2 bullets did hit James because he was behind James at that time. When the 2 bullets were shot, he clearly heard the sound of bullets entering into the meat, and the 2 holes in James's original intact clothes also verified this. But now the facts are in front of him, it's in good condition. Zachary Taylor, a legend that 2 people were invulnerable in the army before, always thought it was a rumor, but their luck was too good. With the help of God, they miraculously avoided all the injuries. Now it seems that they are wrong. That rumor is not wrong, and they are not so simple as luck against the sky. These 2 little guys are really invulnerable. James ignored the shock of Zachary Taylor. He took a new dress out of the bag hanging behind the saddle and put it on. Then he drove the horse forward with Victor, who came back and turned over. It seemed that the attack just happened had no impact on them at all. How do you know there are enemies in the trees? Seeing that neither of them had the meaning to explain, Zachary Taylor had to restrain the shock and doubt in his heart for a while, and beat up the horse to follow him. After approaching, Zachary Taylor glanced at the bodies of 2 attackers dressed clearly as bandits, and asked another doubt in his heart. You should know that he didn't find any abnormality just now, which made Zachary Taylor, who just boasted of his extensive experience and rich experience in front of the 2 children, feel very ashamed. This time James answered him very simply. Just along the way, there were birds calling from the trees on both sides, but when we got here, it suddenly disappeared, so we decided that there were people hiding in the trees. Zachary Taylor was speechless when he heard the words. He didn't pay attention to the details at all. Even if he did, he could not accurately distinguish the differences between them, which made him feel puzzled. How could these 2 inexperienced little guys know these things? They are even more powerful than the old general who has been in the army for many years. In this way, Zachary Taylor directly asked the doubts in his heart. "Where did you learn all this?" At this time, Victor, who was riding on the side of the horse, suddenly joined in, turned his head and grinned at Zachary Taylor, showing 2 sharp tiger teeth. The familiar smile shocked Zachary Taylor's heart, saying something bad. Sure enough, at the next moment, Victor said, "Of course, it's taught by our master." He said it's the basic common sense of wandering in the Jianghu. Now the world is chaotic and bandits are rampant. We must be able to find the enemy in advance and respond calmly. Otherwise, he would be like an old man, sitting around and shooting people when the enemy shoots. Victor grinned, revealing his long canine teeth again. This smile is only a little hard to see in Zachary Taylor's eyes. "You son of a bitch, you added the last sentence yourself." The angry Zachary Taylor would like to beat Victor hard, but recalling the deep claw mark on the trunk next to the corpse, Zachary Taylor chose a gentleman to do nothing. However, these two little guys really have a grudge against each other. They said that their master's experience is not as good as their own, and they still don't forget it. They immediately gave themselves a strong counterattack when they caught the chance. Victor looked at the angry old Tyler with a smile and turned to look at James. There was a little pleasure in both eyes. "I want you to provoke our master and hate you." Poor Zachary Taylor, a young man who had just escaped the attack of robbers, was angry with two of his rescuers. He was so angry that he almost wanted to spit blood. Zachary Taylor was ignored by the two people for a long time and rode alone behind them. In fact, Zachary Taylor is not really angry, including constantly comparing with Chen Mo, which is just a joke with two little guys. Despite his long years of military uniform and slovenly clothes, he has no bearing of a general, but he is far from the vulgar country bumpkin that many people think. In the eyes of people who are really familiar with him, he is actually a gentleman, a man with elegant chivalry, amiability, and pleasant. He has a free and easy gentleman's demeanor, and he will not be jealous of others, and even despise to compare. Compared with Chen Mo before, on the one hand, he joked to get rid of the boredom of the journey, and on the other hand, he was very curious about Chen Mo, the mysterious master whom Victor and James highly respected and admired. He just wanted to know more about him. Now through the mouth of two little guys, he has got a lot of knowledge about Chen Mo. But the more he knows about Chen Mo, the more he feels that Chen Mo is unfathomable and totally unpredictable. What kind of person is this mysterious Chinese? In addition, Victor and James' strong strength and magic ability also shocked him. After 2 years of fighting, Zachary Taylor thought the strength of the two men was incomparable, but who thought it was just the tip of the iceberg. Before the bullet hit, the powerful speed in front of him in time, the ability of being invulnerable, the sharp claws that can leave deep claw marks on the tree trunk. How strong are the strength of the two men? What are their magical abilities? How strong is the master who is more powerful than them, in the words of Victor and James? All kinds of questions lingered in Zachary Taylor's mind, but he didn't ask them again. After so long with the two people, he had known their temperament. They didn't care to lie. They would tell him what they could say. Even if he asked them, they wouldn't answer. They had been hiding their special abilities before, this time because they were in danger. They would ignore the hiding and give full play to their strength to save him. However, this at least shows that the two people still agree and care about him very much, even risking the risk of exposure to save him, which makes him feel very happy. He also understood that they had been keeping secrets before. After all, once this magical ability is known, it will still bring a lot of troubles. The two have been deliberately hidden, or there are rumors of demons in the army. If they were in the Middle Ages, they would be caught and burned by the church as demons. So Zachary Taylor was not dissatisfied with the concealment of the two, but determined to help them keep the secret and not let anyone know. So they quarreled and came to Zachary Taylor's home, a cotton plantation in Kentucky, covering an area of more than 3,000 acres. It was thanks to Victor and James who accompanied him along the way. Several robbers were easily wiped out by them. Zachary Taylor was able to return to his home safely. "Aren't you two staying with me for a while?" Zachary Taylor looked at Victor and James, who had not even got off the horse and had sent him home to continue their journey, and said with helplessness, "It's still a long way from New York. You'll have a few days off before you go." But what he said obviously didn't help. Victor and James didn't mean to shake a little. He turned the horse's horse in a horse's whine and turned the horse's head. Victor rode on the horse, grinning to Zachary Taylor with a look of expectation, showing 2 tiger teeth. "No, old Tyler, it's all over the world. Let's meet again," Victor said, shaking the reins and urging the horse to run away. James also turned to Zachary Taylor and waved and rode with him. "All the world's feasts." Zachary Taylor looked at the two people who were far away and could not help muttering this sentence. "Son of a bitch, where did you learn that?" Zachary Taylor yelled at the backs of the two men. The two men on horseback did not stop, but Victor's voice came from afar. "Our master said it." Zachary Taylor stood at the gate of his plantation, looking at the two people who had gone all the way with a kind smile on his lips. These two stinky boys, Victor and James, bid farewell to Zachary Taylor here and rode away at a gallop. After that, there were only two people left, and their traveling speed was much faster than before. After all, Zachary Taylor was in his 60s. Although he was very strong, he couldn't stand the bumps of a long ride. So most of the three people were on a slow ride. Now, without the drag of old Taylor, the two raced all the way to Kentucky. They soon left Kentucky and headed for New York. Before long, they returned to Chen Mo's luxury farm in Brooklyn, New York City. On Kentucky's side, Zachary Taylor, who returned to his cotton plantation for retirement, failed to do so. His life as a planter lasted only a few months and was interrupted by a Whig Party representative who suddenly visited him. This year is another election year. The presidential election of the United States of America is about to start, and the vote war between the Whigs and the Democrats will start again. This time, the Whigs, who had always opposed the Mexican War, took a fancy to Zachary Taylor, the war hero. The Whigs succeeded in the election of Harrison in 1840. They obviously enjoyed the sweetness. This election was just at the end of the U.S.-Mexico War, and the influence of the war was far from over. So they focused on Zachary Taylor, who was the most famous and influential among the people. Zachary Taylor, a Southerner with slaves and cotton plantations, was able to win votes in the South. His outstanding performance and great achievements in the war against Mexico were able to win votes in the North and even in the whole country. Moreover, Zachary Taylor was only fully known in the U.S.-Mexico War. After the war ended, he resigned from his military post and returned to his hometown without any sensitive comments in public. People have limited understanding of him and are not familiar with his views on the major domestic issues at that time, which is quite beneficial to his election. So on June 7, 1848, the Whigs nominated Taylor as their presidential candidate at the Third National Congress in Philadelphia. Zachary Taylor resigned because he was tired of the war and was placed by President Polk at the end of the war. Most of his troops were transferred, which led to the final vicious war. The rest of his soldiers were killed and wounded, which made him frustrated with the high level and even more ridiculous about the rank of Major General on his shoulder. I am a general, but I can't even protect my soldiers. I tried my best to lead them to fight with the enemy in the battlefield at the risk of my life. However, because of the dissatisfaction of the president caused by my action strategy, I was severely wounded once. I almost couldn't come back. Slavishly dependent on his peers, Zachary Taylor was so upset by his superiors that he was very unhappy. So he didn't want to stay in the army any longer, and he was just as old as he could. Instead, he went back to his hometown to provide for the aged. In his plantation, everything has the final say. No one can command himself. If anyone dare to pit him, he will directly shoot a shotgun and shoot him to collapse. He did have a quiet and comfortable retirement in his plantation. His cotton plantation is located in Kentucky, which is a slave state in the South and allows the existence of slavery. So Zachary Taylor is actually a slave owner. In addition to some servants and housekeepers who have served him for many years, there are more than 100 slaves in his plantation. The whole plantation was his speech, and all affairs, including the life and death of slaves, were under his control. This land is his private territory. Even the governor, without his permission, has no right to set foot in his territory and is not qualified to tell him what to do. He had intended to spend the rest of his life in such a free way, but the arrival of Whig Party representatives changed his mind. He left his beloved army because he was betrayed by the president, and what if he became president himself? As the supreme leader of the country, who else can command him? Moreover, although he chose to avoid the world passively, in fact, Zachary Taylor still has a heart of fighting for his country, and it is his love for the motherland that made him choose to join the army without hesitation in that year. And in his military career of more than 40 years, he was brave, fearless of life and death. All he did was the strength of the motherland. but his patriotism was watered down by President Polk's cold water in the U.S.-Mexico War. The country he loves, the supreme leader, and the President of the United States who represents the interests of his country are hurting him. Devastated and frustrated, Zachary Taylor chose to leave his job and go home. Now, the opportunity for Whig to become president is in front of him. If he can become president and lead the United States, he can better serve his country. Thinking of this, the heart of patriotism, which had been silent for many days, could not help but burn again in Zachary Taylor's chest. No more hesitation, Zachary Taylor soon made up his mind to fight this time. The next day, he packed up and set out for Washington to start his presidential campaign. Zachary Taylor started not by speaking and pulling votes, but by raising campaign funds. Due to the late preparation, except for the lack of campaign funds provided by the Whig Party, Zachary Taylor's campaign funds are far less than his competitor Louis CASS. While Zachary Taylor began to raise campaign funds with the help of the campaign committee prepared by the Whig Party, a large amount of donations from New York made his campaign funds abundant in an instant, far more than Louis CASS, enough for him to successfully complete the whole campaign and push the propaganda to the limit. As a wordless military man, Zachary Taylor's toughest campaign fundraising was so easy. The owner of the huge political donation did not come in person but sent one of his representatives, Tom. At his campaign office in Washington, Zachary Taylor met with a representative of the magnate. Looking at the young man in front of him wearing a stiff suit, with a serious and rigorous look and a sense of elite in the market, Zachary Taylor couldn't help asking about his doubts. "Who is your boss? He donated such a large amount of money. I don't know what his appeal is." When asked, Zachary Taylor's face was solemn. Political donation is not as simple as donation. In a conventional sense, political donation, that is, campaign donation, is the free support provided by the supporters of the presidential candidates for the candidates they support. All citizens of the country can contribute to the candidates who are in line with their demands and political opinions and want him to run successfully. But the average person's contribution is usually a few dollars, or even just a few cents. Although there are many ordinary people who donate money all over the country, the total amount of donations to these ordinary people usually only accounts for a small part of the candidate's campaign funds. The real big money comes from the capitalists. The political contribution of the capitalists to the presidential candidates is not a charitable donation, but an investment behavior, which is to seek return. After the candidates get the political contributions, they will return the political benefits to the gold owner and make the gold owner profit. That is to say, the capitalists who provide the presidential candidates with a large amount of money have their own demands, and they need the candidates to complete their demands after the successful election. However, this sudden huge donation made Zachary Taylor a little dignified and didn't know what the other side would want. He told himself in his heart that if the demands of the other party offended the interests of citizens and the state, he would not agree even if he did not want the funds. Hearing Zachary Taylor's question, Tom answered with a look of exploration and examination. "General Taylor, our boss's money is not a political donation but a gratuitous donation to support your campaign for president. There is no appeal." Tom's words stunned Zachary Taylor. He thought of all possible answers, but he didn't think of this one. "Why?" Zachary Taylor asked in disbelief. Tom smiled and said, looking at Zachary Taylor, "Our boss said thank you for taking care of Victor and James over the past 2 years. It's him." Finally, as the Whig Party thought, the American-Mexican War is just over. Zachary Taylor, the most famous war hero in the whole war, has a great influence on the people's mind. With all the advantages mentioned above, the operation of the Whig Party's strength, and the large amount of campaign funds from New York, Zachary Taylor successfully defeated Louis CASS and was elected the 12th President of the United States. After Taylor came to power, he first dealt with Cuba. South American slave owners have long coveted Cuba as a new source of slave labor. President Polk wanted to buy an island from Spain. In 1849, the expansionists and slave owners in the south of the United States supported a Cuban adventurer to organize an expedition near New Orleans to incite rebellion in Cuba and prepare to merge Cuba into the United States as a slave state later. President Taylor worried that this would cause great disputes at home, so on August 11, 1849, he issued a proclamation on Cuba declaring that the United States government has the responsibility to abide by the treaty and prevent its citizens from violating the territory of friendly countries. He warned American citizens not to participate in the illegal activities of the armed expedition against Cuba. The expedition's plan was broken down and was stillborn. This is the first time that Zachary Taylor has been against the slave owners of the South Plantation. In fact, Zachary Taylor himself is actually one of the slave owners of the Southern Plantation. In his own interests, he should have supported this incitement to Cuba, but the slave owner is only his identity. For more than 40 years, he spent most of his time in the army. The huge cotton plantation was just an industry of his. He didn't spend too much time on his slaves. He was far less harsh and cruel than other slave owners. Now that he has become the president, he has to consider from the perspective of national interests. The war against Mexico has just ended. What he should do now is to digest the gains of this war, rather than continue to invade greedily. This is not good for the stability and development of the country. What really benefits is that these slaves in the South urgently need to expand the plantation rules the Southern slave owners of Mo. Zachary Taylor's behavior caused dissatisfaction among some Southern planters, who believed that he had betrayed the South and turned to the Northerners. At this time, Zachary Taylor is facing another big problem: whether slavery was practiced in California, New Mexico, Utah, and other lands newly acquired by the United States after the Mexican War. The slave owners of plantations in the South and the bourgeoisie in the North have been fighting fiercely for a long time. As early as 1790, the federal government established a Mason-Dixon line between Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland in order to solve the interstate boundary dispute. This line became the boundary between the free states and slave states in the eastern United States after 1804. To the north of this line is the free state, and slavery is not allowed. To the south is the slave state, and slavery is allowed. By 1819, there were 22 states in the United States, half of which were slave states and half of which were free states, so they had equal seats in the Senate. The slave owners of the Southern plantation and the Northern bourgeoisie kept a balance in political power and jointly controlled the development direction and political decision-making of the United States. But in 1819, when slavery existed as early as the French period, Missouri applied to join the Union. So there was a debate in Congress about whether Missouri would join the Union as a free state or as a slave state. At the end of the same year, the northern region called for a separate Maine region to join the Union as a free state. Finally, Congress reached the Missouri Compromise in 1820. Missouri, as a slave state, and Maine, as a free state, joined the Union, maintaining the balance of power in the Senate, and setting the boundary between the free state and slave state at 3630 N. When Zachary Taylor became president, the northern states were in a period of intense opposition to slavery. Whether the new land acquired after the U.S.-Mexico War is a slave state or a free state has become an important factor in the expansion of the conflict between the North and the South. The most pressing issue facing Zachary Taylor is the status of California and New Mexico. California's demand to join the Union as a free state and New Mexico's demand to become a slavery-free zone immediately heated the struggle in the North and South. Congress also quarreled and disagreed over slavery. Even the selection of a gatekeeper was required to investigate his attitude towards slavery. From January to May of 1850, Congress held a big debate on whether slavery was practiced on the new land, which was one of the famous debates in American history. At the meeting, some members of Parliament attended with weapons. Sometimes they fought a lot at the meeting. It can be seen from the intensity of the struggle. The South plans to hold a South Conference in June, and several Southern states are on the verge of secession. In this critical period, Zachary Taylor did not compromise on both sides, but firmly expressed his position. In a speech, he made it clear that he would stick to his promise in the general election, maintain political independence, and not be a nominal president of one party. Although he was a Southerner and had many slaves, he advocated the unity of the Union in the national interest. Zachary Taylor suggested that slavery could be maintained throughout the country, but the extension of slavery to new areas was prohibited. He suggested that California and other places should be admitted to the Union as a free state as soon as possible, and vowed to personally lead the army, to use force to maintain the unity of the Union if necessary. Although Zachary Taylor's attitude was firm, the Southern slave owners had united at that time. If the federal government adopted strong force, the American Civil War would probably break out immediately. On July 4, 1850, Zachary Taylor attended the Independence Day celebration in Washington, D.C., at a time when the national crisis was particularly serious. The commemoration was held outdoors. He listened to all kinds of patriotic speeches for more than 2 hours under the hot sun and didn't leave the venue in advance. After the meeting, he walked in the strong sunlight for a long distance alone. When he returned to the White House, Zachary Taylor was thirsty and hungry. "This damned weather. There are no clouds," Zachary Taylor complained. He took off his suit jacket and vest and pulled the bow tie off his collar. In an instant, from the well-dressed president, he came back to the image of the old general who was not dressed properly. The difference was that his clothes were cleaner, not as untidy as before when he was in the army. Sitting on the sofa, Zachary Taylor felt thirsty and hungry for a long time. "Hurry up and give me something to eat. And water." President Taylor's request was quickly conveyed. White House waiters brought him a pot full of ice milk and a large plate of bright red cherries. This made Zachary Taylor, hungry and thirsty, look at the young waiter with approval. It's rare that he has such an eye. After standing in the sun for such a long time in a suit, Zachary Taylor was already too hot. Although he took off his coat and vest, the shirt inside was already wet with sweat, which made him feel uncomfortable. But at this time, he did not care about it. The waiter placed the tray on the table and brought up the gorgeous silver pot to pour it full a cup of milk, cold milk. Zachary Taylor can't wait to reach for the glass, head up and drink. Under the cold milk, Zachary Taylor felt that he had cooled all the way from his mouth to his stomach. Although his body was still hot and dry on the surface, he was much more comfortable in his body. However, Zachary Taylor was not satisfied. Seeing that the waiter was going to continue pouring milk for him with the silver pot, Zachary Taylor couldn't wait. He reached directly and took the silver pot from the waiter's hand and didn't use the cup again, so he began to pour the spout into his mouth. Zachary Taylor felt the cold milk sliding through his mouth and esophagus and into his stomach. The whole person felt unspeakable, and the heat and dryness of his body were greatly reduced by this coolness. Zachary Taylor, who was drinking frozen milk from a cow, did not find the irony and coldness in the eyes of the young waiter standing respectfully beside him. When he put down the empty silver pot, Zachary Taylor took a long sigh of relief, which was not as hot and thirsty as at the beginning. But when he put down the milk pot, his eyes fell on the large plate of red cherries on the tray. Although this pot of iced milk made him less thirsty, it also eased the heat on his body, but his stomach was already hungry. At this time, seeing this large plate of bright and dripping cherries, Zachary Taylor's stomach could not help chucking up, and the feeling of hunger became stronger. Just now he had drunk a pot of milk, and Zachary Taylor did not care about an image, directly reached out to put the whole plate of cherries in front of themselves, gobbling up. This cherry not only looks red and attractive, but also tastes sweet and juicy. Zachary Taylor soon ate up this large plate of cherries, which satisfied her to put down the plate and lean back on the back of the sofa to breathe comfortably. Comfortable. Zachary Taylor is really comfortable at this moment, but soon he can't. Later that day, his stomach began to rumble, followed by severe abdominal pain. Alexander S. Watson, the White House president's health care doctor, quickly came to examine him and finally diagnosed him with cholera. He was given calomel and opium. The next day, President Zachary Taylor not only got better, but also managed to deal with some important issues. However, the president's doctors soon realized the seriousness of the problem because they could not explain and stop the president's rising body temperature. On July 8, doctors reported that the president had a high fever and was seriously ill. Although Zachary Taylor has estimated that he can't recover, he survived the night with the military's unique perseverance. On July 9, Zachary Taylor felt his body was in a bad condition and realized that his life was in danger. He would probably not be able to survive this evening. Lying in the hospital bed, Zachary Taylor's face was pale with a strange red halo, which made the last strength of his family say his last words that night. "I'm about to die. I'm waiting for God to call as soon as possible. I have been faithfully trying my best to perform all my duties, for which I have a clear conscience. My only regret is that I will have to leave my friends." After saying this, Zachary Taylor's mind can't help but picture the faces of Victor and James. What did the two stinky boys say when they left? It seems that there is no such fate in this life. Then goodbye in the next life. In a loud scream, Zachary Taylor's vision gradually became dark, his thoughts gradually blurred, and finally lost his consciousness. Zachary Taylor, the 12th President of the United States, who has only been in power for 16 months and is only 66 years old, died in the same hospital as Harrison, an old hero 9 years ago. After President Taylor's death, Congress finally passed the compromise bill proposed by Henry Clay, the leader of Whig Party. The bill decided to join the Union of California as a free state. At the same time, it established New Mexico and Utah as two special zones. It did not make laws on whether slavery was allowed. It prohibited the slave trade in the District of Columbia. It also made stronger laws to help slave owners seize escaped slaves. In a seemingly eternal darkness and stillness, a faint and hazy light suddenly appeared. With the light spreading, a faint voice gradually sounded in the stillness and became more and more clear. "You see, his eyes are moving. That blood can really bring people back to life. Who am I? I'm Zachary Taylor, the 12th President of the United States. Those two voices just now are so familiar. Besides, am I not dead?" Zachary Taylor's consciousness returned from nothingness. He gradually thought of the previous events. Didn't he die of illness? The feeling of death and the boundless darkness and stillness convinced him that he had remembered nothing wrong. So what's going on now? Have you come to heaven by yourself? Feeling the dim light in front of her eyes, Zachary Taylor tried to open her eyes and see exactly where it was. Under his constant attempts and efforts, it seems that he finally regained control of his body. The heavy eyelids slowly opened, and a white ceiling took the lead in his eyes. In the remaining light of the corner of his eyes, it seems that there are still several shadows. Thinking of the familiar voice heard in the haze just now, Zachary Taylor could not help turning his eyes, and at the same time he tried to look up to see the direction of those figures. After waking up from the darkness of death, Zachary Taylor gradually regained control of his body and felt as if he were lying in a bed. With his efforts, Zachary Taylor finally saw the figures standing in front of the bed. Two of them were Victor and James, whom he knew so well. "Why are you two here? Are you?" Although Zachary Taylor is still weak, his voice still shows deep concern for the two. Obviously, he thinks it's heaven, and the presence of Victor and James here doesn't mean they're dead like him. "This is our home, of course we are here." Victor looked at Zachary Taylor, who was alive in bed, and grinned with two sharp teeth. "I said goodbye. It seems that we are still predestined." Victor's tone didn't make Zachary Taylor angry. He had been used to Victor's sharp mouth for a long time. What he cared about was the meaning of Victor's words. Recalling the two sentences he had heard in the past, Zachary Taylor opened his eyes in astonishment and asked the two unbelievable questions. "You mean I'm not dead?" Victor shook his head gently. "No, you're dead." Looking at Zachary Taylor's face full of doubts and confusion, Victor couldn't help but smile and then went on. "But you are resurrected by our Lord, Master." Resurrection. These two sensitive words make Zachary Taylor shift his eyes from Victor and James to the tall and majestic figure standing beside them. Is this the omnipotent master of the two little guys? Did he really revive himself? For his own death, Zachary Taylor has no doubt. He has experienced the whole process personally, suffered from the pain of disease, and clearly felt the whole process of stepping into death. Those feelings cannot be fake, especially the seemingly endless nothingness and darkness. That seems to have passed for a long time, and it seems to be just a moment of time confusion. He can be sure he's not in a coma or asleep, because it's a different feeling. As far as Zachary Taylor himself is concerned, he has believed in the fact that he was resurrected after his death. What's more, this is from Victor. Although this boy is rebellious, always likes to fight against himself, and especially likes to see himself eat flat, but he and James have never lied to themselves, so Zachary Taylor believes this from Victor's mouth. It seems that he really died in the White House and was resurrected by the mysterious master in front of him. Thinking of this, Zachary Taylor can't help but look carefully at the well-known master. The other side gives him the first feeling is strong. This kind of strong not only refers to the tall and strong body, but also refers to the unique momentum of the other side. Although his expression is plain, Zachary Taylor can feel a kind of powerful majesty. This is the unique temperament that can be produced only when he has been in a high position for a long time and controls the powerful power and the life and death of countless people. It cannot be copied by ordinary people in any case. Zachary Taylor has been in the Army for more than 40 years. He has always been a major general, led the Army, and finally became the President of the United States who led the whole United States. He has been in a high position for a long time, holding enormous power in his hands. However, no matter he himself, or the high-ranking officials, dignitaries and nobles at home and abroad he met, he is far from the person in front of him who seems to control the whole country, the power of the world. He doesn't think it's his illusion or the other party's acting. Although he doesn't know how to explain the other party's powerful authority, is the other party stronger than the President of America, the king of a country? He wanted to see the answer from Chen Mo's eyes, but when he put his eyes on Chen Mo, no more secrets. When he looked away from Chen Mo, Zachary Taylor didn't change much, but his heart was like the sea in a storm, setting off waves and waves, which could not be stopped for a long time. What kind of existence is the master of Wicket and James? At this time, Zachary Taylor completely believed what Victor and James had said to him. Their master was even stronger than them. He could do almost anything. In the past, Zachary Taylor thought that there might be exaggerated elements under the blind worship of two people. At that time, he only thought that the master was just stronger than two fierce little guys. With two people in front of Zhu Yu, Zachary Taylor could not accept anyone who was more powerful than the two people. But now it seems that the other side is not only stronger than the two, he is likely to be, like the two said, omnipotent. Thinking of this, Zachary Taylor's look at Chen Mo is filled with awe and gratitude. At this time, he also regained some control over his body and struggled to sit up from the bed. However, his legs were still weak and he could only feel the numbness. After several attempts, he was still unable to move, so he sat on the bed and said sincerely to Chen Mo, "Thank you for saving me, sir." Chen Mo smiled at his words and said softly, "Victor and James were taken care of by you in the army a few years ago, and their strength improved greatly. After they came back, they often talked about you in front of me and said that they would invite you to stay at the manor for a few days when you retired again." Chen Mo pauses here. Zachary Taylor can't help looking aside at Victor and James, only to find that both of them turn their heads to look elsewhere as if nothing had happened. They seem embarrassed to look at him. Zachary Taylor couldn't help but smile a happy smile. Considering that these two stinky boys have a little conscience, they know that they miss themselves and plan to invite themselves as guests. What Zachary Taylor didn't know, however, was that they were both relieved to hear Chen Mo saying that he didn't go on. Another sentence after what they said was omitted by Chen Mo. They were telling Chen Mo that Zachary Taylor boasted that he owned a huge cotton plantation. After they laughed at him in front of Chen Mo, They said that they would invite President Zachary Taylor to stay at the farm for a few days to show him what a big farm is. 3,000 acres of small cotton plantation in front of more than 60,000 acres of Brooklyn farm. Dare to say it is a huge area. At that time, they have to stimulate this old man who doesn't know the height of the earth. But before they could invite our President Taylor to visit us, they received the news that he died of malaria due to overeating. For this reason, the two guys, who have never been heartless, except for those who respect Chen Mo and are close to each other and don't care about everyone else, are still in a low mood for some time. If not for being able to clearly feel the sad feelings of the two, Chen Mo thought that they were sorry for not having the opportunity to tease President Zachary Taylor. Now Zachary Taylor has come to Brooklyn, but he has just come to life. He is still very weak, and they are not very exciting to him. What's more, they only take the initiative to make fun of Zachary Taylor. If Chen Mo says it directly, they will still feel uncomfortable. While Zachary Taylor was very pleased and Victor and James were secretly glad that Chen Mo had not said their care, Chen Mo continued in his gentle and dignified voice. You are also two of their few friends. Naturally, I can't watch you being killed by others. Zachary Taylor was a little proud to hear Chen Mo's words, but when he heard the words behind Chen Mo, his face couldn't help changing. What? You mean I was killed by someone else? I don't have malaria. Zachary Taylor said incredulously. As the Supreme Leader of the United States of America, the 12th President of the United States of America, Zachary Taylor never thought that he would be killed. He just thought that he did not pay attention to his diet, suddenly drank a lot of iced milk and ate a large plate of cherries in the extreme heat and thirst, which would lead to his malaria and sudden death. But now from Chen Mo's mouth, he heard a surprising news. He was killed. When he was ill before, he had no doubt about it and did not think about it in depth. Now, it seems that it is really a little strange. He had told the White House waiter to ask for water and food, but the other side brought him a big pot of iced milk and cherries that were not enough to fill his stomach. When people are thirsty and hot, they suddenly get a big pot of iced milk. Most people's instinctive reaction is to kill them all in one breath. Sweet, juicy, and very convenient cherries are usually eaten by many people, let alone hungry. It's obviously someone else's way. The other party obviously has a premeditated plan. He deliberately creates the appearance of overeating in this way, which will not cause his doubt. He foreshadows his coming malaria and his sudden death a few days later, which is not so abrupt. Now I think that the strong physique honed by his military career of more than 40 years can't be compared with the two little beasts like Victor and James. But it's impossible to die of such a disease because he drank a pot of iced milk and ate a plate of cherries. Someone really hurt him. What's more, the terrible thing is that the President of the United States of America is really killed. What the hell is going on? Zachary Taylor looks at Chen Mo in shock, trying to get an answer from his mouth. Arsenic was added to the milk. Zachary Taylor was shocked and furious at the words. No wonder what he wanted was water, but what he brought was milk. Only when it was added to milk could arsenic be concealed. Who is it? Zachary Taylor asked angrily that since taking office as president, he has always attached great importance to national interests, never considering his own personal gains and losses, but finally ended up in this situation. How can he not be sad and angry? When he thought about what he had done during his time as president, Zachary Taylor had an answer in his mind. The slave owners in the South. Zachary Taylor was also a plantation slave owner in the South. However, when he became president of the United States, he was aware of the serious obstacles of slavery to the industrial, economic, and social development of the United States from the perspective of national interests. As president, Zachary Taylor never hesitated to give up his own interests and resolutely resist the expansion of slavery in the United States. Obviously, his position and decision-making not only hurt his own interests, but also made him stand on the opposite side of other slave owners of southern plantations. In this case, the slaveholders whose interests have been harmed have reason to eliminate their huge obstacles, and they do have the strength. However, Chen Mo's answer was somewhat unexpected. Your fellow countrymen do have this idea, but before they can do it, they are preempted by others. Zachary Taylor was stunned to hear Chen Mo's words. Not them, other people. He had only been president for more than a year, and so many people wanted his life. This made Zachary Taylor feel a little sad, and his mood began to become complicated. In fact, it's not just the slave owners of the South who offended Zachary Taylor, who is upright and tough, when he was president. On July 29, 1844, the British Parliament passed the Peel Regulation, which established the status of the Bank of England as a currency issuing bank. The bank, which is controlled by the private sector, officially became the National Central Bank of England, responsible for implementing national monetary and financial policies such as currency issuance and financial supervision. In any country, whoever controls the money supply is the absolute master of all industries and businesses. In this regard, the British economy has been dominated by bankers. The goal of international bankers is obviously not just Britain. The United States, once a British colony, has become a fat meat in the eyes of bankers since the beginning of independence. International bankers have always hoped to establish a private American central bank in the United States to seek benefits. They have planned and operated for many years, and have successfully established the private central bank twice, but failed to maintain it for a long time under the intervention of the President and Congress. But international bankers will not give up. As powerful capitalists, they have strong political power in their hands, which is why they have been able to successfully establish private U.S. central bank twice. The establishment of private central bank is imperative. In the face of huge interests and rights, any people and forces standing in front of them will be wiped out, whether it's the congressman or the president. Even William Henry Harrison, who was also a war hero and the 9th president before him, died suddenly a month after he took office. He was closely related to these international bankers. Among them, the Whig leader Henry Clay plays an extremely important role. He is the first private central bank in the United States, the founder of the first Bank of the United States, one of the founding fathers of the United States, the important successor of Alexander Hamilton's private central bank thought, and the favorite of the bankers. He was eloquent, thoughtful, and motivational. He gathered around him a group of legislators who supported the banking industry and were supported by bankers, and formed the Whig Party under his organization. The Whigs are firmly opposed to President Jackson's independent banking policy and have always been committed to restoring the private central bank system. William Henry Harrison was chosen as the presidential candidate by him. He wanted to use his hand to establish the private central bank and taught Harrison how to manage politics many times. But William Henry Harrison was obviously not willing to be his puppet. After Harrison was elected president, the contradiction between the two became increasingly acute. Henry Clay, who thought he could give orders as Crown Prince, had already found someone to write the president's inaugural address without Harrison's consent, but Harrison refused. Harrison also drafted more than 8,000 words of his inaugural address. In this paper, he systematically expounds the idea of governing the country, which is contrary to Henry Clay's idea of private central bank and the policy of abolishing independent finance, thus deeply hurting the interests of bankers. It was a cold day on March 4, 1841, when President Harrison delivered his inaugural speech in the cold wind, and he suffered from the cold. This is not a big deal for the military career of President Harrison, who knows that his illness is getting worse and worse, and he died on April 4. By 1849, when war hero Zachary Taylor, also chosen by the Whigs, was elected, the hope of restoring the central bank seemed close. It is the highest dream of all bankers to set up a private central bank that is completely similar to the Bank of England model, which means that bankers ultimately determine the fate of the country and the people. They thought that the soldiers would have a good control over political affairs and become the puppet of Henry Clay by relying on their military achievements, prestige, and their power to be elected. Obviously, however, their wishful thinking failed again. Zachary Taylor, like William Henry Harrison, has his own ideas and insistence. He is not willing to be Henry Clay's puppet. Zachary Taylor's negative attitude towards the establishment of the central bank was made clear in private. The idea of setting up a central bank is dead set. I will not consider it in my term of office. It turned out that it wasn't the central bank's decision, it was himself. 2 presidents born of war heroes launched by the Whig Party were killed successively. Their death seems to be normal and irrelevant, but there are many doubts and mysteries in the deep research, and there are some hidden internal relations. Listening to Chen Mo's account of the causes and consequences of the whole thing, Zachary Taylor only felt cold in her heart. What he didn't expect was that it wasn't the Southern slave owners that killed him, but the Whig Party that nominated him as the presidential candidate, or, to be precise, Henry Clay, the Whig Party leader, and the bankers behind him. After all, the Whig Party didn't support the establishment of a private central bank. Zachary Taylor could not help feeling angry at the thought that the lives of 2 American presidents had been played by a group of bankers, but it was accompanied by a deep sadness. This world, after all, is a capitalist world. Behind these presidents are various forces. However, he chose 6 relatives not to recognize them, put the national interests first, and ignored Henry Clay's demands. As a result, he got the end of this situation and was killed by the bankers whose demands were not realized. Even if there are no bankers, there are other capitalists, factory owners, farmers, slave owners to control the United States. Today's Congress is not controlled by the capitalists in the North and the slave owners of the plantations in the South, but how his power alone is the opponent of these huge forces. As Chen Mo said, Henry Clay had only robbed the Southern slave owners of his hands in advance. Even without him, his Southern villagers would not let him go. Zachary Taylor is deeply aware of the terrible politics, which is far from what he thought. Even if he abandons his personal gains and losses and takes the national interests as the most important, he will eventually infringe on the interests of others and make them want to get rid of them quickly. It's funny that he didn't understand this until he died, and he just thought he was really sick and died. If it wasn't for Chen Mo, he would never know that there are so many complicated things behind it. Maybe he shouldn't have been running for president, staying in his cotton plantation as a farmer or his best home. Thinking of this, Zachary Taylor could not help but feel frustrated. His eyes dimmed, and he sat down on the bed with his head down, staring at the quilt in front of him for a long time. Victor and James can't help but worry to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and asked in a low voice to Zachary Taylor, "Don't you want revenge?" "Revenge?" Zachary Taylor still lowered his head and said softly in his mouth. Chen Mo could see the violent wave in his eyes. After a while, the violent wave stopped completely. Zachary Taylor shook his head slightly and said in a faint voice, "What can I do if I take revenge? If I kill Henry Clay, there will be spokesmen of other bankers on the stage. If I kill the bankers, there will also be factory owners, manor owners, and slave owners. I can't kill them all, can I?" It is clear that Zachary Taylor has lost faith in this dark, decadent, capitalist state. "Do you want to abolish slavery?" There is a smile on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. "Yes, of course, but I can't and the next president can't. Those slave owners represent half of America. Unless we defeat half of America, slavery cannot be abolished." Because he is a planter himself, Zachary Taylor is very aware of the powerful power of the Southern slave owners in the whole Southern United States. The whole Southern states are under the control of these slave owners, ranging from the army, state and county governments, to civilians and slaves, all under the control of these plantation slave owners. When he was in office, all he thought about was to stop the spread of slavery to other states of the United States and maintain the status quo. He never wanted to completely abolish slavery. He didn't want to, but he couldn't. Slaves are the private property of planters and their free labor. If slavery is abolished, they must pay the people who farm their plantations at the price of employing civilians. Then their balance of payments will be broken, even they cannot make ends meet, and a large number of plantations will close down. Slaves are the lifeblood of the plantation slave owners. They cannot allow slavery to be abolished, which touches their most fundamental interests. If the U.S. government forces the abolition of slavery, the final result will only be the separation of the southern slave states from the Union or even the outbreak of internal war. Then defeat half America. Chen Mo's tone is very relaxed and casual. It seems that he is not talking about a strong America but a weak and small country. Beat them, Zachary Taylor mutters to himself. Yes, politics and compromise can't solve slavery. The only way is war. But the time is not yet ripe. In 15 years, slavery will become history. 15 years. With Chen Mo's deadline in his mouth, Zachary Taylor's dim eyes couldn't help flashing a light. Although I don't know why Chen Mo decided that slavery would end in 15 years, but he has experienced the magic power of resurrection. For Chen Mo, Zachary Taylor now believes in it as blindly as Victor and James. 15 years may sound like a long time, but in Zachary Taylor's view, it has been very fast. In his original thought, it is estimated that the American slavery will not be completely overthrown until the 20th century, or even the 21st century. For a system that has been deeply rooted in a country and has been implemented for nearly 100 years, and this system also involves the fundamental interests of half of the people who are in a dominant position within the country, it is not a matter of one day and one night to want a change. 15 years has been very short. Zachary Taylor can imagine that these 15 years will never be peaceful. As Chen Mo said, politics and compromise cannot solve the problem of slaves. The only way is war. Only by defeating half of America can slavery be completely abolished. The end of slavery is bound to be a larger and more tragic war than the U.S.-Mexico War. If you want, then you can join the army with Victor and James and end slavery with your own hands. The words of Chen Mo made Zachary Taylor's eyes bright. The reason why he was tired of the war before was that he was trapped by his own people, which led to the death and injury of his soldiers. In addition, the war between the United States and Mexico was essentially an aggressive war. Although it expanded the territory for the country, in fact, Zachary Taylor did not feel much honor. But the war against the slave owners was for the reunification of the motherland and the liberation of the people. Zachary Taylor felt that his heart was once again ablaze with flames of fighting. However, 15 years later, I am over 80 years old. How can I get on the battlefield? Even if the war starts earlier, my body can hardly bear it. Over the years, Zachary Taylor has become more and more aware that his health is not as good as before. Although he is still strong among his peers, he is still rapidly getting worse than when he was young. This is also the reason why he has no doubt that he has malaria and then died in a few days. Moreover, it's hard to say whether he can live to that day. In this era, there are not many people who can live to the age of 80. Chen Mo looks at Zachary Taylor's bright eyes, which quickly darken, feels his inner loss and regret, and easily sees through his inner thoughts. The body is not a problem. I can bring you back to life. Naturally, I can bring you back to your youth. In fact, you have eternal life now. What? Zachary Taylor is no longer thinking about 15 years later eternal life. He didn't hear me wrong, did he? Zachary Taylor looked at Chen Mo in disbelief, but found that his dark eyes were still calm and profound. He could not see a trace of fluctuation in them, which was not a joke at all. However, he still feels very weak now and seems to be better than before he died. Eternal life? How is that possible? But Chen Mo did successfully revive the dead. Since the dead can be resurrected, it seems that eternal life is not impossible. Feeling Zachary Taylor's inner turmoil, Chen Mo smiled. You're just waking up now. You're still weak, but it won't be long before you fully recover. You'll find your body changes. Zachary Taylor nodded doubtfully, but listened to Chen Mo's voice and continued. As for the bankers. At this point, there was a sneer on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. The creation of the central bank is sooner or later, but the owner of this bank will not be them. With that, Chen Mo looked down at Zachary Taylor and asked with a smile. Mr. President, would you like to be president of my central bank in the future? Zachary Taylor looked at Chen Mo with another stare. You mean? Chen Mo nodded softly. In fact, I have several banks. The United States is a capitalist country, and the establishment of private central banks is an inevitable result, but it is impossible for them to achieve it with all their efforts and means. I'm afraid that the establishment of the Central Bank of the United States will wait until the next century. Today's bankers can't live that day, and their descendants don't want to touch it. The Central Bank of the United States and the Federal Reserve will not be formally established until the United States experiences several financial crises. But behind the scenes of the Federal Reserve, the future Rockefeller, Morgan, and other major consortiums have not appeared or just begun to develop at this time. What's more, the oil resources that Rockefeller started with have been preempted by Chen Mo. This powerful consortium is impossible to appear in the future, or even if it does, the real controller behind it will be Chen Mo, who holds the oil resources of the United States. Today, these bankers and slaveholders who are jumping up and down in American politics are not seen by Chen Mo at all. Even if he doesn't do anything, most of them will be buried in the long river of history. In the future, the real controller of the United States, the 10 largest financial groups of the United States, are not in shape yet. Chen Mo, who has the advantage of foresight, can take the lead step by step. This does not give these consortiums the opportunity to appear and grow. The future Fed will be run by Chen Mo alone. Of course, just like the Federal Reserve now has been in the guise of semi-official, the internal stock structure and other situations have been kept secret from the outside world. Chen Mo will not stand in front of the stage, but will hide behind the scenes and control everything secretly. You were killed for obstructing bankers' plans to set up a private central bank. Isn't it interesting that you will run the bank yourself in the future? The words of Chen Mo made Zachary Taylor excited. It's really a good idea for him. The bankers tried their best to build a private central bank controlled by them, even killed 2 presidents. As a result, the private central bank they dreamed of was controlled by the people they killed. Zachary Taylor just thought about it and felt very addicted. Seeing Zachary Taylor completely recovered from the shadow after his death, Chen Mo didn't say any more, told him to have a good rest, and then turned out of the room. "How did I get here?" "You have to thank us for that, old Taylor. We dug you out of the coffin ourselves," Victor said with a grin. The familiar smile and the 2 sharp tiger teeth on the corner of his mouth made Zachary Taylor itch his teeth. His pale face turned red with anger. "You 2 bastards, even dig my grave. Old Taylor. You've got your revenge. If we hadn't dug you out in time, you would have smelled. Our Lord said that only the dead body can be resurrected. If it stinks, there is no way." Zachary Taylor listened to Victor's explanation. Not only did not subside, but also became more angry. He raised his arm and pointed to Victor and said, "Victor, you son of a bitch." In the face of the furious Zachary Taylor, Victor was not afraid at all. Instead, he was more proud of his smile, and the 2 canine teeth on the corner of his mouth were fully exposed. He was obviously a part longer than ordinary people, just like the sharp teeth of wild animals. "What? Don't want us to dig you out, or we'll bury you again." Zachary Taylor burst out when he heard this. He was really angry with this bastard. He didn't care about his weakness. He couldn't beat Victor, so he jumped out of bed and jumped on Victor. Today he has to teach a lesson to this kid who doesn't know how to respect the elderly. Victor saw Zachary Taylor swing his fist at him, but he was not afraid at all. He stood there smiling and turned his head to one side proudly, winking at James. James can't help shaking his head when he looks proud. This guy likes to bully old Taylor. He just survived, and he's not afraid to kill him again. But then James was shocked. His eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. Victor saw the change of James's look. He was confused, but suddenly felt that he had been hit hard on his head, which made him squat on the ground directly with his head covered. "It hurts." Victor rubbed the big bag on his head and looked up angrily at the front. "Who is it?" But the next moment he stayed there, squatting on the ground with his head in his arms, like a big frog with his mouth wide open. In front of him, Zachary Taylor was standing steadily on the ground, staring at his hand in surprise. Several people on the scene had fought together for 2 years on the battlefield and returned to Kentucky together. They had a deep understanding of each other's strength. Victor and James didn't think that just after resurrection, the weak Zachary Taylor could hit Victor, which was a real hit. With his ordinary strength, he was just tickling Victor. Even Zachary Taylor himself doesn't think he can hit Victor. He has seen his agility and speed. Not to mention his weak fist, even the bayonet that the enemy thrust with all his strength, he can easily and flexibly dodge. He was just annoyed by Victor, who didn't stop him from joking about his death. In fact, he was bluffing. He wanted to frighten the guy who was not big or small. He didn't expect to hit him at all. But no one thought that Zachary Taylor, who looked very weak, jumped up from the bed and rushed to Victor at a surprising speed. He suddenly crossed the distance of more than 1 meter in front of the bed and hit Victor's head with a punch that was free. He squatted on the ground with his head in his arms. In the surprised eyes of James and Victor squatting on the ground, Zachary Taylor tentatively clenched his fist and felt the strong power from his hands. Zachary Taylor felt that his strength now seemed to be much stronger than that of his body at its peak when he was young. What's going on? Looking at his powerful arm, Zachary Taylor couldn't help recalling what Chen had just said. Resurrect the dead. Know clearly the cause of his death and a series of reasons behind it. Defeat half of the United States in 15 years and end slavery. Can make him young again. Give him eternal life. In the next century, the Central Bank of the United States will be established and become its sole owner. There is another saying, you just woke up now, you are still very weak, but it will not be long before you fully recover. You will find your body changes. Changes in the body. Zachary Taylor's heart flashed the words of Chen Mo, feeling that the weakness in his body was gradually disappearing and replaced by abundant vitality and powerful power. Zachary Taylor put down his arm, looked down at Victor, who was still squatting on the ground with his hands on his head and his face full of wonder. A kind smile came out from the corner of his mouth. Wake up, Victor, let me try again. Victor got up from the ground and stopped rubbing his head. He glared at Zachary Taylor in a cold voice. Old Taylor, you asked for it, don't worry. If I accidentally kill you, I will send you back to your coffin. Zachary Taylor's face is black again, this vicious boy with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Come on, boy, let this president teach you a lesson on behalf of America. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm afraid you forgot one thing. President Taylor is dead. Now the president is your former vice president, Millard Fillmore. I'm afraid you can't teach me a lesson on behalf of America. Zachary Taylor remembered that he was actually dead, but he was not willing to be suppressed by Victor in words. Thinking of the promise made by Chen Mo, Zachary Taylor was more powerful and said to Victor with satisfaction, Then I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the central bank. You can be a guard for me then. The master won't agree. He will. He certainly won't. Are you two still fighting? James on the other side saw that the two were like two quarreling children, arguing endlessly, and simply reminded the two of their original intention. Interrupted by James, the two people remembered that they were going to fight just now, and then they unconsciously turned into gunshots. Under James's disdainful eyes, the two people felt ashamed. Even if they looked at each other fiercely, they fought together with fists waving. After quarreling and quarreling, Victor still has a proper hand. At the beginning, he didn't use all his strength. However, after several old punches by Zachary Taylor, Victor, looking at his complacent appearance, finally lost control of his strength. He used all his strength to fight with Zachary Taylor. Of course, he didn't use the sharp claws of his fingertips, but clenched his fist and Zachary Tai, you come and I fight. In the end, Victor won, but he looked more embarrassed than Zachary Taylor, who lost. His eyes were all panda eyes. Old Taylor. Even if the master gives you strength, you are still not my opponent. It seems that I can't be the guard of your central bank governor. Victor said triumphantly with two panda eyes. Zachary Taylor rubbed his cramped stomach with Victor's swift punch and stared at him. Boy, you wait for me. When I beat you one day, you'll go to be a guard. Victor grinned at his words, revealing two tiger teeth. No problem, but only if you can beat me. You say that you are so old and you still fight and kill all day long. The old man is honest and plants flowers. It's not good to walk the dog. Old man, Zachary Taylor was trying to get angry, but suddenly he seemed to remember something. He gave Victor a deep look in his eyes and then he stopped talking to him. Instead, he opened the door and walked out of the room. Victor and James look at each other. They don't know what's going on. Shouldn't he be half mad at him? Why don't you play according to the routine? After a quarrel between the two men for such a while, the panda eyes on Victor's face have recovered completely under his strong recovery ability, and he didn't go out with 2 black circles, otherwise his nickname would be Saber-Toothed Panda. Zachary Taylor left the room, turned down the stairs along the corridor, and came to the hall on the first floor. Along the way, he was also sorting out his gains. After the fight between the two, Zachary Taylor was shocked to find that his strength had been promoted after his death, almost equal to Victor's. However, although he was older, his combat experience and skills were not as strong as Victor's. In addition to taking advantage of Victor's lack of effort in the first place, Victor had a slight advantage. When Victor did his best, he was soon beaten. If Victor didn't care about his face, he would be 100 times more miserable than Victor. It's inevitable that he would become a pig-headed man. After years of fighting with fur companies and armed men, as well as the Mexican army, Victor and James have greatly improved their strength. Although they haven't reached the peak of the film, they are also quite strong. After years of continuous improvement, the physical quality of Victor and James has reached the level of 3 times that of ordinary people, which is equivalent to the strengthening effect of the improved super soldier serum. Combined with the strong fighting skills tailored by Chen Mo for the two, their comprehensive strength has been very strong. And the resurrection of Zachary Taylor is that Chen Mo used the blood of Marcus, the first ancestor of the vampire in the world of the Legend of the Night, to transform him into a vampire, plus a drop of his own perfect blood, to eliminate the disadvantages of vampires needing to suck blood and fear the sun, and to transform Zachary Taylor into a perfect undead with 3 times the physical quality of ordinary people. But he is still not Vickett's opponent, and just when Vickett laughed at him, it reminds him of what Chen Mo said before, which can make him young. Now his body in his 60s can have the power to match Victor's. If he recovers his youth, he will be more powerful. On the sofa in the hall, Zachary Taylor sees Chen Mo, who is drinking coffee. When he comes down, Chen Mo is not surprised. It seems that he is here to wait for him. "Sir." Zachary Taylor came to Chen Mo just to speak, but Chen Mo waved and interrupted him. "You're right. I can make you younger and stronger." Chen Mo put down his coffee cup and said casually, but this is no less than a thunderclap in Zachary Taylor's ear. He knows what he is thinking. In fact, Zachary Taylor thought a lot. Although Chen Mo was sitting in the hall downstairs, the whole manor could not be concealed from his ears. Chen Mo, the fight and quarrel of the two men, had originally listened to them. Coupled with the reaction to Zachary Taylor's body details, he guessed that his idea was too simple. Under the awe of Zachary Taylor, Chen Mo gently put the coffee cup back on the coffee table and leaned back on the back of the sofa. Until then, Chen Mo finally looked at Zachary Taylor. "So, are you ready?" Zachary Taylor was stunned so fast, but he nodded his head hard. Chen Mo raises his hand to show Zachary Taylor to sit on the sofa beside him. Zachary Taylor sits down on the comfortable single sofa on his right hand and looks at Chen Mo curiously. He doesn't know what happened when he was resurrected. This time, he doesn't know what Chen Mo will do. In front of him, Chen Mo slowly stretched out his right hand and spread it out in front of him. Under the curious gaze of Zachary Taylor, a cigar-sized, delicate and shiny silver metal column appeared on Chen Mo's empty palm. Zachary Taylor could not help but shrink his pupils and look up at Chen Mo in a startled way. In the past, because he didn't witness the whole process with his own eyes, or just some predictions for the future, Zachary Taylor believed that Chen Mo had a magic and powerful ability. But after all, he didn't witness it with his own eyes, and the feeling was not so strong, and only the resurrection from death and the real improvement of power shocked him. Now, the scene in front of him is telling him clearly that Chen Mo has the power of God. Chen Mo didn't explain anything, but ordered directly to Zachary Taylor. "Reach out." Zachary Taylor quickly let go of his fear and put his left hand in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo holds the delicate silver metal bar, which is obviously not made in this era, puts one end of it on Zachary Taylor's forearm muscle, and then presses it down. Zachary Taylor felt a slight prick on the skin held by the metal bar, as if something had pierced his skin. Then he felt something enter his body from that place. Before he could feel it carefully, Chen Mo took back his hand and the strange silver metal bar disappeared from his hands. Seeing this, Zachary Taylor looks at Chen Mo in confusion. So soon, no feeling. Aware of the doubt in Zachary Taylor's heart, Chen Mo smiled at him when said, "It's going to hurt a little." Zachary Taylor nodded stupidly at the words. "Does it hurt?" After more than 40 years of fighting in the army, we have experienced countless battles and battles. The injuries on our bodies are even more serious. What's the pain? There is no such word in his dictionary. When he was poisoned and dying by those damned bankers, he was in great pain and he didn't moan. A little pain is nothing. But the next moment he doesn't think so. A heat flow came out of the place where the pain just happened. It quickly reached the heart along the blood vessel and was transported to every corner of the body by the heart. At first, Zachary Taylor just felt the heat flow passing by. But when the heat flow spread all over the body through the heart, a strong pain suddenly came out and became more and more intense. From skin to bone, from muscle to brain, there is no place left without pain. It seems that the whole body is being torn into pieces by this heat flow, which is extremely painful. But in front of Chen Mo and the dignity of being a soldier, Zachary Taylor clenched his teeth and stifled the voice that was about to be exported. Chen Mo smiled and said nothing more. Then he reached out and took the coffee, which was still flowing hot from the tea table in front of him. He sat quietly on the sofa and drank the coffee while waiting for Zachary Taylor to finish strengthening. What he just injected Zachary Taylor with is an improved super soldier serum that can triple the physical fitness of ordinary people. According to Chen Mo's conjecture, Zachary Taylor, who has 3 times the physique of the undead, should have more than 4 times the physique of the ordinary people after the enhancement of the improved super soldier serum. As for the other role of the improved serum, which makes people younger, Chen Mo does not know exactly how much role it can play, but it's no problem for a teenager to return to his 50s. If you change your dress a little, you don't have to worry about being recognized. What's more, it's not modern. TV, internet, and other media are very developed. Many civilians don't know what their president looks like at all, and the identity problem is well solved. Chen Mo slowly drank the coffee in the cup, but Zachary Taylor's reinforcement was not finished. He sat on the sofa with a painful face, and his whole body was as motionless as if it had been fixed. However, if you look carefully, you can see that every muscle in his whole body was shaking slightly, as if some changes were taking place. Chen Mo is not in a hurry. The whole strengthening process will take a while, and in the middle of the strengthening, Victor and James also came down from the upstairs. The 2 people who went to the sofa soon found out the abnormality of Zachary Taylor. James couldn't help looking at Chen Mo and asked in doubt, "Master, what is he?" Chen Mo smelt a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth, turned his head and looked at Victor, who was frowning and looking at Zachary Taylor with a face full of pain, and said slowly with a smile, "Victor, it looks like you're really going to be a guard for President Taylor." "What?" Victor's face changed when he heard that. He turned to Chen Mo and found that Chen Mo was not joking. He was in a panic. Since the master said that, it means that old Taylor can really beat him. He had just been beaten by himself, and in the light of Zachary Taylor's situation, Victor quickly guessed what was going on. "Master, you have given him more strength?" Victor asked Chen Mo in a hurry. Chen Mo didn't speak, but he nodded with a smile. Victor sniffed his pupils and thought of the agreement he had just made with Zachary Taylor. If he really defeated him, wouldn't he really want to be a guard for him? No. Victor's eyes moved rapidly and finally fell on Chen Mo. Victor's worried look changed for a moment. He opened his mouth and showed 2 long tiger teeth. He licked his face and came to Chen Mo. He said in a low voice with a dog-leg look, "Master, we haven't improved our strength for a long time. Why don't you strengthen both of us?" With that, Victor winked at James from an angle he thought Chen Mo could not find. The tacit understanding between the two brothers has been honed in countless battles. Only one eye can understand each other's meaning. James received Victor's eyes, and Victor's words also brightened his eyes. When he was going to speak to help, he just met Chen Mo's joking eyes. James had a feeling of being caught by his parents for secretly doing bad things in a moment. Obviously, the eye contact just now between the two men had been completely in the eyes of Chen Mo. Victor, who was grinning to please Chen Mo, waited for a long time without James asking for help. He turned around quietly and looked at James several times, thinking he didn't know what to do. But he found that he was looking down, like a child who had done something wrong. Victor at first did not understand that James was not active in such a good thing as giving strength directly by the master, and where was his tacit understanding at ordinary times? But soon he felt two sharp eyes as sharp as the blade fell on him, which made his hair explode. This feeling, Victor said to himself that he was not good. He first squeezed out an ugly smile and then he slowly turned to Chen Mo. There was also a sharp look in Chen Mo's smile. Victor couldn't smile for a moment. He quickly took the dog's leg away, stood up straight, looked down to the ground like James and dared not look at Chen Mo's eyes again. You too. All day long I should be taught a lesson by Taylor. Chen Mo stretched out his fingers and pointed at the two men. He was furious and taught them a lesson. When he saw the two men standing obediently, they bowed their heads and didn't speak. They were full of guilt and had a very good attitude of admitting their mistakes. He let the two men go and went to appease them. This kind of reinforcement can only be accepted once by everyone. What he is doing is the weakening version. The reinforcement requirements are low, but the strength improvement is limited. You will also accept this kind of enhancement in the future, but it will be an enhanced version, and the enhancement effect will be much stronger. Chen Mo said that Victor and James, who are bowing their heads to play the students who admit their mistakes, raised their heads abruptly with a surprise. Chen Mo looks at them angrily, and they quickly lower their heads. It's just that you're too young to strengthen. Let's wait until you grow up. Master, we are already big. Victor listened to Chen Mo and said that they were still young. He would have to wait a few years. He quickly raised his head and hurriedly distinguished them. But what he said is also true. It has been more than 5 years since they left Canada with Chen Mo. They have grown up a lot in countless battles over the years, far faster than ordinary children. Now they are very tall and burly, no less than those men in their 20s and 30s, and they are much more fierce. But looking at their faces, they can still find a trace of tenderness hidden under their calm momentum. The older Victor is just an adult, while the younger James is less than 18 years old. Their bodies are not fully grown, and there is still a lot of room for growth in height and body shape, so they are not suitable for super soldier serum strengthening. In the face of Victor's discrimination, Chen Mo's eyes swept past, and the other side was momentarily mute, lost the courage to continue fighting and bowed his head obediently. Victor decided to listen to the master and do as he arranged. The master never missed his decision. He said that he must be too small if he is too small. It seems that he should eat, sleep and exercise more and grow up fast. Chen Mo leans on the back of the sofa and waits for Zachary Taylor to strengthen. Victor and James look up again and look at Zachary Taylor curiously. This old guy is useless, isn't it? His face is almost wrinkled into a balsam pear face. Isn't it pain? I can't stand this pain. Do you want to teach me a lesson? Victor is a typical person who doesn't have backache when he stands and talks. When he looks back and strengthens, he will know how much it hurts. Before the three of them had to wait too long, Zachary Taylor's reinforcement was soon completed, and the look of pain on his face gradually disappeared. Instead, it was a relief. What's more, his wrinkled face has become much smoother and smoother. His whole face looks at least 20 years younger than before, that is to say, Zachary Taylor looks actually in his early 40s. Not only the age of appearance, but also Zachary Taylor's figure. At the same time, his body became much thinner than before. Looking at the great changes in Zachary Taylor, Chen Mo's eyes flashed a thought. This improved super soldier serum has been injected into many people, including Chen Mo's old housekeeper in Captain America World, Eddie Abbott, the commander of Hydra, Howard Stark, Agent Carter, Colonel Phillips, Dr. Erskine, and many others. But their changes are not big. The appearance of the young Agent Carter has not changed much, but his body is more vigorous. The older people, such as Old Albert, Colonel Phillips, and Dr. Erskine, look only young in their teens after being strengthened. The change of Zachary Taylor's face is obviously bigger than them some. In terms of height, the improved super soldier's serum didn't improve very much. It was only a few centimeters in appearance, not particularly obvious. The body was only slightly stronger than the original. Therefore, the appearance of the improved serum is not as great as that of the original and enhanced serum. But now, these changes in Zachary Taylor's body are significantly beyond the normal effect of the improved serum. The difference between him and other people who receive reinforcement is that he has been transformed into immortal by the blood of Marcus, the ancestor of Vampire, and the perfect blood of Chen Mo. This great change in him is obviously due to the double effects of undead blood and super soldier serum. But it's actually a good thing for him, not to mention whether the strength will also be enhanced. Just the huge change of appearance is very conducive to his identity change and start a new life. Even if he meets an acquaintance, he doesn't need to worry about being found. Chen Mo was also worried that Zachary Taylor could not bear the great pain of the original super soldier serum, so he chose to use the improved serum with higher safety, but the effect of shape change was poor. Under the gaze of Chen Mo, James, and Victor, Zachary Taylor, who completed the super soldier's reinforcement, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, which had become turbid due to old age, were as bright and clear as those of the young people. It seemed that the dust in his heart had been completely washed away, and the whole body and mind had recovered again. After becoming taller and thinner, Zachary Taylor's appearance has become much more handsome. At this time, it seems that he has no vulgar feeling like a farmer, but gives a sense of calm gentleman and social elite. After a look at the three people on the scene, Zachary Taylor, who had just finished strengthening, raised his hands slowly to the front of his body. He carefully looked at these hands, which were obviously shorter and stronger than those before, and showed a thick excitement in his eyes. He can feel that not only his hands, but also his whole body has changed a lot, which is quite different from before. With his hands on the armrest of the sofa, Zachary Taylor slowly stood up from the sofa. He clearly felt that his vision was totally different from that of the past. His perspective was obviously higher than that of the past. What he saw was much clearer. Before Zachary Taylor could feel his changes carefully, a strong sense of hunger suddenly emerged from his stomach. Gollum, Gollum. A series of loud grunts were heard in his stomach, and Chen Mo, Victor, and James beside him clearly heard the sound of beating drums. Zachary Taylor was embarrassed, but Chen Mo's words soon put an end to his embarrassment. This fortification consumes a lot of energy in your body. Even the fat in your body is burned out and it doesn't seem to be enough. You need more energy now. With that, Chen Mo turned to look at Victor. Victor, take Tyler to the restaurant and get more steaks in the kitchen. Yes, sir. Victor glanced at Zachary Taylor, turned around and headed for the restaurant. Zachary Taylor bowed slightly to Chen Mo to say hello, then followed Victor to the restaurant. Soon Victor understood what Chen Mo meant by more steak. Zachary Taylor is like a hungry wolf who has been starving for a long time. He quickly kills a steak brought by the chef. The chef can't cook the steak as fast as he can. Victor watched Zachary Taylor's amazing speed of killing a steak. He couldn't help but think of the newspaper saying that President Zachary Taylor suffered from malaria because the cow drank a pot of ice milk and ate a large plate of cherries. Old Taylor, are you sure you're not dead? Zachary Taylor, who was chewing the steak in his mouth, couldn't open his mouth, but raised his head from the plate and gave Victor a squint. The meaning in the eyes clearly is to say, "Stinky boy, you wait for me." Thinking of what Chen Mo said before, Zachary Taylor will surpass the two of them after this strengthening. Victor's neck will shrink. Terrible, how can I forget this? Since the master said that he was not his opponent, he could not beat him. When he imagined being beaten by Zachary Taylor and forced to be a guard for him, Victor could not help but feel a chill. The kitchen is too slow. Old Taylor, you eat first. "I'll hurry you up," Victor said and ran away. In the end, Zachary Taylor ate more than 20 steaks before stopping. The beef was digested quickly after it entered his stomach and turned into nutrition and energy to supplement Zachary Taylor's deficit. After strengthening, his slightly thin body expanded rapidly. Although he was not as strong as Victor and James, he was also in a healthy shape with every muscle sharp edges, full of power. Because of the double effects of undead blood and improved super soldier serum, the strengthening effect is much stronger than the simple improved serum. The height and body shape have changed greatly, so the energy consumption is very large. Thanks to Zachary Taylor, who was a little bit small, but very strong, and a little bit fat, he was able to rely on his original energy and burn fat, and successfully completed most of the reinforcement. Until now, with sufficient nutrition supplement, it is the complete reinforcement. Now, after the blood strengthening of Marcus and Chen Mo, the ancestors of vampires, and the improved super soldier serum strengthening, Zachary Taylor's appearance has changed greatly. The original height of less than 1.7 meters has been raised to nearly 1.85 meters. The body has also become slim and strong from the previous short and fat body. The face is more than 20 years younger than before. The temperament has changed a lot. It has become more aggressive and vigorous. Zachary Taylor, who has come back from death and changed his appearance, can't go back to the White House. In fact, even if he can, he doesn't want to go back to the dark place full of intrigue, struggle, and calculation. In this way, Zachary Taylor lived in Chen Mo's Brooklyn Manor and saw all kinds of magic of Chen Mo. Zachary Taylor was also awed by Chen Mo since he stayed at the manor. He planned to take part in the war of conquering half of the United States and completely smashing slavery, as he said, and manage the central bank for him in the future. Zachary Taylor also straightened out his mind and called Chen Mo boss. After joining Chen Mo, Zachary Taylor knows how terrible Chen Mo is. All around New York, in addition to the center of New York, more than 700 square kilometers of land are all Chen Mo's territory. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of Chen Mo's land. Every state in the United States has a lot of land belonging to Chen Mo, especially in the developing western region. Almost all the high-quality land is in his pocket. The total area of his land should be calculated in tens of thousands of square kilometers. The total area of these lands even exceeds the total area of a state in the United States. His 3,000 acres, but 12 square kilometers of small cotton plantation in front of this huge land, is just a drop in the ocean. At the beginning, Victor said that Chen Mo owned 10,000 times the land area. In fact, he not only exaggerates, but also says less. At the same time, Zachary Taylor could not help but think of the scene when he was boasting in front of the two people. His face was a little hot. He had to compare with Chen Mo, who was not good, and Victor's enthusiastic narration is not over. Since Zachary Taylor has joined their master, it's his own person. There are many things you don't have to hide from him. Thinking of Zachary Taylor's provocation to Chen Mo on his way home, Victor decides to tell him all about Chen Mo's strength. These unimaginable lands are only a small part of Chen Mo's wealth, let alone the oil buried under these lands. After all, the oil industry has not yet started to develop, but the daily wealth of those large-scale gold mines that have begun to be exploited is an astronomical number. There are countless other coal mines, iron ore deposits, and so on. Now the Industrial Revolution in the north of the United States has been basically completed. A large number of mechanical and chemical plants that use steam engines to power machines have been built. Cotton ginners, sewing machines, tractors, and steamships have been widely used. At the same time, the manufacturing of a large number of machines and the use of steam engines have greatly increased the demand for steel and coal. Chen Mo, with the advantages of foresight, has already occupied a large number of coal and iron ore production areas, and built many large-scale iron and steel plants, machinery manufacturing plants, and shipyards. When many capitalists were competing to set up factories, Chen Mo started directly from the source and intercepted the huge industrial dividend at the top of the Industrial Revolution. In addition, After several years of development, the fur trade in Missouri, Mississippi, and the Rockies is completely monopolized by the Indian tribes that Chen Mo accepted, and the annual profit generated by fur trade is extremely amazing. After these years of development, the number of Indians who were taken over by the Lakota tribe led by Chief Geronimo has reached tens of thousands. These people still live in the forest and grassland as before, but their weapons have been upgraded from bows and arrows to muskets, and their living conditions have been greatly improved under the support of Chen Mo. There are no more Indians exposed to the world except for a fully armed and fierce Indian warrior who escorts a cart of fur to the north of New York every once in a while. Because these Indian tribes had been monopolized by Chen Mo, the outsiders could not enter at all, and they had no idea about the situation and changes inside. So in other people's eyes, the Indians Chen Mo accepted were only the original weak Indian tribe. The fur companies with thousands of armed personnel have not attracted the attention and vigilance of the U.S. government. Chen Mo's Indian soldiers, who are fierce and have strong individual combat power, but are few in number, will not attract the fear of the country. Let alone Chen Mo himself is a powerful capitalist, a member of the ruling class of the United States. After donating huge campaign funds to Zachary Taylor last time, Henry Clay, the leader of Whig Party, noticed the rich rancher. When he learned about the huge land and terrorist financial resources held by Chen Mo, especially when he learned that there were several large banks in his hands, Henry Clay was even more delighted. One of the core goals of his Whig Party is to urge Congress to create a private central bank and implement a commercial-oriented monetary policy led by the new central bank. This is exactly what all bankers pursue, which is in line with their interests, so they are natural allies. So Henry Clay immediately contacted Chen Mo and wanted to bring him into the Whig Party and become part of their interest group. Chen Mo is not very interested in the Whig Party itself. The party controlled by bankers will not exist for a long time. Since its establishment in 1832, it has only existed for 25 years in the history of the United States. Although it has successfully supported 2 presidents, it has not successfully turned them into puppets to achieve their political goals. After the death of President Harrison and President Taylor, the power of Whig Party has declined. Some non-bankers in the party have gradually found some problems. The weak compromise of Henry Clay, the leader of Whig Party, on the issue of slavery has also disappointed many Whigs who oppose slavery. Under Henry Clay's concession, the power of slave owners in the South increased greatly. Some of them even withdrew from Congress in disappointment. Chen Mo was very interested in one of them. So, shortly after Zachary Taylor was elected president, Chen Mo finally joined the Whig Party as a banker under Henry Clay's many invitations, and supported many members of the Whig Party who were excluded because of anti-slavery by virtue of their strong financial resources and generous demeanor. His reputation has risen rapidly. Henry Clay didn't care too much about the debate about slavery in the party. He compromised with the slave owners in the South just to get their support, win their votes, and achieve his goal of establishing a private central bank. So it's no surprise that Chen Mo, a big capitalist, opposed slavery. As for Chen Mo's lavish support for Whigs, that's exactly what he hopes. Only when the Whigs were strong could he control more powerful forces, and the rising popularity of Chen Mo did not make Henry Clay feel threatened. Because Chen Mo's anti-slavery Whigs only occupy a small part of the party, and most of them are young members with little background, weak strength, the real core of the Whigs. The elite members with great prestige and influence in the Congress and the states are still closely around him, taking him as a leader. Although quite a few of them were also opposed to slavery, they did not suffer as much exclusion as those young Whigs without background due to their own strength and influence. In addition, Henry Clay's deliberate solicitation and appeasement did not alienate him because of his compromise on slavery. So the whole Whig Party is still firmly in the hands of Henry Clay. Chen Mo's behavior is just to support and help his fellow party members who share the same political views. He does not have too many interests with the core members of the party, which will not threaten his position in the Whig Party and control of the whole party. So Henry Klein was pleased to see Chen Mo's way of funding junior members of the party. The young members who had been ostracized and demoralized to the Whigs and quit the Congress were strongly supported by Chen Mo, who funded to help them return to their respective states. They either continued to engage in political activities in their own states, resisted the expansion of slavery, or temporarily stayed dormant and waited for the opportunity. Among them, one of them withdrew from Congress temporarily, returned to his hometown and started a law firm with the help of Chen Mo and became a lawyer again. However, like most of the people who left, although he stayed dormant for a while, he did not give up to publicize his political ideas, still devoted himself to public works, and his personal reputation was constantly consolidated and improved. These young political elites who left Congress and far away from the center of American power had little contact with other members of the Whig Party, especially the leader Henry Clay. However, they kept contact with Chen Mo all the time. They shared common beliefs and ideas, and were supported and encouraged by Chen Mo. Under the influence of Chen Mo, they firmly believe that the abolition of slavery is imperative. There will be a war between the North and the South. Today's temporary dormancy is only for the outbreak of the critical moment in the future, and their goal will be achieved. This group of young people who were not valued by Henry Clay, even to win the support of the slave owners in the South and who were ignored by them, seem to have formed a new small group with Chen Mo. The center of this group is to provide them with economic and belief support and point out the future path for them, Chen Mo. Not only the young political elites who left the Congress, but also more and more Whigs who were against slavery because of the growing power of the slave owners in the South joined in this small circle. With the support and comfort of Chen Mo, they quietly fell asleep. All of them, including Chen Mo, who is behind them, are waiting for the time to come. By 1852, in the 14th presidential election, the split between the Whigs who were in favor of and against slavery was completely revealed. Millard Fillmore, the former vice president who took over as president after Zachary Taylor's death, has caused many discontent among the Whig Party's opponents of slavery due to his consistent compromise on the North-South issue. These people's strength is enough to make him lose the chance of nomination directly. In the end, in view of the victories of the previous two campaigns, Henry Clay tried to repeat the previous victories and nominated a war hero, General Winfield Scott, as the presidential candidate again. However, there is an old saying in the mysterious ancient Chinese country. Once again, it can't be repeated. This time, the Whig Party ushered in a complete and huge failure. In the 31 states of the United States at that time, only 4 of them won the votes. They lost miserably at an absolute disadvantage. The party members all lamented the end of the Whig Party. During the campaign, there was a big event. Henry Clay, the founder and leader of the Whig Party, died. Those supporters who were still closely around him lost their hearts. Without Henry Clay in the middle, all kinds of problems and contradictions have been revealed. The problems of the central bank and slavery deepened the contradictions within the Whig Party, which soon became a group of scattered sands, each acting on its own, and the Whig Party survived. At this time, the group of young political elites who united around Chen Mo became a united and powerful force, but they were still very weak compared with the original Whigs and Democrats. However, as the Whig Party gradually declined, the small group centered on Chen Mo became stronger and stronger. More and more Whigs who opposed slavery joined in, even those who had some influence in Congress. After all, politics is still a collective game. Without the strong support of the Whig Party, their life in Congress is not easy. The common attacks and repression from the party and outside the party to support the slave savers make them eager to find a new group to fight against the enemy. At this time, the Chen Mo group, which has long been united and helped each other, has become an absolutely dominant force in the Whig Party, and has always adhered to the same idea as them, and has become their best choice. In this way, under the multiple pressures of the slave owners in the South, the hostile parties, and the former Whig Party's support for the slaves, the Whig Party's opponents of slavery gradually moved closer to the group with Chen Mo as the core and the largest supporter, and the strength of Chen Mo group continued to increase. Chen Mo, with his powerful financial resources beyond the richest man in the United States, the great prestige he has won in the Whig Party in recent years, and his control over the core young party members of the group, firmly occupies the dominant position of the group. After uniting again, they finally resisted the attack of the slavery activists and stood firm in the Congress. In fact, it is not only the Whig Party that has split, but also the Democratic Party that won the election because of slavery. The confrontation between the Northern capitalists and the Southern slave owners is becoming more and more fierce. The congressmen representing the interests of both sides have been arguing in the Congress. Even the members of the two parties, the North and the South, are in constant conflict, and the cohesion of the parties has never been reduced. The chaos in the party lasted until 1854. In July 1854, driven by Chen Mo, the Northern Whig Party, together with the anti-slavery activists in the Northern Democratic Party and other anti-slavery factions, formed a new party, the Republican Party, and laid the value of the party on individual freedom and national unity, so as to prevent the expansion of slavery in the Western region and even further eradicate slavery. It is their common pursuit at present. The main members of the Republican Party are representatives of the Northern bourgeoisie, consisting of industrial and commercial owners in the Northeast who oppose slavery and representatives of agricultural entrepreneurs in the Central and Western development states. After the split, the Democratic Party mainly represents the interests of planters and entrepreneurs associated with slave owners in the South. As for the Whig Party, it is already in name and in fact. Most of its members have joined the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. The rest have played little role in the political situation. The once prosperous Whig Party has declined completely. As the largest rancher, factory owner, and capitalist in the north of the United States, he employs hundreds of thousands of farmers, cowboys, workers, and employees. The wealth, personnel, and political forces he controls occupy an absolute dominant position in the newly formed Republican Party. However, Chen Mo did not stand out to lead the new political party, but chose to continue to stand behind the scenes. He has been vigorously supporting and training a young talent to the stage. In the previous dormant period, Chen Mo intended to constantly improve his prestige and influence in the circle he established, and there was a tendency to cultivate him as his spokesman. He was born in a poor family and became a lawyer by self-study. At the age of 25, he became a state councilor. At the age of 37, he was elected as a congressman. He did not fail to live up to Chen Mo's training and expectations. With his ability and personal charm, he not only gained more and more influence in his own state, but also gained more and more popularity in the small circle formed by Chen Mo, the style of a physical leader. With the participation of more core members of the original Whig Party, he did not worry about his position being threatened. Instead, he personally invited many members to join the group. In the end, he not only failed to be compared, but also gradually united the people with excellent political skills, thoroughly consolidated the position of team leader and spokesman of Chen Mo. After being reorganized into the Republican Party later, the United Northern Whig Party firmly grasped the leadership of the Republican Party. The name of the young Republican leader is Abraham Lincoln. The existence of slavery has become the most prominent contradiction in the United States at present, and even directly led to the change of political parties. After the reorganization of the two parties, the issue has been thoroughly intensified, and the debate and struggle in Congress, and even in the whole country, have become increasingly fierce. In this year, the Southern slave owners attempted to expand slavery to Kansas by force, So the Western farmers and immigrants from the Free State broke out in Kansas, and the armed struggle against the Southern slave owners lasted until 1856, which opened the prelude of the American Civil War. At the beginning of 1856, a mysterious visitor came to Brooklyn Manor in southeast New York. This man is extremely tall, more than 1.9 meters tall, but his body is very thin under the wide and long black woolen coat, and his cheek is sunken inward, which is not handsome. However, his figure is very straight, and there is no common problem of stooping and shoulder collapsing for tall and thin people. The whole person feels very confident and calm, and the atmosphere is extraordinary. Zachary Taylor led him to Chen Mo's study and then turned away. Instead of rushing in, the tall man turned his head and watched Zachary Taylor disappear around the corner of the corridor, his thin face full of doubts. Although Zachary Taylor was dressed in a neat and decent suit and behaved gentlemanly and elegant, he felt a kind of heroic atmosphere that he could only feel in those veteran generals who had experienced hundreds of battles, and a kind of carefree and easy look down on everything with his keen eyes. Moreover, this person makes him feel very familiar, but he is sure that he has never seen him before, which is really strange. After thinking for a long time, he didn't come up with a clue. The man had to put the matter aside for a while. He had important things to do. Turning around, I carefully arranged my clothes and ties. After I confirmed that my appearance was correct, the man solemnly stretched out his thin hand and knocked gently on the door in front of me with a gentle rhythm. Dong, dong, dong. Soon a deep and majestic voice sounded in the door. Come in. Once again, the man quickly tidied up his slightly askew skirt because he knocked on the door, raised his hand to open the door and stepped in. This is a study full of medieval retro style. There is a huge oil painting on the wall facing the door. At the first sight, the man's sight can't help being attracted by this painting. A majestic Blackstone castle stands on the horizon, and the tall walls are full of soldiers waiting for them. In front of the castle, a heavily armed, cold and silver-armored cavalry, led by the first Black Knight, launched a charge towards the gate of the castle with a fearsome momentum, like a silver sword.